Good afternoon, one and all. It's a good day. It's a good day for some Age of Empires 4. How we all doing? I'm still weirdly tired. I don't know. I've been feeling very exhausted recently. Don't know why. I also need to get some of this heartburn. Dude, like, I feel so old. Like, talking about heartburn, being tired. Like, what next? Gonna be, like, gonna talk... What's like some old people diseases you can talk about? And wait. Did we not update the title? I think we updated everything with the title. Yeah, we did. No, wait. Well, oh my god, dude. I had like a Twitch title update set. I think we... Okay. Oh, let's make Tuesdays better too. Hey, you know, like somewhere, in some Time Lord Stardust, it is still Monday, okay? Technically. Dude, I could have sworn I legit updated this crap. Why have scam? I mean, YouTube got it right straight away. I don't know. I think maybe Twitch just drunk today. We're definitely not taking the blame for that one. But yeah, we've got quarterfinals today. It's gonna be a fun one as well because Cal's UI has decided to just not work, so that's gonna make this fun. But we got VortiX versus Jiv, we got Myriad versus Muhodo, Kilyatti versus MSN, Scatterbrain versus Gully. We're going to kick off Kilyatti versus MSN. And then we've got Myriad and Muhodo, as well as VortiX and Jiff scheduled in for later. We're still waiting to know about Scatterbrain and Gully, though. They need to get the ass in gear and moving. I literally just don't have a UI that works. This is like... So I'm basically going to be, like, in-game, like this, with, like... With manual scoring. Like, I don't even know where these are. Are they in the right place? Yeah, dude. We're going to have to be like this. That's so freaking cursed. Oh my god, that is beyond cursed. Yeah, this is legit. We're gonna be like, oh wow, look, oh, they're scoring. Oh my god, returning to this normie crap. Sheesh. Dude, I'm really hot as well. What the hell? It's like, I thought it was gonna be super cold. Now I feel really hot. I'm gonna have to actually open a door in the winter. But yeah, so we should have at least 3 series today. Hopefully, we'll get the whole 4. I don't know about 5. I don't know if we'll have a semi-finals today. Probably not. Probably semi-finals all on Thursday. And then I'm trying to like get everything prepped and cooked and whatever. I need to add more music as well. I need more music options. I think I'm going to like start slamming in short tons of gaming tracks and then praying that I don't get copyright struck. You actually have to be more careful than you think. I remember I was getting copyright struck on YouTube because of Megalovania, which is a completely free to use song. Like the guy who made it, composed it, said absolutely anyone can use it. But douchebags went and copyrighted it because he didn't copyright it. Or you'd have like, because it wasn't copyrighted originally, someone would make an altered version of it and then create a copyright around that to then screw people over. And sometimes it's very difficult to actually convince YouTube that like you're totally within your rights to use that. So yeah, but I need to expand the music list. I want to get us up to like 40, 50 songs. I'll probably stick with gaming music just because on average it's the safest. Because like the challenge is basically not getting scammed on either Twitch or YouTube simultaneously. Like I've had it before where I'll be nicely aligned to not have any DMCA issues on Twitch, but then you'll get DMCA issues on YouTube. It's really stupid. But yeah, I'll try and sort that out. I've already started adding some in. Like, we literally got Halo music playing right now. But outside that, what do I need to do? There's still other things. I think the cameras are set up correctly for what we're doing. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. How about some home music? Maybe. We might better get some home music in there. The only problem is, like, home music is, like, absolutely over the top freaking giga loud. I've always noticed, like, it's not been, at least from what I've seen on the platforms, it's typically not, like, balanced. Like, the EQ is all over the place. And I usually just cram crap through Spotify, so I'd probably have to, like, change things there. Did you trade the old Nera? Yeah, we tried old Nera. We literally streamed it, like, a few weeks ago. It's all right. I think it's got some potential. I don't know if it's going to have enough content initially to grab people, but hopefully. But, you know, it's been really popular. Like the demo alone, people have been playing the crap out of it, like nonstop. Even now, still people are playing a lot of it, doing challenge runs and whatever. Obviously, it's only against bots though, so it's a little bit eh. But yeah, game's got some potential. I don't know if I'll really be streaming it necessarily. like the goal of what we've got content coming up wise is like going to be beyond just strategy games. Because I want stuff that felt engaging for you guys, and I think we got that. Like I've also like patted myself in my feeling like I was like, okay, the first challenge thing we're gonna be doing, I'm like, oh man, this might be way too easy. And then I thought about it, and I'm like, okay, but we got a sequel for it that is absolutely not easy and merciless, so it will be fine. Yeah. Call of Duty 7? Nah, dude, I'm not doing Black Ops. I'm not wasting my time on that crap. Going broader spectrum, baby. Boop, 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 boop. You just have to wait and see. You have to tune in Friday to find out. I think I've got I've got a game in mind, then I've got a backup game, then I've got an alternate IP backup game to see, because I didn't want to spoil it. Like the things we're doing, I didn't want to fully test them beforehand. Like if they have a technical loophole that I need to check, I was like, okay, let's make sure it works. But I didn't want to ruin the discovery of it. I wanted it to be, let's watch me completely screw up. Fear and Hunger is a difficult game. Her? I ain't, dude. If you fear being hungry, then just choose to fear being fat instead. Those are your choices in life. One of the two. So, I don't think I'm going to get the UI fixed in time, so we're just going to plow on in the first series. Thanks, Cal. I don't know what's happening. He's just got full 404. I think Cal has been cancelled. He's gone. Doesn't exist anymore. Oh. But yeah, I don't know, like, I haven't even, come to think, I haven't even taken a remote look at the new Call of Duty. I just don't care. They kind of drove me away. I just feel like they stopped caring about making unique products. Best thing they could do is start up an entire new IP branch instead of trying to make Black Ops 12, you know, or like Modern Warfare 15, and actually just like try and do something grounded and original. And then I'd be back on board. That's what hyped me at Battlefield. Admittedly, actually, I still haven't played the Battlefield campaign. I should really get around to that. I heard mixed things about it though. I mean, I don't think any campaign in the Battlefield series will honestly top 3. I think Battlefield 3 is going to be the top 1 for me, probably forever now, out of the Battlefield games. I know some people are going to come in with Bad Company. Bad Company was cool, but I think Bad Company had that kind of like, yeah, almost like a B-star reel, like action movie to it, right? But it didn't have the emotional like vice grip on you that Battlefield 3 had alongside the immersion, right? Like Battlefield 3 topped it in immersion as well as the way that it just kind of hooked you emotionally. You know, same with like Medal of Honor. Like if you ask me, Medal of Honor 2008 will always be the best Medal of Honor campaign of all time, full stop. Like there's no other one that will top it because it actually made me give a duck. It's the only Medal of Honor that made me truly care. And I know how high of a statement that is because anyone who's played Medal of Honor 1 is now saying, what the fuck? I'll give you that. Like Medal of Honor for Normandy, there is no other FPS, no other game in the market that has ever done Normandy as well as Medal of Honor 1. Which is crazy considering Medal of Honor 1 came out in, I want to say, 1999? But, was it 19? Yeah, dude, I got it right. It's 1999. You guys know Steven Spielberg directed that, right? I'm pretty sure he was director. Or I remember something like he bought the studio or whatever and then directed it. What's this live about, guys? We're going to be doing some Age of Empires 4. We're just like waiting a second then hopping in. I think it's nice to begin the stream with a nice little bit of conversating with people, you know, giving your takes, hot takes that people can disagree with fully. Will I play a Total War Warhammer 40k game if the rumors are true? I'd give it a spin. I'm skeptical as to whether it's going to have like the allure. I think it'll run into the same issues that Total War Empire did, and if Creative Assembly was in a better place talent-wise than it currently feels like it is, like if it had its original groove, you know, kind of like Relic in the early days, really, then I could see them maybe learning from the mistakes of Total War Empires and making a really good Warhammer 40k Total War game. But I'm skeptical. Isn't a better... What are you on about? Nothing wrong with this song. Who the hell hates Zelda music? Warhammer 3 is kind of a bannerware. Yeah, dude. Like, I mean, like the whole idea of just going through for anyone who hasn't done, like, you go through all the chaos zones to try and complete, and it's always boring. Like, you do it once, it's intriguing, and then it's repetitive. I think that's the big problem. They didn't make in Total War Warhammer 3. They didn't make each of the campaign choices feel different enough. Like, bar maybe one. I think there was the one where you basically play an RPG mode because you play as one of the demon princes and you pretty much just equip gear. That was cool and different. But the others, like, I remember I play them, and I just didn't want to do the chaos stuff. I really didn't want to do the chaos stuff. I was like, I preferred what Total War Warhammer 1 had, even though it had chaos stuff, but it was different. It was like a proper challenge to try and overcome. Any year recap of how the RTS games that launch today and what new RTS games will come next year. I thought about doing those types, and I get where you're coming from. I just don't think that's the type of content I want to do. You're essentially talking about becoming a top games channel. You know what I mean? With the headless voice that tells you the top 10 upcoming games, and you tune in every like month or whatever. But like those channels, I don't know, man. I feel like they don't really connect with their audience at all. I think they struggle there. There's no intermediary. Like, you could argue in a way, like, I have that problem already. Like, you're a commentary channel. Like, how much do people care about the community you create versus just watching the game? But I think like that takes me in the opposite direction of what I want to do. Best music from Zelda was from Wind Waker? Hell yeah. You know, it's sad actually. I realized I never completed Wind Waker to this day, even though I consider it my favorite Zelda game. I borrowed it from a friend on GameCube, but then he wanted it back before I could complete it. And it breaks my heart, man. I was obsessed with the sailing. You guys, like, one's in chat if you played Wind Waker or seen Wind Waker. Wind Waker is incredible. Here you go. I'll show you a little piece quickly. Let me actually get game one loaded, and I'll show you a little bit. And then we'll hop in. Dawn of War 4 is going to be good next year because it's not made by Relic. Quite possibly. I wouldn't stretch to be good. It has potential. But the developers, I think they've done okay. They had that, I always forget the name of it. They had an RTS before this, which I think was okay, but it wasn't memorable for me. But yeah, like, dude, this is, here you go, like this right here. This was me all the time, man. I feel like I didn't complete the game, and my friend actually let me have it for long enough, but the problem was I became completely and utterly enamored with this. If this works. Hello? YouTube? Yeah, like, at the time, like, it seems so trivial now when you think back to these things that you obsessed over, but like at the time, this was pretty beautiful and game-changing, to be honest. Even now, I think even now, the graphics of Wind Waker hold up really well. Anyone agree? This was from 12 years ago. He recorded this 12 years ago, so this was I think this is the Wii U version. If I have a look at Wind Waker GameCube, let's see, like, I mean, even the GameCube one. I think even the GameCube one actually, like, it's not too bad, right? Like, keep in mind, this GameCube, so this would have been 2004, I think. 2004, 2005, I believe this was. Low poly? Dude, it's GameCube. What do you expect? My point is, like, even with the low poly, like, the graphical style, the coloring, I think this still looks pretty good. Now, I wouldn't pay $50 for graphics like this, sure, but, like, I'm still pretty impressed. Because remember, Wind Waker, I'm pretty sure it was 2004. Oh, 2003, I was a year off. But this is something that actually, like, Nintendo have always been good at, by the way. And you can see it across the games. They're very good at getting the most out of, like, crappy hardware, really. That's always been their prerogative, is that they intentionally do not want to... So the mantra, and actually, like, it can be summarized as they're actually cheapskates. But the mantra is that if we use weaker hardware, our developers find more creative ways to get the best out of what they have. That's the mentality they usually go with. And it's like, that's how it began years ago. Because like when they were like, before they became a gaming company, like the way that they would create toys and whatever in the Japanese market was they didn't want to spend a lot of money. They wanted to spend very little money on a kind of almost gimmicky idea. And that has been the go-to over years. You know, look at the Game Boys, for example. Game Boy, like, even when it was released, and the idea is like, I think it's under $100, whatever at the time, which still quite pricey, but, you know, realistic, you could think about it. I think the one place they kind of hit themselves in the head was Nintendo 64. Nintendo 64, I believe, was actually overpriced for the time compared to PlayStation. I think the only thing more expensive at the time was a Dreamcast, and the Dreamcast was illogically priced in a terrible, terrible console. Anyone remember the Dreamcast? Dude, the Dreamcast was such a bad console. This is the controller for the Dreamcast. So the controller for the Dreamcast had this weird-ass little screen that I don't remember many games using. So there was a little screen there, wasn't there, in the center? And the whole idea is that games could integrate with it and show things on the screen. But then people are like, why would you want to look at a screen? You just want to look at your game. I think that was right. I think I remember that correctly. It did have some cool games, mind you. I think a lot of people remember the Zombies games, but I remember, I think it was like Twisted Metal. I don't think it was Twisted Metal, though. Unless I'm wrong, maybe Twisted Metal was on there. Was Twisted Metal actually... Well, Twisted Metal was a PlayStation game, so it shouldn't have been on there. Right? Am I remember that correctly? I think Twisted Metal is a PlayStation game. Yeah, published by Sony Interactive. But my cousin had it, and I was like, oh, this is like a really cool, sick car game. It reminded me of, if you guys haven't seen this, I recommend getting it. You can get it on Steam now, I think, or GOG. Cell Damage. Actually, no, I haven't Switch. Cell Damage is a pretty sick game. If you like these kind of like racing around, destroying people's cars games, yeah, this was... I had a lot of fun with this as a kid. It's just clowny over the topness. Really interesting graphical style as well. I played so much of this with my friend, man. This was a goat game. I think it's probably to this day my favorite of this style of game, of the Twisted Metal styles. But you know what? Like, we've been memory laning. I think you guys probably want us to get into games in a sec, right? Damn. I feel like I could talk about this stuff for hours. Maybe that's what we should have a stream about. Just catch up and chat, and then we'll hop in. And quite a few Dreamcast games. Damn. Typing of the Dead. Oh, dude. I remember they released that on PC. I was like, that's such a good idea. That's such a great idea. If those don't know, it's, you know, like the railroaded aim, shoot type games that you find in arcades. It's that, but like what happens is words pop up and you have to type the words to kill the zombies. It was such a genius idea. I remember seeing it when I was in uni. I was like, what? How did it take us this long to come up with this idea? Yeah, if you want to like look at big failures, like we were talking about HOM earlier, there is a console that was made by 3DO Interactive that pretty much sealed their fate. It'll be the final thing I'll show you, and then we'll hop in the game. But it was this thing. They had the was it called the 3DO console? It was called something else. Oh, it was just the 3DO, I think. I think this pretty much crashed and burned 3DO. And 3DO, for those who don't know, they're the guys that made Heroes of Might and Magic. They also, I think, had a few other things as well. Where is it? Yeah, they had... Oh, yeah, I forget they had the Army Men games. The Army Men's were good. Army Men games were pretty good. If you guys haven't played Army Men games, they were so good. I had so many of these. I had, like, Army Men 1, 3D, Sarge's Heroes. I had Air Attack, World at War. The whole premise of these... I just said this was going to be Final 1. I'm going to do... Army Men RTS was also one, by the way. Is that it was third-person shooters. With the little army men, the little plastic army men soldiers, basically. So you get stuff like this. Yeah. I love that series, man. I played so much of them. Air Attack as well. But you know what? I think you guys want me to get into game, don't you? Like, oh, KP, you've been yabbering for ages. Dude, I think it's a good yabber. It's a good gabber. Neo Geo. I don't think I played Neo Geo. What's Neo Geo? Oh, that's a console. I don't remember that one. I don't think I remember that one. I remember Sega Mega Drive having like one of the worst games you'll ever find. All right, now this is the last one. You guys want me to get into game, I'm sure. But do you guys... Like, when I say worst game, it's a bit cruel. Graphically, the worst game I've ever seen. Did anyone else have this? Bubsy 3D? I love Bubsy 2D. Bubsy 2D was great. So Bubsy 2D was like, you know, you would it's a platformer and you pick all these yarns up and whatever. But then they decided, we've got the technology. Let's make a 3D game. And it was so ugly. It was the ugliest game I've played to this day. And I've played a lot of games. Like, remember, I'm in my 30s. I've lived through some stuff. But I don't think anything that I experienced at the time topped this in terms of bad graphics. I don't know. I can't imagine working on this at the time. Like, I feel like we're doing good. I feel like we're really immersing the players the way they need to. It looks like a really bad acid trip. All right. Well, that in mind. Acid trip over. Let me switch us over and get in game. And if Bubsy was so bad and Mario 64 was so good, for a start, the graphics of Bubsy was absolutely atrocious. They had nothing memorable about it. I only remember how bad the graphics look and remember nothing else. You know what is a crime of a game in terms of like it getting shut down, you're not seeing it anymore? Anyone remember Gex? Gex was a great game. You had it was the way you had like the James Bondy lizard. Freaking love those games. All right. Let's get ready to roll though. Turn off your music. Yeah. All right. Chill. Maybe I don't want to. Maybe I like the music. All right. Let's get into it though. I'm always happy when we get to watch grandparents playing with their great-grandchildren, and it's a privilege to be able to have that here. We've got MSN and Kilyatti playing up against each other. Okay, now I'm just being mean to him. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got Kilyatti up against MSN. That's right, great-great-great-great-grandpa up against the kiddo. The Dane versus the Finn. Ottomans for the MSN and Shushi for Kilyatti. Map is going to be Himiyama, as that's our kickoff map for week 15 of the KPMM. I don't know if I'm going to stay sane by the time we're actually to week 50. Did we get funded for 50? I can't even remember how many weeks I got funded for now. I'm pretty sure it was 40 weeks. 40 weeks. Kind of wild. We're almost halfway through, which means I would have expended almost half a year of my life. Sheesh. All right, that's depressing. Yeah, we just had like a long conversation live about old school games, talking like Bubsy 3D, Sega Mega Drive, OG Street Fighters, all those type of things. And then we just get into a game featuring a man who is basically older than the Sega Mega Drive and the Nintendo 64 combined. And both of them are pretty damn old. I should know I had both of them. Man, Nintendo 64 was so expensive at the time, though. Anyone else remember that? You spend like 60... Well, like I think it was like there were games like 50 or 60 pounds at the time for me, which in like the 1999 2000s was ridiculous. Like I think if you looked at other games at that time, I think PS1 games were like 20 to 30 pounds if I'm not mistaken. PC games in the 90s were expensive. That's not always true though. That depends where you and how you bought them. Like I'm pretty sure I got Total Annihilation in the big box set, like the big fat box set. For I want to say like £15 because you used to be able to get. You guys remember this? There was the Replay Strategy brand. I remember buying from these, like buying it in a Toys R Us. The big boxes. You guys remember those? Damn. And then the best part is you'd open it up and it was just the tiniest plastic case imaginable, surrounded by crap. I got a few of those behind me still. Actually, I could probably pull them out a bit later. Then I love the Heroes Chronicles ones where you just open this big cardboard box and it was just a standard DVD case inside. You're like, why have we done this? Anyway, what are we doing here, Kilyatti? Hold on a second. This guy says he hates long games, but this looks like a 2TC strat. He's got double stone? What? What is he cooking? And the MSN has gone pawn play, which is to be expected. Ottomans just love taking a dunk in the pool. Yeah, I mean, they just get so much value out of this, right? The cheaper dock, it only cost them 90 wood. And because they could have easily opened spear spam, you're not likely to contest them anyway. Warcraft 2 has the coolest manuals and arts. I was a bigger fan of the Heroes Chronicles boxes. Heroes Chronicles, for those who don't know, it was the side stories of the Might and Magic universe. And you would just get big ass boxes. Let me see if I can find one. Where have I gone? Dude, so many of the pictures are bad. I want to... I'm struggling to find one right now. You get them... I guess, like, well, this is a bad example, but... You get these fast boxes. I had a good time with those. I only got one in a big stack box, though. The others came in, like, baby-sized ones. It's kind of heartbroken. They just came in DVD cases. So Mineral Madrasa coming in. And by the way, those are hard to come by now. Like, if someone's been taking care of those cardboard boxes and you want to buy one now, I think like, to buy games in that state, you're, in some cases, talking about over £100. So Rack's coming in from Kilyatti. He has smuggled it behind the tree line. Hey, don't let him know. But I'm going to do some, KP. Okay, Kilyatti, what are you going to do? Okay, you wait for it. Ready? Yeah, I'm listening. I'm going to play aggressive. I mean, there's no way anyone would ever expect that from you, Kilyatti. What are you saying? Aggressive gameplay? Okay, now he's making it obvious. What is this tree line? It's just so cursed. This little path through to set up your production in a weird format. Like, quite weird as well that he sets up archery range more for the racks, considering, you know, Sipahi could snipe these guys when there's no swimming in place. It's a bit weird. At the second Prince of Persia in floppy disk. God damn. That's crazy. Like 10 or 20 discs? Nah, dude. I got into it after that. I experienced 1 or 2 floppies for like Windows system type things, but then I was out. I was on the discs. I had the good life. I still remember as a kid playing Deus Ex 1 on the PC and finding it really scary, so I didn't do it. At the same, I don't know, like to me, first-person games on PC was scary. I think it was something about I just didn't like the way your vision felt very clamped in. Which is weird, because nowadays I love FPSs. Don't love that, though. Kilyatti, what was... It's the dementia kicking in again. We keep going through this with him. Kilyatti, we don't live on the west side anymore. We drive the east side crew. So, no scout now for him. Is he going to go for a 1-1-1? Probably not. You're not really thinking about stables here when you're up against Ottomans, just because their cav is their best thing, so why would you do that? Like, Resident Evil as a kid on borrowed on PS1, I noped after the first zombie scene. Oh, dude, I can beat that. I was scarred by the Tomb Raider 1 opening mission. I found that crap scary, because for anyone who's played Tomb Raider 1, they would know what you're meant to do. On Tomb Raider 1, you're meant to just, like, leave. Just, you know, climb up and out of the cave that has a lion in it. Sorry, tiger. I thought you were meant to kill the tiger. So I worked overtime to try and kill that mother ducker, and I just ended up being tiger kibble constantly in that game. Non-stop, in fact. And this went on for hours and hours. I was like, nope. And then my dad traded it with his friend for Resident Evil 1, and I had an even bigger no. Oh, God. You just don't get games like this anymore. They're too busy optimizing for how to get you to spend more money. It's kind of sad. All right, Kilyatti. How are we looking here? He's got a decent amount of cheek. He's actually going pro scouts on a delay. I think so. Either that or it's a misclick. He just queued up more scouts. So yeah, pro scouts is definitely coming in. Weird timing if that's the case, though. Like, he's gathering gold actively for it, but also dropping a blacksmith simultaneously. What? Yeah, so he does pro the pro scouts, which now just makes the blacksmith timing feel weird, because he didn't... I guess maybe he wanted the option in case he got attacked early. Yeah, you know what Resident Evil I originally was hooked in by, but gutted by how badly it was made? Operation Raccoon. Oh, someone's about to be zombified here. Good micro. MSN. He gets the 2, but he had to use the fortification. Whoops. Oh, sorry, fortitude. I'm just saying stupid words alongside those stupid words. So fortitude ends up losing in 1. Still, getting 2 worker kills kind of makes it worth it. Yeah, Operation Raccoon City should have been a goated game, but they just put no love or soul into that game, and it breaks my heart to this day. Because, like, some of the gameplay elements felt really good, but when you try and go through that game on the hardest difficulty, like, your only option is to melee everything to death because bullets do no damage. So bad. But I think my first proper Resident Evil experience was Resident Evil 5, which I know some people didn't like, but I actually thoroughly enjoyed. I still haven't played 4 to this day. Ultra is that the Sushi is really bad now and Otto is S tier. I think fairly accurate. I wouldn't say Sushi is really bad. I'd say they're kind of mid now. Whereas Ottomans are bordering S. And no, I didn't play Resident Evil 4. I just didn't have it at the time. 5 the one with the boulder punching? I can't remember about the boulder punching, but Resident Evil 5 had the co-op. And I really enjoyed playing with my friends. It also just had some comical things. I still remember trying to do the hardest difficulty in that, and you could like do unlimited ammo. So we would basically try and find somewhere to hide with RPGs. And just not move. I should just play and stream Resident Evil 4. Maybe. I wouldn't want to just do the game, though. I'd want to do it in some stupid way. You know, like Resident Evil 4 played with bananas. Resident Evil 4 played with 2-week-old chicken cult. Oh, God, no. I mean, it'd be themic. She's going to move in. Looks like Fishing's going to start to get harassed out. He has got a dab. You need to be very careful against this many repeater bows. You just get melted. I don't know. Like, I mean, if I can cook up an interesting way to play Resident Evil 4, I'd be intrigued with that. I don't... Does Resident Evil 4 have mods? So I was kind of looking for this for Dishonored, and I was kind of gutted by how little mod support there is for Dishonored. So I was like, man, if I could change some things in Dishonored so, like, everyone is, you know, say a witch, I'd have so much fun with that. Ah, the new remake of Resident Evil 4 does have a decent number of mods, actually. Okay, I'm intrigued now. I'm have to look at this later. 30 years ago, your friend introduced you to Age of Empires 1. Didn't know you could build buildings with your... So you randomly walked around fighting animals. So you weren't really... you weren't playing... You weren't really playing an RTS then. You were playing Wild Hunt years before it was released. Or The Hunter years before it was released. Kilyatti, I think he's actually in a pretty good position here, by the way. I love the pass guard detail just to little things and be annoying. Another Chug. Do surprise MSN. I don't think he was expecting this timing. He should be. When you play against the old man, he ain't got much time to live, so you got even less. Moves in for the burn. Down goes straight after the military schools. MSN. He's going to start reacting. Archers to snipe down the spearmen. Palace guard are littered in there as well. An ambitious surprise spawn. Kilyatti is going to back off. Remember, he's got pro scouts behind this, so this is creating space as well to get the food home. MSN, he is going for that big ball of horsemen. I mean, this is the guy that lives and dies by the ponies, so of course he'd want Ottoman to draft. I'm surprised he hasn't been trying to draft it more frequently. It's literally the best light cav in the game, and it's all MSN ever does. If you guys haven't watched an MSN replay, not the Microsoft product. Well, that's confusing because we're not a Microsoft product. This guy pretty much just spams ponies. You know, like MSN, he gets into a game of Age of Empires 4. He turns on the My Little Pony OSC. He does like the little IAR head shake, like, and then he just sends it. And I think we're almost done with the IAR head shake. 17 Sipahi. He's looking at IAR. Moves in. Kilyatti, quick reaction, does pull away. This is a scourge upon your economy. Does pull the army back quick enough, though, and I'm actually growing a little bit worried for MSN. Like, that was meant to be the send through, do some damage, whatever, attack. Now, Kilyatti takes no damage and is going to be able to attack fast. Oh, the academy now on the way. I don't like the look of this one. And we are spectating the games. We commentate over them. We're going to be turning future Tuesdays and Fridays into our play game days, and we'll see how things go from there. Eyebrows, eyebrows. far behind Castle? You say that, but the thing is, there's multitudes of issues as to why you're far behind. For a start, Sushi upgrade much quicker because of supervision. For another thing, Sushi build a landmark much quicker because I don't really understand why. We just went with it. So yeah, this creates quite the weird dynamic now. Because now by the time you tech up, your opponent could have a huge edge here. Chug Nu with veterancy is a teeth kicker. MSN, he is in a panic trying to rush it. I think his best bet here is to probably send the Sipahi into the back to try and force Kilyatti back. Lames the ball. Cheeky son of a gun. Cheek veterancy isn't in yet. Spinman are being upgraded as well. So he's not actually rushing the veterancies. I like that from Kilyatti. It doesn't make sense unless there's a fight that's going to be forced. It's better to slow play this and use your taxmen for taxing. Go, little pony Tars, go! Show this pony spammer who the real daddy is. Or real grandpapa is. Lance is even coming in. Palace Guard are going to get the premium status. It's only 175 resources and definitely worth it at 5. Most pros don't go Zog anymore? Yes, because they suck in Castle. But because he's Castle first, this is a big advantage. And now the move in, MSN. Look at on the pull away. The Mehmed, it's not done. Kilyatti, he can force the fight. Yep, he gets in. Pulse and rotate around the back. Not able to find too much, but the Chug are parked now. Veterancies are starting to come through. They're fully locked in. Sipahi have to commit. But the Chug is the biggest problem here. He's got the ranged armor activated. He switches over to the attack speed. Meta, what are you doing? Wait, did he just toggle it off? Oh my god, he did. He panic switched it. He toggled and then toggled back. It didn't come back on. So he just lost the one advantage he'd have, that aura. Chug just eliminate all. And Kilyatti will shut him out. I cannot believe that. I'm pretty sure he accidentally switched and then toggled twice. So, like, he basically turned it on and then off. And then, of course, there's an internal cooldown on the meta toggles. So, he missed out on attack speed. He missed out on ranged armor. Missed out on basically any hope of holding that. Okay, this is the importance of not panicking in these moments, guys. That toggle switch just cost him everything. That's going to be game 1. Careful with your keybinds. Sheesh. All right. That was... that was a pretty wild start. I don't know if I'd say that one's uploadable, though. I have to think on that one. Emerson's probably the slowest top tier player. What do you mean slow? I'm confused by the slowest. He's not exactly slow in terms of executing strategy, right? Like, I mean, his macro was off there. Maybe that's what you mean. He's the one who kept his horses in TC in the tournament, I guess. Oh, that. I mean, dude, like, that's the type of thing that can very easily happen, though. If you're... That's not about being slow. That's about using Select All Army too much. If you're a Select All Army gamer, that's easily going to happen. Because, like, you just instinctively press one button, it does what you need, and you're like, oh, crap, wait, why have I got no people? So, like, I wouldn't define that as speed. That's more an example where, based on your playstyle, a certain mechanic is bad for you. No, but my point is that's not low APM. What you just defined as like the problem it's not low APM. Right? Like fumbling the fact that horses are in your TC, that's got nothing to do with APM. Right? Because that's just that can easily be like I could have 400 APM, but because I use Select All Army, I could still make that mistake. You get what I mean? It's like a different problem. It's like he's got, like, for a guy who likes to smuggle horses in his TC, he's got certain behaviors that he shouldn't do because it's bad for that reason. But this is also like, I think this is an example where Age of Empires 4 could really improve, by the way. I'm going to mention the Stormgate. I know I'm evil for it. Hate me. But like Stormgate at least had a really good idea with like the fact that you could essentially very easily select your whole army without having to reallocate a new control group. Or like you could actively add units easily to new control groups. Or you could like queue units up and then right click a waypoint and that would tell the barracks that were activating to send them to that new waypoint. I think those type of systems, like there's a lot of bad that came out of Stormgate, but I really wish other RTSs would adopt those type of systems. Probably won't see AoE4 do that because I think that's like not full engine rework, but there's some deep crap they'd have to rejiggle. But let's get ready to go. Game number 2. Oh my god, I need to manually update this. Say it with me, guys. We hate cow. Burn the cow. Burn the cow. It's okay. You guys can say it. He likes getting cooked. All right. I'm confused. Why is this guy picking a civ that doesn't have horsemen when it's all he likes to do? Because the scouts aren't really horsemen. So MSN's finally evolving? Maybe. Let's find out. Old man up against his great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson. MSN about to slay his ancestral papa, Kilyatti, on the orange side with the Mongols going up against MSN's Malians. It's going to be interesting. Game number 1. Pretty rough for MSN. He learned the hard way that this old man still is able to hit you with a belt pretty hard. But this time around, Malian versus Mongols. As long as he doesn't get greedy about this, I think you're fairly safe. Fairly okay. And yeah, we are already getting the outpost. So Kilyatti, he's going to be going for the racks. He's not going to find value there. And are you sure the audio is out of sync? I think you need to refresh your end. I have a feeling that everyone would have been screaming at me if we were out of sync by now. Stormgate had great ideas, but the main game was really bad. Yes. And it kind of breaks my heart because, like, the problem is a game or a product whatever can do something good while being bad. And then no one actually looks at it seriously because it was registered as bad, even though there's good lessons to learn. Like, you know, a perfect example of this is like the idea of, like Google Glass. Like, Google Glass wasn't a bad idea. It was just too early. Right? Which makes it a bad idea. But then, like, a lot of people wouldn't even look at it or think about it. You know, you get all these kind of things. You know, think about how long it took for, VR-esque, AR-esque things to get revisited because they were used bad in the first place. I really do wish people just had more open minds. Like, sometimes the best ideas you can find can come from looking at some of the worst ranked games ever. It sounds weird, but it is true when you dig a bit deeper. And Stormgate is, I think, a key example of that. Twitch player sucks. You take that back! You are on Twitch, sir. Show yourself some respect, or you will get the belt. Okay? I mean, I love my viewers equally, but there's more Twitch people, so do with that what you will. Kilyatti now moving in. I guess he's going to commit the outburst. Yeah, village is already on the way. YouTube chat sucks. I mean, no offense to the people on YouTube, but I will agree in the idea that it's like very confusing to try and be part of a YouTube chat because people can come into a live stream that's 3 hours in at the start and they can type in the live stream chat, which causes all kinds of confusion, right? Like if you start my stream and then paused it and then came back 3 hours later and we're talking in my chat, you'd show up live. And we've had that a lot of the times where I'll like ask a question and then people on YouTube will respond, but it would have been like the next game. I really wish YouTube would do something about that. Almost like they should list the timestamp of where the person is in the video when they respond. So outpost coming up. Pretty much what we expected. I mean, look at this spawn. He's got backup options, though. MSN spawn is pretty good. Yeah, back gold. Deer behind. Tree line. This is such a wallable area. And, guys, there's nothing wrong with having a mill here like this. Like, it's to keep your villagers in range. You have to do this way if you want to protect your gold without adding in Donzos. because you can garrison like this because they're close enough. And to be honest, you know, having multi-mills, just having the mill here isn't bad because you're going to pump cow anyway. The idea of like, oh, it needs to be on the berries isn't really true. Like, how often do you really see Malian players eating berries? You know? Like, these guys like, no, you eat berries with turkey, not with beef. And I got to agree with that. You're a savage if you're eating berries with beef, okay? You put tomato ketchup on that. You don't put berry chop on that. Is berry chop a thing? We're making berry chop a thing. Kid berry? You guys ever looked at how, like, tomato ketchup is made? Should I pull the video up so you guys can all vomit? You know, the weird thing is I watched part of that video and I still eat ketchup. I don't know what's wrong with me. So how are we looking vision? How are we looking sheep? Kilyatti, he's only got 7 sheep. Oh my god, MSN got 14. What? Alright, screw the cows. Now we have to ask the question. Do you add berries to lamb? The answer is no, because you're not a savage. You add tzatziki. And then some spicy sauces in there. You do it the Greek way. Gyros is the only way. I will also accept Turkish answers. You have a ketchup addiction? Alright. Agree or disagree? Ones of you agreed, twos of you disagree. Mustard would be an S-tier condiment if it tried a little less hard. Like, it's so close to being there. But it's like, it's just putting in a bit too much effort. You know, it's not like ketchup. Like, ketchup has the problem, like, it could tune itself down 50% and it would still be trying too hard. You think mustard's already an S tier? I would give it like an A. I think it's very easy to use too much mustard as well. Like, mayo is always a nice one because you can just cram a boatload of mayo in there and still not feel like you screwed up, you know? Kilyatti, how are we looking? So he's going Keshik opening. I mean, Donzos are already in play, though, which is the weird part. Mayo's like C tier. It depends, like, how are you defining this? Because, like, I mean, where would you put ketchup? Because if you're putting ketchup high on the tier list, you've got a very different idea on, like, what makes a good condiment. You know? Like, I think a good condiment should be capable of, like, complimenting things, letting itself be known, but not being that douchebag that gets up on the table at the party with his wiener out, you know? Like, you know, just be the guy dancing on the table, having a good time, that's fine. Don't take it too far. And ketchup always takes it too far. Ketchup's like, hey guys, look over here, I'm helicoptering. Like, you can't not see it, you know? It's like a Golden Horde player opening with a Khan and 2 Tortugas. It's like, hey guys, over here, react to me. You have to react to them. Whereas, like, Keshiks are more like a... They're more like a mayo, really. Actually, mayo's probably unfair. Spears are more like a mayo. I'd say these are a little bit more like mustards. You know? Where, like, they are kicking up and you can't ignore them, but it also doesn't feel like it's the only thing on the plate. It can't be the only thing on the plate. Whereas, if you think about it, ketchup is like... Oh my god, chat, I get it now. Ketchup is like playing French Knights in Age of Empires 4. Okay? You just don't need anything else. Nothing else exists. Nothing else matters. The knights are the only thing that you will taste on the palate. The only thing that anyone else will smell or taste or see. Boom. We found our ketchup, you know. Okay, so Kilyatti, what's the plan here, by the way? It looks a bit weird, almost like he wants to go castle. I think he's just, like, maybe mismacroing a bit. So, yeah, he's reinvesting. Heinz ketchup is the only ketchup? Agreed. I mean, like, dude, it's so weird when my partner goes and buys the crapper, like, you know, all these one. I'm like, dude, it's just water. It's just watered down ketchup. Why? Same with mayo. Okay, I know some people are going to hate me. I think Heinz mayo is okay. I'll agree Hellman still wins. But, like, Heinz isn't as bad as some people make out. They are both acceptable. As Kilyatti, I think he is planning to go castle here, by the way. Homemade mayo is the real deal. You clearly never went to university. Okay, when you live with people in university and they tell you they made homemade mayo, you don't try it. All right, now I'm not going to fill in the holes on that one. Just trust us. The burn coming in. I mean, the Donzo count is so high, I don't even know how he's allowed to do this right now. Like, okay, so after I say you never eat berries, we actually eat the berries. What? Bro, you don't know where they've been. They aren't ketchup. Ugh. Ongo Tower Rush is still viable on 25. I mean, this type, yeah, it's like a single outpost. Although, actually, Kilyatti sometimes goes for like 3 of them. Oh, you know what is sick? The garlicky mayo thing. What's it? Is it aioli? Aioli's pretty, like, good quality aioli is mwah. Oh. Like, well, the garlic and mayonnaise. And what else has it got in it? Egg yolk, right? Now, you get good quality aioli. Am I saying that correctly? It is aioli, right? Nice use of the hawk. KP, that's not a hawk. That's a falcon. Look, I don't care. If it's not a pigeon, it doesn't matter to me. Wait, where'd he go? I like how it just disappears. They don't even add a fading effect. It just disappears. Drone deactivated. Crashes to the ground straight away. Please, can you pick up your falcon from the parking lot? Alright, so Kilyatti out on the deers now. Just munching them up as best he can. Still trying to bulk army. MSN has gone for kind of a weird one here, though. Mass Donzo, Mass Sofa. Not your norm. Kind of a cool one, though, because like the archer count isn't really that high for Kilyatti. Maybe it's pronounced Aioli. There we go, guys. AI, like, I mean, we need to be more modernistic about this. Aioli. That could be a brand. You could even market like, you know, our aioli is the best aioli because it's made with ChatGPT's ingredients, which only gives it a 20% chance of having sermon in it. Wait, what? Buy one, get 2 free. Okay, I'll forget the last piece. It's a bargain. This is not a bargain, though. What is happening? MSN. Just hemorrhaging a lot on this tree line, it feels like. I mean, it's only 3, but it's definitely adding up quick. But there is a counter-offensive now. The sofa seeped across the map. Scout has snitched on the backside as well. You guys ever realize that in real life, even when the snitch is on your side, you hate the snitch, but like in Age of Empires 4, you love the snitch? Kind of surprised the sofa. Yeah, burn that crap down. Take it down. Like, this is an easy slay. Needs to be in good position, though, because otherwise the villagers can run away with the yam. Did miss out on like an extra burn there. Kilyatti does the right thing. Immediately repairs. Guys, like, don't be like me, okay? Someone breaks in your house, don't go, it'll fix itself. Like, I really need to go back to the dentist and try to fix this tooth now. And by fix, I mean have it yanked out. I'm like, hasn't started to hurt yet. Now it's feeling tingly. I still should, and I still haven't booked that appointment because I'm too busy streaming hours and hours of gameplay for you guys. And I know I'm going to be out of commission for a few days. So I'm that guy who doesn't repair the outpost. And I'll pay the price for it. But Kilyatti is a wise, wise man. For anyone who was there for the fall of Rome knows how overconfidence can be an insidious killer.
Now you're my sugar daddy.
Just here for your entertainment. Yo, is that one of our streams? Do I just like stream myself at the dentist screaming as they yank the tooth out? All right, guys, for 50 gifted, we'll have no anesthesia. Oh, Jesus, I'm not gonna do that. What's up, Locke? Appreciate the raid, bud. Who's winning this? I mean, MSN's comp is better if you can get castle than if Kilyatti's goes castle. I think even in feudal, this pacing, I mean, Sofa just kind of wins. Nowhere near enough spears. You gift 20 for no anesthesia, bro. That's not happening. Dude, it's like a premolar. That's four prongs. Hell no, am I doing that for 20? You know how painful that would be? Freaking. Like, you know, you need to step up, boy. You're making all Dutch people look cheap right now. This is on you. You're representing your people. And now, that That, you know, that surprises me. Like, at that point, why are you guys not in Age of Empires 4? Because cheap equal variance. Oh my god, that's like the quickest way to insult a Dutch person, isn't it? Like, what would we make you a variant of? The HRE or the French? And you're like, you piece of crap. How dare you? Army Comp's way worse for MSN. Not if he scales it. That's the whole point with like Donzo Sofa. You know, it's not really something Kilyatti wants to dive into with limited armor. I think the TC fire actually matters a lot there. He's doing a really good job of just keeping Kilyatti running around like a headless chicken with this, by the way. And he's padding it really well. Plays down to the deer now. Should make the Belgians variant of Dutch. 50% of them love it and 50% hate it. That's not true. Wouldn't it be that 33% of them would love it, 33% of them would hate it, and 33% of them would be indifferent? Because you'd have like a split between French, Dutch, and German. 250 gifted subs between us? To what? For me to not have anesthesia? Jesus Christ, that's such a bad deal. That's such a bad deal. You want to know why that's a bad deal, chat? Because like someone could be like, hello and welcome from Turkey, and then I'll get like probably 120 bucks for that. That's how they get you. They ain't $6 subs. Does the buck stop here though? Kilyatti. There's a lot of spears now. Like, you download more spear.com. Up to 32. We do have MSN down to archers, but outnumbered. So far. I'm thinking about brute forcing it, but the spears are close enough. The Yam makes this difficult now. The choke points we go. Donzo's having to ford this. And the Donzos don't really need to survive. There's not much cap to deal with. It's just more about bogging down the spearman. And now the Sofa start to lap him from the side. His own buildings are getting in the way, though. Kilyatti just brute forcing in deeper. I think Emerson's looking a bit stuck, but the Sofa try to recover it. The row here and ride goes straight around the back onto the archers. And the spearmen, they just get melted. There's none of them left. Damn, what a play. MSN. It looked like he was playing it a bit too dangerous, but he had the Sofa in reserve the whole time, just waiting on the flanks for their moment to pounce. We'll have to reset and pull away now. Kilyatti position not that advantageous anymore. That did look shady though. That looked so tight the way that MSN had to thread that. He was biding his time until practically all spears were removed before he fully committed. And then at one point I was looking at this going, hey, maybe we should delete the houses. Maybe our own houses are stopping us, okay? Maybe people could live on the streets and learn a bit of a hardship. And then the Sofa could have flooded in, but just bided his time. Dive in. Kilyatti says, no. Whoa. I ain't done attacking, okay? He's sitting there in his wheelchair with his crutches swinging around. What if I can't walk? I don't need to. He just keeps going. This man's out of control. But I think MSN is about to put a leash on him. Yeah, just intercepts. Archers can snipe down the few spearmen. Sofa should be able to wipe out the archer blob. Does he have patches? Oh, okay, wait a second. We got more kebabs than a major Berlin city, a major German city right now. And MSN has not cooked the cows. He only has 3 in a rush. Yeah, this isn't over, actually. MSN still needs to scale his economy. Oh man, Kilyatti is forgetting villages? No, he's not. He's just focusing on eliminating enemy villages, okay? You don't need to build villages if you kill more of your opponent's villages. It's just basic logic. Pick a number between 1 and 5. Can anybody guess it? 69. I think I know my chat well enough to know at least 3 people will type 69. Maybe between them. Or 67. Oh, God. Yeah. Dude. Guys, can we get back to 69? It's so much better than 67. So much better. I'll also accept 720. 420 is lame. It's all about the double 360 no-scope. Villagers might be about to get no-scoped. Kilyatti does have the outpost up, though. They'll see this coming a mile off. God, sometimes I wonder why people would ever play the game this zoomed out. Like, dude, like, you can't even get to know the people. This is the problem with us nowadays, all right? We're so detached from reality. You know, like, get down there. You get those, like, AI girlfriend YouTube ads. This is that. Good look, you can tell me whatever you want and I'll do it. I'm your sofa to command. Okay, now it's getting creepy. We're going to zoom out again. What's up, Fawn Tiger? Appreciate the sub, bud. You know, I just said he needed to get cows. Wasn't that literally a minute ago? Yes, 18. Oh my god. The timing on this switch is ridiculous. It's been like a minute, man. From 3 cows to 18. I don't know what they keep putting in the cow feed, but it seems to be working. Bull's been going crazy. All right, so economy issues have been resolved. Malians are a civ. Smiley face. Kilyatti coming again. And yes, he did grief himself. Actually, yeah, it should be an opening, right? Oops. Now, keep in mind, last time, MSN had an insane amount of sofa. This time, he did not. But he does have the archer lead. He actually has a lot of archers here. Still, spearmen bog you down a lot. You're going to waste a lot of time exchanging with that. It's fine, guys. Like, it came like this, okay? We didn't break it. Like, all the statues around here are headless. You're in a British stream. We love headless people. Like, we had a king who went through that multiple times. Harry Potter, headless Nick. It's perfect condition. Deerstone's definitely not going to be set on fire soon. Is that me, or is he just slowly losing the game now? Like, I kind of feel like he's just gradually losing the fights more and more, but the Keshik spam's now coming in, so if MSN doesn't realize what's happening, the heavy cav can plow this. Like, he sacked his archer count, but for good reason. Moves in. Choke point defense can make this difficult to leverage Keshik well, but MSN is forced to front line with his bowman. He's got a few of the sofa in there. Spear count is being thinned. This is just never ending, and oh no, it's a fox in the henhouse. Keshik goes into the back. He used the gap. Kilyatti does have to reset again, but he's halfway towards castle. Man, I actually think Emerson's going to be able to handle this. Now, you know, most players would logically just go castle now, right? Oh, did he not use the gap? He just walked around? I mean, even worse then. One more. But the fact that Kilyatti's doubling down makes this 10 times worse for MSN, I think. Like, how do you tech now at this rate? What's up, Fawn Tiger? Hell yeah, give me them bits. Thank you very much. Oh, I need to try and enable push to talks for bits, don't I? Actually, I think I have them enabled. I'll have to double check. All right, Grand Fulani to see who's going to be made a fool out of. Damn, Fawn. Thank you. Dude, look at this guy go. Giving all the goodies. Appreciate it, bud. I don't think Kilyatti glimpsed it. No, I don't think he got deep enough. The Khan's a coward. We blame him. Why? Like, he should be up in their face. All right, if you can't see their nostrils, you're not close enough. Goddamn coward over here. Thought he was mustard, but he was just mayonnaise. Tech up completes. This is the go. Has to be Kilyatti. Kurotai on the way. 26 Keshik. Remember, he's got pastures for days. This is not going to stop. Now you can just bet them up ASAP. That's going to be his priority here. It's an interesting strategy to kind of mirror what you're up against. Remember, Keshiks only take 30 seconds to upgrade. And I had my doubts. I didn't think Kilyatti would actually be able to kind of maintain his position this well. MSN, after he saw the Keshik switch, he shied up entirely. Deerstone's going to pack up and roll away. He's kind of making it obvious what he's doing here, but he has to. Veteran archers will melt through everything here. Especially with Vet Sofa now to back him up. Kilyatti ages up. No, I don't think Age 3 was a mistake for MSN. Like, he was stuck on mass archers. If he didn't go for Castle Age, then you just got mass archers that are countered. You have to have veterancy rushing in, and this is the cool thing. You get veterancy in 30 seconds with Malians, so it gives you a really strong defense strat there. Like, legitimately, the Fulani choice actually saved him, whereas otherwise he'd be just kind of dead by now. Like, you know, you have to think about it this way. So, going Castle Age was like taking a really, really bad, crisped, overburnt burger and adding a splodge of ketchup with a slight dollop of mustard to it. If he'd stayed in the Feudal Age, it would have been like cramming a crap load of mayonnaise on top and then realizing that wasn't quite delivering the punch. Then you add mustard in. And now it's starting to get really weird because all of a sudden you slap like a big dollop of hummus on there. Like, at that point, you're just panicking as you add in archers, and then you have to go back to Donzos, and you have to go to Sofa, and they're just going to progressively feel worse. Speaking of Sofa, wrap around the back. Yeah, we're only doing best of 69s now. Why? Because someone's gonna get fucked up. I emphasize fugged there, as in they're gonna get beaten up by fugs. And I've got a feeling that person might be MSN. It's unusual to see Kurotai with mass Keshiks, but when your opponent can't move, oh god, this is such a hard fight. Old man, cut him a break. Catch him a slack. A bit of slack, please. I mean, money income can be as high as at once. The cruel tie is here to play. Kilyatti. Committing. MSN, not backing away at all. Oh, wait, what? Defense arrow gets activated as well. Oh, God. Watch the numbers. MSN, he has to pull the Sofa away. Archer's now front lining. He does not have Poison Arrow. He does not have a hope in hell. This Keshik count is out of control. Oh my god. No Poison Arrow yet? Nope, it's expensive and it takes a long time. Kilyatti, happy with that, just backs off momentarily. Doing himself a military lead. I think the problem now is MSN's not going to macro enough up to get his hands on Poison Arrows. He's so busy pumping Sofa every time he's got a little bit of food to work with. Clash continues. Kilyatti, lead is building. Weird choke point fight. He's actually just trying to wedge himself a tiny bit deeper to A-click with more Keshiks. It's brain dead click mode. And the Ooga Booga is complete. You thought you could be a man that was there when Genghis Khan rode across Eurasia? Wrong! This man has got years and years of war wisdom under his belt, and he's going to have another game under that belt too. The belt has come off. MSN has been whooped to death in game number 2. Best of 5, though. There's still hope. There's still a way. Something, anime music activate, kicks in the background, then we waffle on. God damn it, my official UI is still not working. Cow. Alright, next up though, we're heading to Lipany. Byzantines versus Japanese. I don't know, is that one uploadable? That one was kind of crazy. Hairline product when? I think we've got some way to go on that. It's just a little better. Talking about condiments for half of last game. Okay, yeah, but that's perfect then. Because like, what did we say? We said that Keshiks are like the mustard of Age of Empires 4. There, that's the title now. I don't care. It will inevitably tank. It'll get like 200 views. What's that big brown dial for? What brown dial? Well, this is pink. That's not that. That's for pink. It is definitely pink. It doesn't even look brown. What? Like, I could have understood peach. That is the Wave XLR. You can get it from Elgato. So that allows me to control like volume. So you can like jank up your audio. You can mute it by tap. Change the volume I'm hearing the stream at and everything like that. Tan? I'd say more peach. But it's like, it's, what was it? Pastel pink, I think it's called. They should have lower stats and so for and more expensive. Like how? They just won. Like, why are we even debating this? That's how. That's the answer. Oh, crap. I need to... One sec, guys. I need to just switch these around quickly. God, this is horrible. Looks brown? Let me. If like I'm gonna be real with you. If your shit is that color, you need to go see a doctor. All right. And in we go. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for game number 3 of this best of 5. Kilyatti now leading the set, 2-0 up. It's starting to look a bit depressing. But there's hope. Dun, 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 dun. This ain't those cowardly Byzantines hiding behind a giant wall waiting to become Turkish. No, these people are looking to be delightful on the fields of battle. It is the Byzantine pick. That's true. You should believe everything I say immediately because I'm wearing glasses. Like, did you know that, like, you know, you can actually, you can save on taxes by donating money to me because then you can write it off as a business expense because you guys are professional viewers. There you go. That's the wisdom that I bring. Yeah, MSN hasn't been having a great series so far, folks. Kilyatti hilariously just opens up every single game the same way, trying to be aggressive. It's a pretty good spawn for aggression, too. Yeah, that's pretty rough, actually. Oh my god. Like, the problem of having a max value system is also it's a max value outpost rush. You probably just outpost here to block stone plus berries. So I guess we're looking at a Hippodrome game, which, wait, I just realized who we're watching. Alright, if there's a player that wants to Hippodrome in Age of Empires 4, this is the guy. It's a great idea for a tax write-off. I'm telling you, man, it's like you're now... Like, Fawn Tiger's proven it. He's subbed enough that he's now a professional Twitch viewer. Alright, that should be a career. You just gotta find a way to make money off of it. Like, as long as you can make $1, then like you kind of win with your tax returns. Just make $1 somehow. Jokes on me for declaring anything to the HMRC. You know, like they kind of catch you when you earn over a certain amount. That's kind of how that works. Also, jokes on you if you didn't do it and then saved money because you were able to call it a business expense. Why would the joke be on you for declaring business expenses to the HMRC? That's how you save money. Oh no, I'm not making money this year. I can't pay taxes. I only bought a new car and a TV. All part of my content, of course. Wait, guys, don't clip this and send it to HMRC. I don't actually do that. But I can buy games, buy PCs, buy monitors, and they're all a business expense. Sadly, you have to be able to afford those, though. Hey, all. Anyway, wait, what? All right, we're buddy. Like, maybe we should get to know each other a bit better. You're kind of all up in my junk right now. What on earth is that? Yeah, let's maybe back it up a bit. Let's beep, beep, beep. Yeah, just reverse that bad boy out. Never declare, never get investigated. Wow. I didn't realize Jimmy Carr's YouTube name was Stoner Circle 6476. That's a lot of villagers. This is going to get burnt again. Come on, boys. Ring a roses, maybe? It's only 2 spearmen. Okay, I think the era of appeasement is over. Yeah, Kilyatti does seem to believe he's just playing Mongols every single game. Eventually, he'll realize he's playing a different civ. And there's the Akito. Oh! What a grab! See, Kilyatti, if you're a Mongol player, there would have been 5 spearmen there. There were. There's more than 5. It just wasn't your spearman. Akitoy defense coming in clutch. This is what happens when you get Mongol syndrome. It just looks like the scaffolding for a wall placement, doesn't it? Oh my god. Truly has Mongol on the brain. Alright, so kind of a rough start for Kilyatti. He has failed in getting any real value from the spears. I mean, you can hope him that he forced a little bit of idle time if you really want. I mean, I think I'm just going to tile this one when you play Mongols but are not Mongols. No, it wasn't worth it. He built 3 spearmen. He lost a villager. I mean, he forced a tiny bit of idle time, but I don't feel like this is worth it at all. Because, oh no, you built 3 spearmen. What is MSN now going to do? Maybe build lombos like we do every single week as Byzantines? Crazy idea, I know, but something tells me he probably will be. Yeah, so you're pretty cushy, actually. Kilyatti, what have you got going for you now? Okay, I mean, it's a Kilyatti game, right? I was like, I wonder if he'll just go Castle Age. No, guys, this guy doesn't know how to just go Castle Age. You have to realize that Kilyatti lived through all of those early centuries, the early ages. He can't just rush forward. He has to embody them. He has to become the feudal age before he can accomplish past it. And that means rather building a crap ton of horsemen. Oh wait. Oh, we're getting Sipahi. Wait, why are we getting Sipahi? I guess because MSN's worried it might be a fast castle build. I mean, you don't really want Sipahi against a trickling horseman when you... Actually, sorry, you already went archers. Yeah, I just noticed that. Wait, what? Okay, so MSN with an unorthodox start, but... I don't know, I kind of like it. Adding in the Limitane now, he has a logical composition. So your Limitane will front. The problem with Sipahi, conceptually, is it's a melee unit. And building melee mercs is usually a bad thing, because melees are the first things to die in fights. You can only build so many mercs. Ergo, you're getting rid of the thing you can't build a lot more of. But Sipahi get extra melee range. So if you build spearmen, your spearmen are going to be the first thing dying, and Sipahi are just a bonus DPS in the fight. Very tanky bonus DPS. And then you litter archers at the back. So yeah, not the craziest idea, actually. If he'd just gone Sipahi plus archers, I think he's got a death sentence. Death wish, rather. But with this, I think it makes a lot more sense. Why I say Sipahi? I'm mixing it up to see which one gets more annoying responses from people. Sipahi. Which one is actually correct? I've said Sipahi for a long time. Just imagine that there's someone out there in the world that says Sipahi. And now you hate them. You don't even know that person. Outpost coming. Wait, Kilyatti, please, can we... You're not Mongols! Chenghis's time is over! Kublai didn't do much better. You need to get beyond this. Like, you're the civ that beat them! Stop beating the Mongols! Judging by the war with them, you're technically better! Be Japanese! Oh, God. I'm honestly wondering, like, Kilyatti, how many times, like, if we had his APM and his input buttons, how many times has he clicked on his tables and pressed W thinking he can build Keshix this game? A bold attempt at an outpost would be completely pointless. At least the villager survived this time. More like he was trying to be English? Nah, he's trying to block the berries. Wait. Why you guys gotta make it about memory? That's unfair. Like, guys, stop making it about Kilyatti's ability to memory. Okay, this could easily be eyesight as well. At his age, it's not uncommon to need new spectacles every, like, week. MSN now actually gonna go on the offensive. Third group of Sipahi coming in. I mean, this is actually a pretty good comp right now. We'd love to see him think about getting the melee tech. Hasn't even got steeled arrow though, weirdly enough. I love the way he split it. He's already had one group of Sipahi going around the sides. Or new spectacles every game. Yeah, he just has to like go outside and he like has to glaze the glass and then, you know, has to like, you know, grind them down on the grinder. They're like old school spectacles, not new age ones. You know, so some of those classic Venetian merchant spectacles from the 12th century. Oh my god. Well, I mean, that's a hearing test needed as well. Oh, everything's falling apart. Kilyatti go next. Honestly, I would not blame him. Guys, he's down 8 workers already. We're only 10 minutes in the game, and it's against Byzantines. This is pretty grim. If he was at least close to Castle Age, you can try to pull a magic rabbit out of the hat. Or a hat out of the magic rabbit. Wait, guys, don't pull hats out of magic rabbits. Actually, like, how did they even get there in the first... Don't answer that. Clash coming in. The Spearmen, apparently, they did not RSVP to the party. They turned up 2 hours late. All the alcohol is gone now. But they're willing to just kind of, like, lick the vodka off the floor. MSN is just going to jollily back away now. I mean, Samurai can't really chase. You could just go castle now. Alex Kilyatti, you know, there's... I wouldn't really want to put a number on it because no one has actually discovered a number that high. Kilyatti is time and memorial itself. I just realized we can actually turn that GX timer off now. That's once it's done. Yeah, like, you know, at first there was the universe, but before that there was Kilyatti. He's always been there, spiritually, physically, emotionally. Santa Claus as well, you know that whole, he sees you when you're sleeping, which, by the way, it sounds very creepy, actually. But, you know, if Kilyatti was watching over us as we sleep, we would know we'd be safe. So he's a god. If an other dimensional being asks, you say yes. Awesome rates. He'd be a god if he pulls this back. I'll say that much. MSN's now going castle. He invented Age of Empires 1? No, he was there in Age of Empires 1. Like, he actually coordinated with the team that created Age of Empires 1 and explained to them how history was back then. You know, so, like, also a very confusing conversation he went through with them. Like, you know, it got very off course when he started describing how he drove around in a Shelby Cobra. That really threw them off. But they added it anyway. And, you know, if you needed more proof that Kilyatti has already existed at all points in the universe, look no further than the fact that he also decided that the game should have small children on cannon tricycles, which will be happening in the year 21-22, as well as the 2-legged robots. Came up with it all, man. came up with it all. And yeah, we do have Western contract, which makes sense at this stage. Byzantines love scaling Lombos and Castle. Guys, he can also get Arbitrary, but that... I mean, that shouldn't usually matter, but Kilyatti has 9 samurai, so sure. MSN is about to lose 5 workers, though. Oops. Yeah, he tried to send a distress message, but it was more dial-up than MSN. I'm sorry, I had to make a terrible joke. You know, the funny part is MSN's too young to know what MSN is. Just process that. This is the problem. Kids say things, they don't even know what they really mean. Like, if you say IBM to a kid, they're just going to look at you like confused puppy dog face. They're probably going to just think ICB? They're probably going to mistake it for like ICBM. Actually, even that sounds old school. MSN has a meaning? Yeah, it was... What was the meaning? Was it just Microsoft Network? Oh yeah, it was. The Microsoft Network. Wow. They really, really worked overtime for that name. Alright, someone tells me that MSN might not need to work overtime for a win. No, actually, this is pretty tight. Only 4 worker difference between them, and Kilyatti still needs to go castle. So, like, MSN does need to do something, but this is the thing. Cataphracts have been looking pretty sick against Japan recently. Especially considering Japanese players don't like going for their crossbow. Because clearly they're sexist. Yeah, no, we just don't see Onimusha. They're just kind of a little bit overpriced for what they are. IBM's still big. I'm aware. It does like. Do you want to go poll a bunch of kids to see? Look. I think we have Gully here. We have MSN here. Do you guys know what IBM stands for? Do you know what IBM is? There. See, MSN doesn't know what IBM is, which sounds weird to say out loud. Anyway, Sipahi. Just going to start rotating around to the back. Barry, he's forcing the whole army to respond, which, I mean, is great for MSN with relics already coming home. Farm count is at least good for Kilyatti. He is going to get his tech up. But he's already behind on heavy cav. I like how we're now trying to explain to kids what IBM is. When you go with, they made one of the first personal computers, someone's going to be like, oh, you mean Steve Jobs? And that's when you, like, die inside a bit. How did this get to IBM? All right, time to send that ICBM into the enemy base. Notice I didn't say the country in that sentence because that probably would have got me demonetized. Flash coming in. Archer Cadders. Sipahi. They get a free rotation, though. Wait, what? Oh, no. Kilyatti. This is not upgraded. The frequency for Yumi's coming in. There won't really be any Yumi left by then, though. All right, that's going to be an erasure, and that's going to be game number 3 being a strike back. That has to be. No doubt about it. He's culling the herd. The villagers have just been getting sniped down by the cav. MSN in full control. It's really, if you think about it, it's Kilyatti's own fault. If he wanted to beat MSN, it's really easy, guys. All he needed to do was call himself either Facebook Messenger or Discord, and the win would have been his. Instead, it is going to be him falling victim to the classic MSN. Reverse sweep possibility here. We've had a few kiddos striking well this week so far, haven't we? Remember, guys, we already saw the win from Gully over Sass. You see just as big of a shocker here. And it's a good start, but best of 5. So he's still got some way to claw back if he wants that to happen. What's up, Mazel? Appreciate the prime sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Whoop, whoop. I think Kilyatti, we're not doing the 6 villager challenge, are we? The Kilyatti challenge. There. He's like, no, don't take me back to that game. You win, MSN. You win. I'm deleting WhatsApp from my phone. All right. We have a series. It is not just going to be a crotch stomper. Big poggers. Golf flappers all around. We take that. All right, see you, MSN. Next up, we have got King of the Hill. Order the Dragon versus Roos. My tooth feel weird. I really need to make a dentist appointment. Kids these days don't know Steve Jobs. I don't know. There's all those movies about him, right? So, like, what was it, the Aston Kutcher one? I get loads of shorts for that for some reason. Y'all ready for this, though? We're going. Oh, so we need to update the scores. What comes after 0, guys? 2, of course. I didn't say how far after 0. And then, are we all good? We just need a flip, don't we? All right, in we go. It's like a weird time in Age of Empires 4 because Order of the Dragon seems to be on the rise. It's been picked again, not just in S-tier tournaments, but in ours as well, to try and be king of the hill. Which is confusing because weren't they more of like an emperor of the Holy Roman Empire? Welcome back to the channel, though. Game number 4 here, folks. Cast a game of MSN on the Order of the Dragon while Kilyatti tries to tackle it with the Roos. I mean, Roos is just a bread and butter pick here, right? It's probably been the most consistent civ on this map, King of the Hill, because of how good the corners are. Wait, that corner might not be good. These are registering a straggler tree, so you might be able to jam in there. But the idea is you can put a high trade house all the wee way in the corner, and it just craps out gold. You know, at that point, you might as well just rename the building to, you know, the British Mint or something. Get all that gold out there. What do we call this S plus tournament? We call it SSS tournament. Wait, is it SSS? SSS should be fine. For a second, I paused. I was like, wait, no, not double, triple S. Why do I have an orange keep? What's wrong with you people's eyes? It's not like, look, it's literally pink. In what? Okay, you need to go see an eye doctor and have him just like, he needs to brew some orange color paint and drop it in your eyeballs. That is not orange. Like that. This is literally like the orange, pink, orange, pink, orange. You guys following so far? Also, it's not pink, it's salmon. Actually, it's power pink. Red? Like, what? In what world is that red? What kind of reds are you looking at? If you turn up wearing Nike reds that look like this at the basketball court, they ain't gonna say you're zooming around in the reds. Depending on the cultural background you come from, they might actually say some really mean things. All right, Arhen Chapel coming in. Man, this is... Wait, actually, this is like a really good Arhen. Is he doing the 2 TC builds? He is. And no, I haven't got an affiliate code for it yet. Thank you for reminding me that. I'm going to bump my person now. Bump ski. Got people asking. Boom. All right, I'll see if I can get a follow-up on that. God, what's going to happen next? Is someone going to call this color... Like, this color is... Is it green? Russian have no word for pink or rose. It's just light red. Really? Are they scared of pink? Wait. So like if they have no word for it, right? So so if you like intercept like some Russian like, you know, intel with like your friendly contacts, the people you should not attack in this mission will be wearing red. And you just turn up in pink. Are they just gonna like because obviously like, you know, if you guys look, if you're like a man, it's much cheaper to buy the pink overalls than it is the red overalls. So we can save some money. Seen what happens when Ultran goes 2TC? Yeah, but I've seen it both ways. Like, we literally had a 50-50 of this. We had the Scarlet Devil one that worked, and then we had the Louis MT one that didn't. Presumably, this is going to be a fast castle pro scouts build, which is pretty much what Rus always do on this map. Ancient Greeks had no word for blue. Huh. Really? That one does surprise me, considering how much blue crap they have, at least in like lore and whatever. Well, you guys know about the creatures from the Odyssey, right? So there's two creatures specifically. You had, what was it called? Scylla and Charybdis, I believe it was. Pause that for. We'll get to that in a second, because he's being a piece of crap. Yep. Okay. Is he? He's actually still delayed. Okay, come on. Yeah, just bring more scouts. Like, why are we being a pussy about this? We've got 4 scouts. Get them all over here, Kilyatti. We could have delayed this for like 2 minutes. All right. So while we're just watching a TCB build after that hilarity. So the thing is with Charybdis was actually just the Greeks' explanation for the area around Sicily. Because if you look between Sicily and the mainland of Italy, like there's a reason why there isn't a giant bridge gap connecting those two. And it's because the small gap between the mainland and Sicily sits on 2 plates, and thus the water levels are like really inconsistent going through there. So it's believed that like in the Odyssey, the area they went through, the whirlpool area, was just there. Because that area was infamous for whirlpools, earthquakes, different like turmoil weather, huge wave crashes, because you've essentially just got like 2 conflicting wave directions coming from like different ocean areas. Nerd stuff. I probably explained that in a really confusing way. So Kilyatti, after having his mischievous fun, has got the deer coming home. Castle's going to be on the way pretty quick here. MSN, he doesn't look impressive right now. Is he just going to naked rush castle, I guess? No walls either. They've had plans for bridges for ages? Yes. And you are right. It's constant sucking of money. Like, basically, they realized it was going to take a mega duck ton of money to, like, do. And then every time they seem like they've got enough, you've got, like, all of the corrupt individuals and certain organizations that begin with M, wink, basically just using it as a way of sucking more money into the project to pocket. So I think the last estimation was something like $20 billion plus to make that bridge. In fact, let me... Yeah, so the area we're talking about, by the way, is this little area. Yeah, so this area here, like, it's very hard. Like, the type of weather there, like, there's huge, like, amounts of wind and tidals, like, the tide wave effects, whatever, that come through this area. That makes building a bridge there really, really hard. And wait, no, he's trying to do it back to me. I like how this game could be summarized outside of geography and mythological discussion as who can douche the other person over harder with scouts. And I'm wholly here for it. Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, I didn't get anywhere near as much value. Kilyatti Yeah, I don't think he could have placed it here anyway, because I don't think that tree would have been deleted. Get your numbers in there. It's still going to be a pretty fat high trade house, really. MSN, it's going to be a Burgrave Palace as expected. Presumably just spears to open. I like this from Kilyatti. He's already setting up the outpost. Probably a monastery drop in the center, actually. It's pretty popular. Because you just immediately spawn, capture the sacred site, and then move the relics. And you're already closer to them anyway. Yeah, there you go. Clever close Kilyatti. Alright, what do you think, guys? Ones if you think MSN's going to win. Twos if you think Kilyatti is. I love his comp as well. He's not wasting any time going knights. It's just straight up spear crossbow. Might be worth getting like a few knights or horse archers to raid with, but outside that, it's just build army, defend center. Laugh in enemy face. And high trade house 184. Damn. Close, but no cigar. I think Fat Blot was closest, no? Did you guys know if you'd actually got that perfectly accurate, you would have won $100,000. They would have immediately been Nigerian dollars, but still, it's money. Oh, and sorry, you're right. Let me flip that around. It's because we flipped their positions. Ugh. That, dude, it's literally because, so just to remind people, it's Kilyatti on match point. It's because I'm having to manually add the scores in every single freaking game. Because Cal's back-end stuff has just completely stopped working. Smiley face. No, KJ is not the same color as my keyboard. Orange and pink are not the same thing, guys. Alright, orange, like, if orange and pink were the same thing, then driving would be very confusing. Relic now. Nicely done. Pretty important as well. Kilyatti should be able to bum rush down, what, 4 relics? I mean, if you can count this area, this is kind of ridiculous. MSN just rushing relics was not really on my expected list here. Yeah, but it's the smart thing. You can build them out of the TC, right? Actually, no, sorry. You're playing Order Dragon. You can't build them with tool. That was just out of the monastery. So you got them a lot quicker than what I was expecting. But in fairness, prelates only take 20 seconds, whereas the warrior monks take 35. Still, despite the good effort, it is still going to suck the wind out of him. This is 4 relic gaming for Kilyatti. No, my keyboard does not identify as pink. It is pink. It was literally, it was manufactured as, I presume, gray and then spray painted pink. I don't know. On Relic OTD is a death sentence? I mean... Honestly, you kind of don't care as much as HRE do because you just have Burgrave. Burgrave is a lot of extra value as long as you just keep producing out of it. So as long as he's perma-spamming units out of this, it's not as tragic as it should be. MSN? Let there still be relics, please! No. So guys, though, that was actually a potential game-winning play. If MSN had snuck round, found that relic, and then walked into the enemy base and wallowed, he could have then converted all these villagers from being 50 HP to being 98 HP because they've become Order the Dragon villagers. And then with that many, he could have rushed outposts in the enemy base to destroy it. Sadly, he was not capable of that godly strategy. I'm not gaslighting. No. Well, it's not gaslighting. Gaslighting would be pointing out that that red doesn't indicate that you're on YouTube. It's just that you're on the pre-load towards Twitch. Actually, no, that's not gaslighting. That's just true. You're missing out on additional modes. Boom. Anyone getting that sinking feeling for Dragon here? See, like, you know, for example, it's also not gaslighting to point out to you guys that dragons aren't real. Seriously, I hate to be the burden of bad news, but these guys aren't really dragons. This isn't some like D&D stuff where they're like the offspring of the offspring of the offspring of dragons. Okay, there is literally nothing dragony about them. They even call themselves gilded instead. Google what gilded means. I'm ruining the immersion for you. It's not what you think. Gilded, colored thinly with gold leaf or gold paint. And they can't even do that right. Like, where's the gold on them? They're blue. This is where someone's going to point out they actually have a golden glow around them, isn't it? We won't look at them. This one is not golden glow. They are not dragons. Would a dragon need a hammer? It's a very simple question. Answer it now. Would a dragon ever want a hammer? Why would a dragon want a hammer? Hammers are how you die. Ask for. Next is gonna spoil Christmas. Look, I don't know how to explain this to you, but look, you're probably like 40 years old. It's time that someone finally told you the truth about Christmas. It's really not what you think. Your dad intentionally took a crap in that box and gave it to you. It wasn't an accidental, I was meant to give that to your uncle as a joke. He just really didn't like you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't want to lie to you anymore. What's impressive is how big of a box he needed for the thing. But, you know what the plus side is, guys? Plus side is your dad gives a crap. What do you mean I'm in the safe space? He gives a crap, okay? That means he gives a crap. That's why some people say they love dogs more than cats, because the dogs always give you crap. All right, castle's coming up. Kilyatti has a lot of output. I mean, we just explore all this deeper, don't we? It's not like anything else is happening. What do you mean you're here for me? You've never been here for me. You won't even be in the semi-finals for me. Okay, that was me. Go get him, boy. This is not projection. All right, like my dad is here. He's in the Twitch chat. He's with my mom right now. It counts. Yeah, he never took the effort to create his own account to come visit, but it counts. Jesus Christ. All right, you know, I'm changing the conversation. Let's put it another way. How many of your mums turned up in my Twitch chat, huh? Now whose parents isn't there for them? Got you on that one. So MSN does have a big army, but do we believe in this army? Don't talk about your mama? You're right. I shouldn't cast aspersions. She's never been present for one of your moments on this channel. So how do I know what to think of her? 3 minutes till victory. 3 minutes until this curse cast is over. If MSN goes from every angle, I think he can win. What? I don't know, like... I mean, you're explaining this strategy to me, and right now, I'm just like that scene from Meet the Spartans, where they're just giggling at his war strats. I'm not making you cry, I'm making you leak. It's different. Alright. As we know by Twitter and Reddit's complaints, you're all bots. And bots don't cry, they just leak. Okay, we're not humans. Oh my dear God. What happened to those humans? Oh God. Wait, did he just lose Gilded Archers to Spearman? I think he did. Why is MS... That was practically his whole military lead, really. He was so far ahead before. Alright, MSN, I don't know what we're doing here, man. Raiding the economy doesn't matter. Kilyatti can select all and move to the center now. Build more castles. Alright? You don't need people! You just need institutions! Build more castles! I think it's a little bit late for Trebs. Alright. Well, Kilyatti has the solution to the outpost spam. Yeah, just shoot again, just shoot again, just shoot again, just shoot again. Just come on, just shoot the half-constructed one. Oh man, oh, he hasn't noticed yet. I don't really know what the strategy was here for MSN. Did he think he'd be able to raid the economy to win? You don't need an economy on King of the Hill. You just need a hill. You know? Like this map, it's kind of like how you guys should be thinking about your earnings in life. Stop panicking about like, yo, I need a future. You don't. You just need to subscribe to the channel now. You win in the next 5 minutes, and that's how it works. Twitch is like King of the Hill. You can be a king too, and oh my God. All right, MSN's eating rocks. Look, you can try to say what you want about my dad, but we don't have to worry about MSN's daddy turned up and his name's Kilyatti. Jeesh. Is he trying to slay Mancos? Oh, God. Just teach him, Papa. Teach him. I think it's a little bit late for the villager pull. Anyway, we'll try. Fail. There's no parental discussions needed after this one. We're totally fine. We're totally fine. You hope to draw army away. It just doesn't really work when it's that low on time. What do you tune into? You tuned into failure to facilitate my UI leads. Ah, thank you. There we go. Thank you, thank you. Did you forget to pay your domain bills? What happened? Let's refresh. We back. Poggers. All right, just in time as well. We have now got a live series coming in. We've got VortiX versus GIF. It is GIF time. My name is GIF. All right, so let's get maps in. Draft literally happening right now. It's so epic. Look. Icons that are going to change into different icons. Oh my God. It's more than you could ever possibly fathom. Best of 5s as well. Opening map, Kimiyama. Because I'm bored of all the other maps. Yeah, we're just working through people's granddaddy issues, okay? Like, everyone in the scene thinks that Kilyatti is their granddaddy, you know? And that he'll just turn up on Christmas and he'll just be able to, like, juggle them on their lap. He'll wear a Santa outfit. We should definitely, like, I think Kilyatti should be mandated to have to wear Santa outfits to event C10s. You know, Kilyatti 2026 grand finals of Wololo just has to wear a Father Christmas outfit while dunking on, like, VortiX and grand finals, you know? That's the content we need. So we got this series. And then also after this, we've got Muhodo versus Myriad at 5. And we might sneak some Gully Scatterbrained. So yeah, we might actually cover all quarterfinals. It's hilarious how, like... I mean, we didn't have a full week and we're missing some of the regulars. But yeah, it's going faster. Or rather, it's going on schedule. Just gonna say. These guys are making the rest of y'all look bad. Wait, Sengoku got... Why has Sengoku been allowed? I hate to handcuff people's culture here, but I feel like that pick should not be allowed for the draft. Wait, he gets Macedonians at 2. Okay. Nah, we don't care about the elephants. Don't elephant hype. All right, I'm gonna shame you on this. You don't you ever say elephant hype. There's nothing hype about what those things do to the game. Nah, dude, it's not Resident Sleeper either. Like, you literally can't sleep when those elephants are on the screen. Because all you hear is, it sounds like freaking zombies trying to escape a plastic bag. Oh, why are we doing push-ups? Bro, my wrist is still in recovery. You need to stop. You need to stop. You're taking it too far. Someone time him out. He's going too far. Put him in jail. 15 push-ups. Jesus Christ, I don't even know if I can do 5. Well, this will be dangerous. Why do you guys not like looking out for my well-being? Maybe I'll just make it an ass cam. I like Tourniquet a month ago. I could just take it all away from him. All it requires is a ban. Alright, is this in the right place, by the way? Oh. Why are there some photos on the floor? I don't know if I'm going to be able to do any of these, dude. Like, I legit actually don't know if I'll be able to do them. Alright. Suffering time. Yeehaw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm gonna need a sec. Oh. Pretty sure this is not good for recovery. What do you want? Why do you want my phone? It's all the way over there. You're not getting it yet. 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh. Dude, that was not... Sorry, I don't know why my microphone is still pointing at my crotch. That was not good. For my wrist. Kind of hate you right now. Can you, like... you're doing everything wrong. You've opened YouTube Shorts. You've got an alarm going off. One job, woman. One job. She just wants to put the baby cam on so that she can neglect our son. Finally, we got there. Oh my god. Alright. Where are we? Draft's complete. But yeah, why my wrist hurt? You aren't extending your elbows? No, that's not the problem. The problem is my wrist hurt because I went climbing, and on a certain climb, when I went to grab and pull through, I felt my wrist feel like it almost came out of a socket. And then it's felt janky since. So that's why my wrist hurt, okay? Now, I'm glad that we're all mature enough that no one tried to make the really silly comment about a different reason why my wrist would hurt. Good job, Twitch chat. You've matured like cheddar cheese. Oh, dude, I feel exhausted after that. Oh, no, okay, we've devolved. You guys were so close. So close. Swipe, Jesus Christ. They not climb the ladder? Dude, wait. I don't climb ladders. I climb walls. Like, do I need to prove it? Here, I'll show you guys proof. Now I can't see my son. See, now you're making me a bad father. You're all making me a bad father. All right. So, what we got? What's a good one? Trying to think which one looks sick. Which one looks sick? All right, here you go, chat. I'm gonna show out my second. That's me! Climbing! Look at me go! This was not a comfortable climb. BT dubs. So you have like all these big wedgy ones right close together you're meant to walk up onto. But I had a like janky climbing style that worked. Sorry, I gotta get the right thing.
A couple of little skips up.
There you go, yeah, walk.
Now, yeah, you're good.
Doink.
Go on.
Look at me go.
Nice. Yeah.
Looks scary? I mean, it can be. You just need to like be in control. I mean, no, always keep your feet on the ground. I can't have you guys dying. If you die, I have less viewers. I mean, because I really care about you. And money. Also the money. Oh crap. I need to... Alright, boys are started. We need to get in. I need to also put my son back on camera. Like, this is the other thing that, like, I get to watch. Is it gonna work? No, it's not, because she didn't... One sec. Bunch of kids waiting at the bottom for this old man to fall off? Bro. I mean, they're idiots if so. You shouldn't be, like, underneath people. All right, give me a sec, guys. I need to actually figure out why the camera's now not working. All right, we're good. We got it. Emma stream at one point. I want to see meet Miss KP. No. I must hide her away from the world. Lest she gets ideas of freedom from parental duty. And that streaming is easy. I can't let her believe that. Alright. You guys ready? Let's get predictions up, please. And away we go. Alright. Wait. Macedonians actually getting picked. That's what you guys have been looking for. That's the content you need. The Macedonians are a god tier civ. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And Jif is here to show us how. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for Jif versus VortiX. I just realized we actually need to reload our score thing as well. Because we did have a weird little kaputski with cows back end stuff. But yeah, we're here, kicking off on Himiyama in a best-of-5 quarterfinals. Jif with the Macedonian pick up against VortiX's Mongols. Isn't this like a pretty good one for Macedonians? Macedonians love fighting aggressive civs because their units are quite gigged and benefit a lot from those fights. Want to meet Miss KP? No, you need a gajillion more of you watching the games. And then maybe you'll get to meet Miss KP. You got to earn it. I'm going to set unrealistic expectations. 2,000 average viewers. Boom. Good luck with that, suckers. So Jif is going to be going with, like, is this a Hippodrome or is this going to be Grand Winery? I feel like this is Hippodrome with this type of spawn, no? Yep. I'm honestly not sure Grand Winery is worth it. It's such a weird landmark for what Macedonians want to do. Hippodrome just feels a lot better. It gives you options in Feudal Age and also preps you nicely for Castle. And VortiX has got a spinner coming across, so presumably he's going to try to block the gold out. Gold, which, by the way, was mined once. So he didn't go for a mining camp drop. He just moved in, moved out, shaked it all about. Doesn't mean you're going to want to add in archers straight away, though, as Jif, because now you've got Hippodrome. Like, your opponent has Spearman. It's not a good look. VortiX even now adding in the pond play to give him extra food. Granary makes sense for a fast castle. The problem is you tend to struggle on food. So you'll eat through your food fast. So unless you are getting like a really good sheep rotation, you just kind of run out of food and have to go farms on a civ that doesn't really have any advantage going farms. The one way you can kind of make it work is if you go for the System Landmark, because then you can hydrate 3 farms to get a lot of value. The challenge there, though, is if you're against an aggressive civ, you now just teched up without your defensive landmark. So it is kind of weird. Whereas going this way, like the other thing is if you have to play a long feudal, it does get a bit weird with Grand Winery. If you have to play a long feudal with Hippodrome, the final champion you get, the Ridari champion, is going to enable your infantry comp. And what's up, Teach? Appreciate the sub, bud. Welcome back to Swarm. That's why I kind of prefer the Hippodrome strats that I've been seeing. Like, Grand Winery has its places, sure, I'm granted, I guess. But overall, this has felt a lot more secure. I feel like I've seen more successes with Hippodrome than I've seen successes with Grand Winery. And yes, it is indeed going to be a juiced up Ridari. You basically get a Castle Age Ridari in the Feudal Age. It also has some underrated kill points here. Like, if you go double Horseman opening with the Ridari Scout, that's enough, the Champion Scout, rather, Ridari Scout. That's enough damage to just kill a worker in 2 cycles. Because the Horseman plus the Scout damage will be enough to 1-2 tap. It's kind of cool here as well. Like, if VortiX starts to lose a bit of map control, the burn power on that Scout's going to be useful for getting rid of the central dock. Just checking on what VortiX is up to here. Eyeballs in. Wait, are we really checking what he's up to? Jiff. All right. He's more of a static image right now. That is quite the expensive loss. However, this Civ gets a new one for free. And this one doesn't die so easily when he dives enemy TCs. Isn't that convenient? Yeah, this one has so much health. 220 HP. He could actually hang around underneath the TC and still be fine. Guys, this is all strategic. He delayed the tech up because you garrison your workers. Jib is a genius. And he's spamming out archers as well. So Bogmaffer going to move across. Villager. Oh, that's... I mean, that's a jackpot. Just, yeah. We'll take that. That's a freebie. Thank you very much, Lee. Nicely done. I mean, you can't get away either. You move too slow. And now, what? You just park on the gold? Yeah, Outpost's going to be coming up. We're going to need arrow slits to feel safe there. Also, he can just kind of tank the fire with the scout. Spin get inside. Arrow slits is on the way. Now, keep in mind, he didn't get any kills, so he doesn't have the runestones. So it's a little bit tricky to actually snipe workers here. If he had a runestone right now, it would break the game straight away. And that's why they lock the runestones behind eliminations, because it's such a huge snowball point for the Civ. Like, turning these into 6-tile units, like, this just wouldn't work. You wouldn't be able to gather. Okay, so Arrow in. Wait, is he on stand? No, Jiff. Get off of stand ground! It's a death sentence, man! Respect your bows. Or take a bow. But this is Fast Castle. Yeah, so he forced an outpost. He forces Keshix. Obviously, Keshix means you just didn't kind of double down on an outpost timing at all. And runestones do time out. They have 150 seconds. So it lasts a very long time. Giga-stacked Horseman is surprisingly pretty effective against the car. Jeez! Alright, leave some of him for the rest of us. Also, the ballsy play on the deer. I mean, this could backfire pretty quickly for Jiff is the concern. Yeah, especially with the Kesh already coming. So he's going to have to back off. Please tell me he's got reserve sheep. He only has 6 sheep. This was kind of my concerns and why Grand Wire wouldn't have made sense. Like on this map, you normally need the deer. But this type of strat, like what he's doing, normally we see Macedonians on deer. Keshix does complicate that. Active Maffa now being built into by Jiff. 120 seconds? 150. There you go. You question my maths? You question my ability to count to 150? Of course I can reach 150. 169 is beyond that, so I had to learn it. Macedonians into Pro Scouts is kind of nice. I've seen a player try that, and it looked comically awkward. That was with Grand Winery as well. Which I think is the way you do it. Keshix. Ooh. Jiff, where are we going? Jiff. Wait. Oh! No! He loses both of them to the Khan! For 1.12 milliseconds, Jiff looked like a genius. Oh, VortiX, just so on point. fantastic micro of the Khan. That's the Khan dude attitude we look for in this company. And Jiff, the idle time is hurting him, man. He's got too much food now. It's gonna get worse, no? Actually, he brought the villagers back. I was about to say, because you'd have to tech up with the gold workers, and you have too much food. Definitely just a victory in a combat. Yeah, so it requires them to get kills, but the other catch here is that if you look, it specifically says honorable victories in combat. Well, that means you can't do villagers. Jiff! What? Oh my god! It's a Golden Horn Tower Rush! Against the worst Civ in the game! Jiff, buddy, there's a problem with this strat. There's a really big problem with this strat. Guys, see if you can you figure out the puzzle? There's something that doesn't add up about this strategy. Well, for a start, he's not going to get there. Oh, my dear God. Keshi's going to club him down. Villages the ships out as well. He goes for it. This is literally the worst Civ to do this against. Even if it went up, he could just move the TC away. Oh, God. But who outpost rushes the outpost rusher? Not like this, you don't. I think we need to put the Macedonians back in the oven for a bit. I've just like named that one the ultimate tower rush in the worst way possible. Can I message Scatter? You'd be better off pinging Tommy about it. Like, doesn't mean Scatter's gonna respond to me if he's not responding to you necessarily. He's showing his offline for me. I mean, I pinged him for you, but it doesn't mean it's gonna do anything. Like your best bet is to ping Tommy in case he doesn't, and then in case Scatter doesn't respond, he can make whatever judgment. So that was horrific, but he done it with great belief. That is all that matters. Even when everyone said, "I don't know about this GIF. This looks like a really bad idea," he went, "You just need to believe." He shouldn't have believed, but it's the blind fallacy and confidence in oneself that you have to truly respect from the Macedonian nut, because he went nuts. You know, like he could have began that and went, "Nah, this ain't gonna work. I'll just walk back home and do it." But did he? Did he? He definitely didn't. Nope. He was seen literally straight away, but with no hesitation, decides to walk across the entire map and die. You've got to respect it. Because if you don't respect it, you judge it too deeply. That is all. Alright. Let's see what we've got next. So the boyos are getting in lobby now. Pick coming through. Ottomans versus English. I think this is Frisian. Actually, no. If it's Frisian, he'd just pick Tuklak, no? So, Lipany? I mean, it's a comfort pick for Jiff, for sure. Jiff, I don't know if you guys know this about Jiff, but he's... Oh, wait. Sorry, I put the point on the wrong side. Jiff is quite the ardent enjoyer of English. Like we were casting, like no, we were like in I think MSN's chat the other day. He was like up against Jiff, and I was like, "Why would you sign up for an English mirror?" He's like, "I didn't think he was gonna pick it." I was like, "Jiff, like 45% of the time, Jiff is gonna pick English. You just don't gamble on it. If you know you're up against Jiff, pick someone else. Don't waste your time." 1 second. Is the game spectatable? Are they slow loading? Let me have a look. Because the game ain't showing. I'm pretty sure the game's not spectatable. Leave them restart to be safe. Arrgh. I don't know if Jiff made the lobby or what. Okay, yeah. Alright, he's sorting it. They're remaking. Yeah, it definitely wasn't spectatable. Like, I refreshed and everything. Alright, we'll get that sorted. They're remaking lobby now. Dude, why can't I just, like, save those settings? It's so jarring because I don't like having to have players like, oh, you need to restart your game. But, I mean, obviously I have to. We're not going to host tournaments so we can't cast them. But it's just like, it's such an easy solve. Like, just, we save a lot of the settings from people's previous game. Why don't we save spectation? Still, like, after all this time. Lash win yesterday? No, he did not. Oh, actually, yeah, we could have tried to start that game. We didn't have enough time, though. We already cast MSM versus Kilyatti. It was a 3-1 for Kilyatti. Ooh. That's pretty affordable. Guys, you seen the Red Bull Wall prices, by the way? That's actually pretty good work by them. The pricing on Red Bull Wall Londinium is, like, not crazy greedy. So someone just posted it. So, like, you can get playoffs Saturday and Sunday, 2-day pass for £40. Which is pretty reasonable for a London event that is going to be the Royal Albert Hall. Props to Red Bull, man. That's actually a really big win. Because like they could have just been like, oh, it's £100, £150. It's Royal Albert Hall. Come on. So shout out to them for that. That's really cool. I would have expected it to be like bare minimum £80 or something. All right, guys. So we've got Ottomans versus English. It actually is alopecia. Let me just list that in and then we'll get underway. All right. Do I need to flip that? I do. There are certainties in the world, like the fact that milk should go with cereal, or that mustard is better than ketchup. But the final one that matters most is that GIF Music will always pick his English. Why? That is for a psychiatrist to answer. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for game number 2 of this quarterfinals. GIF has gone for the English into VortiX's Ottomans, and this is a funky opening. He's going for a men-at-arms rush. Okay, that's kind of cool, though, against Ottos. Because if you force some spears, you enable Lombos. I just don't know if you really want to be Lombos. For those who don't know, Jiff is a prolific English spammer. I think to this day, it might be his most played Civ by far. Like, you know, it's kind of how he got on our radar in the first place, is ranking really highly off of English spam. Yeah, like, I'm just checking the stats. Literally this day, I believe it is his most played Civ across all patches. Just do a double check to confirm that. All patches, English. Okay, actually, no. He's got more H3 games now. H3 Mongols than English. Damn. Yeah, this is weird, though. I was not expecting a Dark Age MAA rush. But I guess you don't want them to get to the Feudal Age. The problem is, I don't think you can stop him. VortiX. Maybe he needed to pull more into gold. Yeah, there you go. He's doing it now. Because if there's one, there's potentially two. And you don't want to risk that. I mean, even the one. Remember, the men-at-arms have really good attack speeds. This is where they look really toxic, is when they just stand still. Singing, we should not be moved. Did he get enough? It's close. It's an accidental pull away there. And, oh, God, the path. This is why you just can't trust Seek Shelter. It's your worst enemy. But VortiX has what he needs. I don't know why he's bringing more workers out at this point. Better safe than sorry. He wants... What does he want? There's no way you get wheelbarrow. That's crazy greedy. Okay, so we'll pull him back. Well, guys, this looks tragic. Ottomans are in shambles. Game 3, incoming, 1-1. No, chill, guys. We don't realize as that the Ottomans offered everyone free healthcare. Yep, it was the reason their entire empire declined. Had nothing to do with any other factors, world war, or anything like that. It's just the free healthcare. So down the line, he'll just be able to get his hands on the imams. And they'll just heal off all the damage. But like it never happened, you know? In fairness, Islam did have very advanced medical knowledge for the time. Yeah, they were actually trying to like solve medicinal issues while we were just like, oh, you just need to cut a limb off. And oh my god, it is a council build. All right, Jiff, this is going to be a really fast series, isn't it? Game 1, he tried a Golden Horn Tower Rush, which felt like a meme. This genuinely might end up feeling like a meme too. Minimum address to come again. So we don't really see Lombos very often these days because aggressing is very hard, especially now that we moved to more of a cavalry meta. And you're up against one of the best cav civs of the game. So you can start to quickly understand the problems he's going to run into here. Now, there are already some spearmen to give him some value with Lombos, but those spearmen were built for free. No, for free, guys. Like, they paid nothing for these. Kilyatti, ping Tommy on it. We try to aim for Thursday if possible, but if it urgently cannot, we can like aim for either, I guess, today or if absolutely necessary, maybe Wednesday. So, did he see the... He must have seen the council. There's no way he didn't see it, right? At some point he scouted here, but not recently, judging by the small shroud area. I'm assuming he saw the council hall. Best counter to Sipahi is Alt F4. That's not true. The best counter to Sipahi is hiring a local hacker to breach your opponent's network and then crash the game. Because your suggestion gets you a loss. My suggestion gets you a win, but it also does get you in debt. Okay, so VortiX. Yeah, well, you'll have to wait for Tommy to respond. Tommy will make the ruling. Guys, this is why I hire an admin. I hire an admin so that I don't get hated for the rulings. He's my shield, all right? I'm the good guy. You're all allowed to be disgruntled with the admin. But, you know, insulation. It's a cop-out. That's how it works. Halo on my head. I'm the guy you give the subs to. And then Tommy can be the guy that you, like, drink a beer and talk about. Sorry, Tommy. In fairness, it's not unreasonable. He does get paid to be abused, okay? That came out wrong. Anyway, we've got longbows, guys. Woo! Look, longbows that have done kind of nothing. Yep, got forced home by one Sipahi. So... I guess like, this is the weird thing. Like, longbows used to be about tempo and control. Now when I see people do longbows, I feel like you quickly become the most defensive player in the game. Reminds you of the Eve story where they cut their power at the enemy commander's house IRL? My favorite EVE Online story is the one where one of the biggest wars ever was happening. And this genius came up with a strategy to mass giant, like mid-sized ships, because they were in the middle of like a Hornet meta where people use lots and lots of small ships. So what they've done is they flooded so many units into the battle that the server couldn't keep up, and the frame rate got intentionally lowered so the servers wouldn't crash, which meant that the medium-sized ships were the best out of all. Because, like, if you think about it, if you're playing at, like, logical real frame rate, and there's all these, like, Hornets, these tiny little, you know, ships flying around, you can't easily aim at them. But if the frame rate gets cut in, like, 8, then they don't move very fast. It's still one of the most genius ideas I've ever heard for a battle plan in a game to this day. Oh, man. Okay, so, like, who's winning this right now? I feel like VortiX is in a pretty good place now. He's got 1 military school. Hasn't buffed that up yet. But he has already got the imams, so he's going to be able to just rejuvenate every fight. Diff needs enough lombos that the imams can't participate, which he's pretty much there. You know, I think 10 lombos is where it's very easy to lose 1 imam. So that's at least the upside. Downside is VortiX could just start blobbing Sipahi, poke, pull away, heal. And that's where healing becomes really toxic in AoE. The in and out, you know? Like a fast food restaurant. I wonder if Jiff was expecting an off. I'm just like looking at the draft, wondering if maybe, I don't know, was he expecting Malians and then you do like some sort of cheesy strat? Weirdly enough, we've seen like you can actually beat Malians with English in the past. Maybe Ayu? Might have expected Ayabids. Or French on this map. Because like I kind of get the idea is like if your timing is good enough, you can block the gold on the front and then a gold focused Civ is starved. Yeah, VortiX is prioritizing blacksmith techs because with the imam, you get an all-in timing. That's why you use shotguns in Battlefield because it doesn't work right on your computer. It sounds to me like you may just be not using the mouse correctly. If you're not aiming directly on the person, then you are technically using the mouse incorrectly. And a shotgun can save you from that because missing can be hitting. I think that's what you've done. What's up, Pope DS? Appreciate the prime sub, bud. Welcome back. Big flash coming in. Sipahi. I mean, they're just going to walk past. He's going to trade out archers for spears. And then Ooga Booga. But, the imams? Wait, VortiX? He's like, haha. He went council hall. I don't need imams anymore. Kill all. Oh, God. The fact he just threw away his imams so willingly like that says literally everything it needs to about this English strat. I guarantee VortiX is looking at that fight going, that was a big one. And you can see in the destroyed value it was. I mean, think about it this way. Jiff had to waste 4 arrow volleys to kill 2 imams. Actually, I think it's 3. 3 meta? Yeah, but the meta is replaceable, right? Like, it's annoying to lose him, but it's not as substantial as losing the imam. The imam is meant to be, what have I done? But Jiff just lost so much in Lombo mass because of it. And remember, like, Sipahi are double effective here because villagers can't protect themselves. Because they shoot. This is the negatives of shooting, guys. He's not playing this like a true Englishman. This man is from the Isle of Man. You think he'd know. If you want to win as England, sit on your island until everyone gets bored. But no, there's no island here. He's just full exposed. Archer's just going to move in. Sweep through it. It's starting to feel like VortiX might end up sweeping this series. I won't lose the metrics your first unit. I feel like he doesn't care. I mean, if it absorbs the Lombo shots, it's good. If it dies the Spearman, not so much, right? But it doesn't matter with this type of eco state, right? He's up by 4 workers. He's still got military lead. I mean, technically, VortiX could just rush castle. Like, the problem with Jiff here is I think what he's trying to do, he's just trying to get to the point where he wins on food. But the base layout is counterproductive to that because it's the first thing that gets shut down. Any blacksmith techs are better than eco tech? If you want to fight outside your base, most definitely. And that's the other problem. Jiv tried to meet him in the middle of the map instead of meeting him where the aura was. Jeesh, we've got Fortune activated. All right, so this is what I meant about the farms. These are not protected. If he dives here, sure, but if he stands here, half your farms don't work. Well, this might be a quick quarterfinals. Because Jiff really needs to find his groove. So far in this series, we haven't seen it. We saw the meme of game 1. We saw the moxie of game 2. I don't know what else to call it. Is it ever not quick with VortiX? Probably not. I imagine even like his haircuts are fairly quick, you know? You just go down to like the grade 0, over it, and then it's like the fine shave. Actually, the fine shave probably takes a lot of time. We may have found something that's slow with VortiX. Actually, holy crap, you want to be really slow if you're using a razor. So yeah, we found VortiX isn't fast in all things. It's probably incredibly slow when it comes to shaving his hair. VortiX. So we're going to need you to drop a Castle Age landmark in Jiff's base to really balance things out here. Oh, come on, some Mehmed. Imagine if he just built... He really should have. Just built the instable Imperial Palace. It kind of looks like a tower in the enemy base. Send a message. Empty spot at the back of the base? It's not really a great one. He wants it near the blacksmith. Second one coming in as well because obviously he's running out of space quick. Interesting placement, by the way. He done it like this because of the fact he's against English Lombo. So if he lost one fight, he didn't want to get blocked out of building extra production. Well, we're going for that gold again. Because if Jiff can't go castle, I don't really know what the plan is. Win next week? Question mark? Pray that you don't get queued into VortiX so early in the bracket? Question mark? God. This is not really painting Jiff in a good light. But guys, don't be hard on Jiff, okay? It's VortiX. VortiX is not easy for anyone, all right? Need I remind you guys the EGC finals results? What was the score in the end there? 3-0, VortiX 3-0 Beastie, all right? So technically, if Jiff gets one game on the board, technically this week he'll be better than Beastie. That's what he's got. It's genius. We tried the Macedonian Tower Rush. We just tried the Lombo All-In. We need one more thing that is crazy fast, because if he can just get one game on the board, he is entitled to say that this week he's better than Beastie. I think that's how it works. I think that's how it works. He's hoping it's how it works. Okay, so Ottomans beats English. Technically, if he gets 3-0'd, he can say that, like, you know, he's neither better or worse. That's also a very big win. Beastie has won a lot of things in the past. So, where do we go now? It's Chuklak Sengoku. So, guys, he can do it. He can do it. I know BC doesn't play in KPMM, but he played in EGC on the weekend, and that's where VortiX 3-0'd him. There was a lot of crazy results, by the way, on the weekend. You guys see that crap? Anno with the 3-1 flex over Lucifer on. VortiX 3-0 Beastie. Poppy Paw 3-1 Louis, which is the one I definitely would have expected. And then wham, 3-0'd Marine Lord. We're not going to see a Jiff win. Dude, what do you mean? I just said that we're getting, I think, Frisian with Sengoku versus Tuklak. Do you know how, like, good this is for Sengoku? This is it, man. This is it. This is his moment. You're a god tier player if you take a game off of VortiX. That's just the rules. Because he's the GOAT right now. More wins in KPMM than anyone else. Ram 3 Marine Lord? Yeah. I mean, I was weighing up covering them yesterday, but we had a lot of games to get through, so we didn't. Alright. Are we right? Is it Frisian? This is his moment to prove himself god tier. Technically, if Jif can win just one map here, it would make him better than Beastie this week and better than God knows how many players before that, because VortiX is an unslayable beast. He's 2-0 up, but Jif just got a matchup that is heavily favored to the Sengoku. Let's go. All right, welcome back to the channel, folks, for a caster game. This is the one. This has to be the one. Frisian Marshes, a Sengoku Daimyo pick, something that should always be banned. And folks, this Civ deals with Tuklak really well. We've seen a lot of Tuklak attempts to take down the Sengoku, and Sengoku is always the puzzle solver on this particular map. So let's see what it's going to be cooking with here. It's the Grenade Masters, you know, the Shinobi. They're so good in conjunction with Yumi, or even just going towards the cavalry at sniping out pretty much anything, actually. Like, it turns out that 50% damage buff is really good to overcome pretty much any type of armor. So that's something that VortiX is going to have to worry about here. Now, he's going to open up with the dock drop, which we've been seeing a lot. Dock play is really good for Tuklak for multiple reasons. For one, they get more resources, more food drop-off than other civs. But the other thing, of course, is that the boats do protect themselves. So it's a little bit harder to spear rush. You want to say the guys always participating in KPMM are increasing the skill faster than the big four? Okay, all I'm going to say is this. And, you know, this is just me laying facts out, all right, about why KPMM is so incredible for the scene. VortiX is playing some of his best AoE4 right now. He has won the majority of Season 2's weeklies. Infallible truth. Lucifrom was playing just before he then went on that run where he almost beat Marine Lord. Louis MT used to play every single week. Notice he's missing this week. And he's been missing a lot recently. But in Season 1, he played almost every single week. And then he went on to win a LAN up against BC in the finals. Coincidence? Maybe. But there is a pattern here. Now, we may have to hope him. We may need to dive deeper into the rabbit hole to figure out the association. But there is a fair point that those consistent in the KPMMs are rocking it pretty hard right now. Anatan actually, weirdly enough, took a week off. Now, if he goes and loses in the upper bracket semi-finals, we know why. And also, no, wait, I've got the final one as well. Do not forget, Lucifron just skipped a bunch of KPMMs, whereas Anatan only skipped 1 week. And he lost to Anatan. And also, Marine Lord does not play KPMM at all. And where is he right now? There we go. So this means now, if VortiX... Wait, if actually... It's like, we're going to have to put tinfoil hats on if VortiX actually goes to then win the EGC finals. Because, seriously, guys, when I say he's winning a lot of them, I'm actually not exaggerating. Here you go. Hold on a sec. Let me get the list for you. You guys ready for this? Look at that. Look at the consistency. The guy's a freaking monster. That's why there's no shame in losing to him. But let's see if he can maybe get a win with the Sengoku. The Spinman strat is going to come out to block the play onto the Yatai. But Koga Township's already in the way. Jiff, he did go for a triple hot dog stand. So he didn't just go for the 2. Wham plays part-time. I don't know if Wham's got a job now. Puppy Paw ended up getting a job. I don't know if Wham's still just been consistently grinding. Players who don't play KPM are actually regressing in S-tier tournaments. There you go. If Twitch chat said it, it is factual. That's just the way the world works. And oh. Get him, Scout. Okay, so this is very greedy from Jiff with keeping the ball play there and keeping 3 hot dog stands instead of just 2. Because he went for the far out one, which makes a bit more sense. It's a filthy micro vortex. Yeah, you see how depressing using your ties can be. At least try to escape with them. The villager, though, oh my god, he was so close. It's the double spear poke at once. Dome of Faith coming in now. Double pawn play as well for VortiX. An expensive loss. 125 witches down the drain. Well, still, there are ways for Sengoku to thrive here, folks. Yeah. Does want to consider maybe like pawn play on a delay. Oh, no, dude, not two. So here's the thing. Your ties are counterable, but it requires a lot of micro. Like this. If he gets into the tree line. He can actually pin him. He can actually pin him right now. Oh, he didn't count him. Get around the back. There we go. We've almost killed him. We've just got to get through 218 more HP. We've got this. Villager being pulled? No, that's going to be the Yumi. Okay, so he will be able to protect this Yatai. Yeah, VortiX actually switches aggro over onto the Yumi. That's a pretty big villager investment, actually. Like, 2 walking this far out without wheelbarrow. Don't think that was entirely necessary. But maybe it's because you want to go straight back to the ball. And the Shinobi. They've arrived. We call them Shinobi because it feels like they're kicking you in the shin. But later on, they do a lot more damage. The funny thing, actually, is like the Scout gets 0.5 more damage for that. If you rush the Tara, it's like not bad. Your Scouts will do 3 damage per strike, so you can actually kind of work towards kills. But we're talking like the most nitty, itty, gritty details. But there's just so many details in ninjas. Is Ashigari with Sengoku trash since they don't have bannerman? Yes, like their stats are just not very good. I haven't seen many people feel good about building the gunner unit for Sengoku. Because, you know, it seems like it's got decent damage. It looks really cool, but then you do the maths on its DPS, it's not great. So Healer Boy comes out. That's going to offset the damage done. But it's not about these initial grenades here. It's about the first fight. So Jiff's goal is just try and get Yumi Blob going. And then you throw out grenades. You can even think about adding in some Yadi Cavalry. Yadi Cavalry are pretty effective. I think for VortiX, what's the strat going to be here? Is the goal to get out of Feudal? Technically getting to Lance as a rush can be good. The problem is, like, if Jiff knows you're doing it, he can try to mirror the play. And then you're talking about Matted Samurai with 50% more damage, which is crazy. And no, you can't attack the ball. As has been highlighted in the chat, balls don't react to the Yatai. So if you poked the ball, it would come after you instead. Same with wolves. We've literally had it where wolves just sit there staring at your Yatais. The Shinobi can think about villager rushing? Why? You know, in some ways, I appreciate where your heart is at, but why don't we just build real units to attack things? Not like that spear. That spear's not a real unit, okay? Like, he's not a real one. He's like J2's sub. Disappears. Okay? It's not permanent. Fun fact, the Yatai actually... Does it pacify the ball completely? I noticed it with wolves. I assumed it didn't do it with boar as well. That's kind of dumb. Okay, guys, that's a bigger problem than I realized, because that means you can pull like 5 villages and kill the boar without taking any damage. Which is optimal, because then you just outpost drop. That's die, actually. They're going to need to fix that. And thank you, J2 Shots. Appreciate the prime sub. I feel like I didn't notice that before. Like, I noticed it with wolves. Wolves would just stop doing anything. The fact it works with boars as well, they're going to have to fix that. That's crazy. Definitely doesn't make him a boring civ. No, it makes them the best boring civ in the game. Because you can just rush boar straight away if it's close to your base. You get the extra from the Yatai as well. Like, it's pretty whack. VortiX. He's going for the Raider Elephants now. Remember, this first fight is critical. You need to be so on point as VortiX. If you get clipped by a grenade, it snowballs. You're going to lose something. It has to be very careful, in particular with the heal elephants. The heal elephants can cripple your retreat the biggest of all units here. We'll find the Yutai. The best thing VortiX can do here would be to lame the boar, you'd think, but you can't. Kilyatti killing boars doesn't make them disappear like other Muslim Sims. Weird bug. The grenades are clipping. If he staggers these, he can catch up. And yep, he's staggering them. He's slowing them. The speeds, they get range. VortiX immediately loses an elephant. Does dodge the other grenades. This is good at least. Clips the archers with a follow-up. Yumi go for snipe on the backside. Spearmen do need to retreat. Yumi need to be a little bit careful considering the Raider elephants are close by. But they're just going to brute force this away. And oh my god, he gets him with the final grenade! Yumi going to finish it off. That's another heal elephant down. He pins the third. There you go, guys. Jif, a top 3 player. You didn't believe. Let's just see who believed. Only 18% believed. We've got the stats. How dare you spit on Jif's genius. Pick Sengoku, win game. What a crazy strat. It's so good against Kilyatti. He was the manliest man on the Isle of Man. With a clear plan. He's got a stealth forest right here. It's coming off cooldown soon as well. Yep, just a few seconds to go. 5 seconds out. He could sideswipe him easily. No rush though, Jif. You can just turn this into a macro game now. I mean, his army is so much bigger. Doing against OP elephants? Yeah, you just need more damage. You know how people are like, oh yeah, just get castle. As if it's like easy to do in every single game. Well, this is where it can be easy. But you have to know how to micro forehead. Just micro forehead. And if you... So that's your choice. Just castle lol if you can't micro. Or if you can micro, just pick Sengoku 5-head. Because if one of those grenades clips, these Yumi end up doing 7.5 damage. These spearmen get decently buff damage. Yadi cavalry do as well. Yadi cavalry can get like +5. wait, Jif, hold on. Why are we changing the strat? Why am I seeing mass racks? Huh? What is going on? Grenades clip again. No VortiX. Just bail on the formation, man. He starts to pull the archers away. The grenade just keeps staggering. He did leave some of the shinobi behind. Jif, I think this is a bit overzealous. Yeah, he didn't stagger and keep the other shinobi chasing. However, wait. He's baying it. He faked out the grenade. Problem is, he doesn't have many spears left. Let's get some worker kills for his trouble, though. 6 eco leads still for VortiX, courtesy of the pawns. Just got to run away mostly from the Raider elephants. I'm not really sold on the Kanabo Samurai. This is the bonkers, remember, the Bam Bams. They do percentage damage. So they do 6% of your max health. But I'm pretty sure, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that percentage increase isn't impacted by the Shinobi buff. So you don't go to 9% damage per strike. It only remains at 6%, I think. I have not tested this because Kanabo Samurai just hasn't really been on the mind for most people. And I'm too lazy. If it did, they would actually be pretty busted for this combo. Sheesh, VortiX, what the hell? The Raider elephants have just been brute forcing their way through the backline. Oh, I can't believe that. Like, they're killing everything. Even fishing? Jif, did he get trampled on the gold? I'm trying to figure out just how it was that many worker kills. It must have been a trample, surely. Either that or Jif just wasn't paying attention. I mean, I just got focused fully on trying to figure out Kanabo. I've even been Googling it in the background, but I don't think anyone's tested it fully. I assume it doesn't percentage buff. How the... Dude, he should be dead. Like, he should actually be dead right now. Like, this should have been, okay, just start teching, go towards castle, you have control now. But that one slip-up, that one missed raid, which we didn't even see either, we were so fixated on the ford, has turned everything around. VortiX now with a castle rush. 12 in the House of Learning. Jiff. I'm losing faith a little, man. This was looking so good. I can't believe this. Presumably we're going to see Lancers. GF just in full retreat mode, hiding in his base. I just don't really get the Kanabo Samurai here. I've seen some players vary it a little bit, but it didn't feel necessary, no? Like, in theory, it's good against Raider Elephants, but you could have had Spears. Because, guys, these are pretty expensive. Like, you end up spending 160 per. He lose fish? No, he lost land units. He's down by 6 workers. Make that 7. 8. And veterancy's already in. Like, this is the kicker. 33 archers are already insta-upgraded. Elephant's going to pull back. Veterancy on the Raider Elephants too. Maybe VortiX jumping the gun slightly here. The Yumi numbers are actually good enough to insta-kill the archers. And the Raider Elephants aren't going to fare well there. Hold on. Let's club them down. The Raider Elephants have to keep retreating. Like, it's a little bit weird until they thin out the spears. And also, he's attacking Kanabo Samurai, which isn't great. Trample, though. Here we go! Straight into the Yumi. Doesn't chase them away, but apparently, Jiff just says to hell with it. No, he turns on him! The Kanabo are the can-dos! I can't believe that. Talk about value. The archers, they just weren't getting through it quick enough. It felt like a lot of time was being wasted on the samurai. Remember, you don't get bonus against those. It's happening again. The ninjas coming in clutch to shut down the bigger elephants. He needs his one touch. Daimyo is also tanking to the face all the archer shots. The chase is on here. Lancers are being queued up by VortiX, but he's not going to have much of an army left. Jiff. Raider Elephant tries to get around the back. Spearman was waiting for him, though. Just one spear. Jiff. He needs to turn it into a killing frenzy here. He's still behind by 13 eco. Raider Elephant just gets ignored. Trades out against the archers. Villagers will be next on the hit list. VortiX tries to pull them away. Doesn't have the textiles. Lose 1 or 2. He needs to keep this pressure up, though. He needs to make sure he's got more spears coming because he is going to be up against Lancer spam now. VortiX, remember, he has got the pawns, but not for long. Jiff, he's denying that as well. No gold access. A lack of food access. How does VortiX do this? And how did this turn? I feel like I need to go back and watch that dive. It genuinely felt like VortiX was just wasting shots on the Kanabo. If he gets rid of the Spearman, maybe his Raider Elephants can actually just do a bit more damage. But, I mean, even then, Kanabos aren't the worst at taking out those very tanky elephants, considering its percentage damage. Reminder, Kanabo, they have 185 health, while the Spearman has 90. You have double the health. And we did highlight, like, it feels very expensive to do this. Like, I've seen Kanabo in previous games and haven't been convinced, but the way that VortiX fought that made them look so good. Even though they don't have much ranged armor, 2 ranged armor plus 185 health, it's such a big deal because Spearman, if Spears to defend, VortiX can kill them with archers doing double damage. That's the difference it makes. You're doing like a third of the damage you otherwise would. Against a unit that has double the health. Man, Jiff is a master. We've seen a few attempts at Kanabo, and we've seen it even on this map and this matchup, and it just feels like it's cool, but it's not the focus. I genuinely feel they're the reason he's still alive right now. Obviously in conjunction with Yumi spam, just so cost efficient. VortiX. He's going to go back to doing what put him in the lead in the first place. Lancers dive round the back. Finds the workers on the berry. Slow reaction out of Jif. That's going to cost him dearly. Oh my god. Every single time Jif looks poised to win, this happens. And every time it's worse than the last. Migrates towards the TC. Has to go in for a dive. A counter-offensive required here. VortiX has snuck a lot of his workers out of the base already. He's creeping gold between the ponds. And there's not much to be found here. Only 10 workers. That's not going to recover the loss. Just now the A click in. More spears being spammed. He needs them to protect him. He's still losing workers. This is not stopped. This game has been a roller coaster of emotion. Every time you're like, he's almost done it. Surely he's got it. And every single time, VortiX has been like, I don't know about that loss. I ain't done yet. Springs the ace from up his sleeve time and time again. Oh my good god. So VortiX, he's got gold. He's got food. He's gathering the berries. Lancers have been cleared, all bar one, but he's got more coming. Jif, if he pulls this off, like, there's going to be so many Reddit threads about Sengoku, for real. Are you kidding me right now? 30 to 63 economy. What do you do with this? He also lost half of his Yumi. I'll give him this, though. He is very consistent in replacing the daimyos. A lot of players lose out because they forget to replace their daimyos. Remember, the daimyo gives the attack speed buff. Not aging up after the big army leader's downfall. Yeah, I think his worry was that Yumi, he had mass Yumi and he'd just become irrelevant to Lancers. I kind of see where he's come from. I think the problem is just the lack of defenses. Like, an outpost here would have been a game changer. He's at least being fed. Those are some weird Lancer moves. He's going again. Ram plan coming in. Ooh, the Yumi found the gold workers. Okay, but wait, this relieves pressure in the base, which allows VortiX to get more archers. And yes, there is some options in terms of governors, but you have to gather stone is the problem. Like, you're being constantly pressed on Frisian marshes. How do you gather stone? You know, that's like going, hey, oh man, I can beat this mugger in a fight if I'm just able to go to the gym and bench press, but he's punching me in the face right now. But I feel like, you know, if I just pick up some dumbbells now and I pump those irons, I'll be ready for him in a bit, right? It's like, it's cool in theory, but you need to gather the stone, then you need to build with the stone, while your opponent is constantly diving into you. It's not that easy. Oh, God. Maybe a wall would be easy here for Jif. It's happening again. 2 Lancers to shut down the economy. Catches him in the farm transition too. Plumb down. 2 hits to get kill. And you have got the Shinobi showing up to guard this, but he really needs some assisting damage. Bim are now going to be there. Meanwhile, on the defense, VortiX now up to 30 archers. I think he's got this, guys. This has been a catastrophic game. Twice Jif looked poised to take it. And twice he was denied. In fabulous Spanish fashion. Unbelievable. I mean, it feels like we are truly at the point of no return now. He has as many archers as Jif has full army. And those are vet archers with +2 damage, +2 ranged armor. Like, you just don't hurt. Even the melee armor is just a spit in the face. Even Shinobi cannot change your fate here. VortiX looking for the final send. Oh, man, you feel for him. I mean, the important thing is there's a lot for him to learn from this game, I think. I think that's what I'll try and take away. The productive side is, okay, I can see the areas, like, where maybe things could have been different. There's no shame in it. Like we said, VortiX beats everyone. Right, this week we saw him through a Beastie group stage. We saw him annihilate his opponents. I think it was Numenon 3-2. And then... what else was it? Was it Louis MT in that group? 3-1? Guy's a monster right now. Just look at his results in KPMMs. He destroys anyone who gets in his way. I mean, for those that have not been clocking the KPMMs, last week rather, he 4-0'd Anatan. I think Louis MT was a 4-0 as well, if I'm not mistaken, the week before. Oh, sorry, no, that was close one. That's 4-3. Closest we've actually seen VortiX come to losing. Yumi? Oh, God. Well, it's a nice start. But the reason I said, oh, God, is this is not as threatening as last time. VortiX doesn't have to come home. He can do plenty more damage. Starts to move in. Will be forced to move his tree line away, but Archie's now pursuing that while diving the base. This is it. Break point in game number 3. A wild roller coaster on Frisia Marshes, but one that will come out with 80% being right. But none of them felt safe. All of them were sweating that their points were about to be erased. Just erase as quickly as these Shinobi now. Tree line is... oh, God, he's not even moving away. Like, no, carry on. My lord, I think we have danger. No, carry on, we're fine. Just make sure you're really good at blocking the arrows with your lumber, and you'll be fine. And be sure to bring that lumber back. GG comes through. An insane recovery in game number 3 from VortiX. Oh, my God. That was freaking wild. Why is there a hand cam? Why not? Look at my hands. They're great hands. Look at them. Model hands, really. Actually, no, they can't really be a model anymore because of that scar. I can't mug people either. I get identified way too easily with that scar. Screwed me over, really. Oh, it's a shame. I can't have a career as a mugger, so I have to make it as a content creator. Otherwise, I'm done. Yeah, I just want you guys to see my dominant, great, huge hands. And be like, wow, KP's got like really muscular and fabulous hands, And like as you can see, thanks to the hand cam, I mean, you can get it bigger. You can actually see them in all their marvelousness. That's definitely a word. See, guys, look at those hands. Aren't you jealous of these hands? Like, there's gonna be a hand model that now steals my setup. It's so good. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about how big and manly my hands are. Best hands you've ever seen. Look at this. Yeah, see, look, me in a fight. See, I know how to hold your fists as well. You don't want to hold them like that. You know why you don't hold them like that, guys? But yeah, big. What do you mean big question mark? What does that mean? Look, they're huge. I have news for you. What news? They're big. Like, look at the size of these hands. They're huge. Ignore my nails. I picked them really badly. Very manly. Thank you. But break your thumb. Yes, that's correct. You don't want to do that. Because like, if you punch someone like that, you're going to... your thumb. All right. So... We've got another series, by the way. I think. Gully was delayed getting into his. Also, are you joking with the contact lens thing, J2 Shots? I assume you're joking. Dislocate your wrist. You shouldn't punch the boulders. I didn't punch the boulder, okay? The boulder walked into my fist. It's different. I've actually... No, so it was actually horrible. I started the session by reaching for a hold, and I finger tapped the wall. But, like, we're talking, like, full... Like... And do you guys ever get that thing where, like, when it's super cold and you do something like that with your fingers, it, like, deeply aches? I had that. That was a horrible way to start a climb, man. But... We're waiting to see if Scatterbrain's responding. I've pinged him. I've DM'd him. Because he literally said he would be available to play. I'm assuming he confirmed he was available, Gully. You didn't just put the time in. YouTube casting video on Red Alert free over Christmas? Nah. I got someone better coming for Christmas early. Really enjoy KP as a video creator, but you can't get past my lips. I'm not going to kiss you. What does that even mean? Will you find past my lips and my teeth? Or you're like you're not seeing more south. We're top streamer, okay? Wrong site for the rest. Climbing is so fun, but hella dangerous. Yeah, you have to be like logical about what you can or can't do. I don't like a 6 end. But I can't show you guys because I really need to start uploading them onto YouTube. Actually, goal is to start a channel documenting like my climbing journey, and I already spoiled it by showing you one. What's my plans for the channel for 2026? Sub goals. I don't think it's really like sub goal oriented. The focus on growth, and we're going to be doing very different things to what we've done in the last few years. So I'm done kind of just focusing on a single game. There are a lot of games that I've loved over the years, and I want to be able to revisit them in interesting ways. So on Friday, you'll get a preview of the kind of stuff to come. I think, like, I don't know. My worry is, like, Friday, I'm maybe being too tame with what the idea is, but we'll see. And if it is too tame, we'll hop into a different idea. I'm going to try to keep, like, 2 or 3 backup ideas, and we'll cook as we do. But it should be really fun. You know, you guys seem to really like me suffering, and these things are designed to make me suffer. And it's not just RTS, no. Because, like, if I basically chose to just focus on even just expanding to just RTSs, right? I'm just going to continue to do what I've done so far, which is very much limit the growth, and that makes it harder to be able to make a living off this. What's up, Drob? Appreciate you, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Hope we don't have to say goodbye to the AoE content. I mean, I've already said, like, at least for the foreseeable future, the goal will be to at least have 2, bare minimum 1 day a week that will still be AoE4. So AoE4 is not going anywhere. We'll see what the future holds. But for now, it's still apart. Is half AoE streamers to pivot games? Maybe. I mean, but my thought is, like, you know, even if I pivot games, we do different things, and I lose, like, 80% my audience, I really need to do it for the prospective, like, future of what I do as a career, and also I think for my own sanity. Like, you guys have to realize that at this point, I've commentated more Age of Empires 4 than anyone. It's not even close. I'm up to... like, on this account, I have almost 3.7k hours. And I don't know how many hours in total it must be on, like, other people's broadcasts. And things change, but things don't change as quickly as you think. At least, like, not from the eyes of, like, a commentator. Someone's going to argue with that. You can if you want. But, like, from what I'm seeing and doing, it's not like for example, Dota 2, like, when I started getting into that, it had so much variance because it had 120 heroes that it didn't, like, there's so many different things going on. It's very different. But even with Dota 2, you know, I would commentate on a tournament channel, and then I would go and I would stream on my own channel just to play games. That's what I've done on my channel. I just play games. So then I at least had the feeling of it. And I know someone's gonna be like, "Why don't you play games?" Because once again, like, who wants to watch that really? There'll be some people that do, but I think there's funner things funner things for people to enjoy watching that I can lean into doing, than me just playing AoE4. At least that's my thoughts. Yeah. Will I consider Dawn of War when it comes out? Maybe. I don't expect Dawn of War 4 to really fix the state of the RTS like genre, i.e. what Stormgate tried to do. But it could be a fun game. But like the Focus series really, like I wanna get back to having a lot of fun with games. You know, I used to have so much fun creating weird and wild challenges and ways to play games. And I think over the years, because everything I've done in gaming has focused on esports, I have lost some of that enjoyment that I had, that childish enjoyment I want to try and recapture. Because you need it, man. It's what makes gaming so special. You know, esports is a big part of it. I love esports. But also, it's like, if all I ever do is esports, there is like a thought of, you know, I'm going to keep burning myself out. It's nice to make each of those things special, you know what I mean? And I think, like, trying to be a content creator that's esports focused is so freaking hard. Unless you find a completely new niche to fill, right? And like AoE4, I kind of tried that at the start, but, you know, like Drongo had a great plan going in, and he filled that niche really well. And we've made an amazing community aftermath of that. And I love all the people that support. I appreciate it so much. But like, obviously now when you're thinking about what the next step is, and you're like, huh, okay, is there someone else I could do and try that I would enjoy? Yeah. I think there is. So yeah, AoE4 will still be part of what we do, right? I mean, Jesus Christ, I've been doing it for 4 years. Not just immediately saying goodbye. But we are looking to do something a bit refreshing as well. AoE given my biggest audience out of all the other games you've focused on? Absolutely not. Dota 2. Like, Dota 2 had the biggest audience participation. But if you're talking about my own personal channel, yes. There was potentially something else just before I got into esports, which would have been, it started around Foxhole, where I was growing to like 200, 300, 400 viewers. But then I prioritized esports instead and stepped back from content creation as much. How big is Dota 2 still? It's pretty damn big. It's, in my opinion, smaller than it was for sure. But it's still really, really big. Didn't know you in the Dota days. Yeah, but that's what I say, right? Like, in terms of like the reach of what I'm casting to, much bigger in Dota 2. In terms of my personal channel reach, nowhere near as big as it is now. I plan to keep focusing on RTS, or will there be diversified genres? There'll be diversified genres. Open worlds, arcade games, FPSs. But the format we're looking at doing, it's like, I'm not a big believer in, I'm just going to stream this game today, right? Like, there are people who can do that because they're so big they can just do what they want. But my goal is to create something entertaining that I at least think will resonate across genres. So, like, even if you aren't a person who necessarily normally watches that game, the concept of what we're doing will be enjoyable. That's why it's also a challenge for me to try and do that with strat games, and why I'm not focusing on that. Like, you know, for example, I had the idea of like, oh, maybe European versus 5, but you have to peacefully take over the world. Sounds intriguing, but very long and boring to watch, I think. Still watch a lot of Dota 2 Pro games. Yeah, I haven't watched as much these days. I tune in occasionally, but like, it's very hard with limited time, and when your focus has to be on like, I kind of need to make money. I need to focus on someone that's going to deliver me money. And Dota 2 is just like, they've already got their people. And sadly, doesn't include us, so. I reckon you can find a new game that can level up your reach, more views? Sort of, because the goal now is to try and like find a content arc that I enjoy doing that doesn't necessarily hold me to just one game. Because that's very dangerous anyway. Like if you think about it, like we kind of have a double danger, right? Is that so the first danger is we're only in one game, and that game is like not even really at a point where it can necessarily reliably fund my cost of living month to month, and I don't even live lucratively. It's just sadly I live in the UK. But then your problem too is not only have you like anchored yourself to one game, but like outside that game not being big, the niche alongside what this niche already is very hard to cross convert. Because my niche right now is we commentate games. And originally my goal was like, let's grow the channel. Let's get to the point where we try and host tournaments in new games and silly formats. But, you know, you need scale with that. But like the real problem number 2 is not only that we are in this niche, but my earnings are like very biased towards Twitch over YouTube, right? So like you don't even have what I'm getting to, like the double danger there is like, you know, for example, if you're going to be a person who's only really making money off of, say, Twitch, like I have streamers on my roster that do that, right? You really want to be able to just have a community that, like, you switch on whatever and boom, you go. Like, I've got a guy who started an FGC. He streams whatever he wants. And 500 people average viewership. That's enough to get sponsors in. He just does what he wants. So, like, he's alleviated the danger. But our danger is, like, we're not necessarily making enough to get by. And then we're also primarily making it from Twitch. So it's like, it's a very weird position to be in. And I think for a long time, I've been scared to explore wider, which I just shouldn't be. It's why, like, I'm pushing myself to this Friday, do this new content type, because I've been incubating it and, like, I've been planning it and adding in different new ideas. And I'm like, I need to now just start doing it. Otherwise, I'm going to get scared of it and keep padding it and say it needs to be better. It's one that, like, to any creatives out there, it's one of the biggest dangers is you overthink something. And what is up, Red Brooder, by the way? I appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you very much, mate. Did I make good money this year? Define good, I guess, would be my point. So I mean, my revenue off of Twitch this year will probably be, I think it will finish between like $1,500 and $1,600. That's like $15,000 and $16,000. $1,500 would be really rough, which sounds good, but remember, like, I live in the UK. I don't live in somewhere where your cost of living, all your bills included, is like $1,000 a month. When you pad in sponsors, it helps out a bit for sure. And then YouTube will help out a bit. YouTube will probably see me earn about 7,000, maybe. That might be a bit high. I think that's too high, actually. Yeah. But the thing is, when that, yeah, like, live in the UK, YouTube's pretty good. YouTube's ad revenue is not too bad. But then I have costs there because I pay my editor, so it's not all just going to me. Like my guy who does thumbnails, etc., right? So, and like, that's the thing. I want to get a full editor involved, and I want to be able to pay them as well, which will take money out. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm always transparent with these things. When people ask, I'll happily answer. To the means that I can. For example, I can't tell you exactly what I earn from X or Y sponsorship because, like, lots of them will have conditions in their contracts. But, like, this year, my money in my account hasn't gone up, it has gone down, is what I'll say, to simplify it for you guys. And that's because there hasn't really been that much esports work. It's been mainly me focused on the content creation and what that generates. Move to a country like Philippines, Costa Rica, etc. So, like, not really, because I've got family that I want to be close to. I've got children that want to be close to that family. So it's not that simple. I'm not a content creator that, like, is single and doesn't have a family and whatever too, right? Moving to that, you're compounding the issue. They then have friends or family. You see how that, like, continues? It's not that simple, really. And then they also would all have to want to live in those environments. Why is there like an esport work? EGC not paying like that anymore? EGC never really paid life-changing money. They couldn't. They like, mathematically, realistically, they could never pay me really good money. It just doesn't make sense. And And like esports has been kind of on the downturn for the last few years. It's like people keep saying the esports apocalypse. I keep pointing out the esports apocalypse still hasn't happened. So that's why. I hope people don't mind me talking about this. Like, as really only because people got into this. Like, I was making this about a content switch, not about money. I feel like we do talk about money a decent amount, but like, I think we do it in a productive way of like eye-opening. It's not me sitting here with like a bar above me of a GoFundMe, like, please, Freya and Ezra can't eat this month, please. Right? That's not my goal. It's just to be realistic and explain the thought process behind things. You know, in an ideal world, you're a big enough streamer and you make enough money, you can just be happy and do whatever you want. But we're not that size, so you have to be kind of strategic about it. Everyone is. Drongo is, right? Doom will be thinking about it. Beastie will be thinking about it. Like, you have to, because if you can't pay your bills, you can't do what you love anyway. So you have to be creative about it. Marine Lord will be thinking about it. Like, Marine Lord probably, I don't know how to speculate this though, but I assume that in his content, like on the content creation side, there's something in his general mate's contract that he has to do a certain number of hours. I might be wrong, but it wouldn't surprise me. So then he has to think about that, right? There's always loopholes and hoops rather to jump through. You need to think about. And like for Drongo, right? We've seen this where Drongo has got his I always forget his name, BAR channel, and he also had the Civilization channel that a lot of people discovered at the start of the year, right? And I imagine that guy, he probably has like 2 or 3 other channels as well. So you really have to like be mindful of that. It's why I know some creators who literally will never go full time. I had one guy who he does okay in terms of what he earns, and he could probably get by, but he said it would take the enjoyment out for him, so he does it as a side piece, right? So there's always like gives and takes in that regard, and you know that's why I've been conscious of it. Is like, if the growth has stopped, you need to think what you can do differently, and that's what I'm kind of at. Is like, let me figure out what we do next. Everyone assumes streamers are rich. That's because some are. Like, it's the same type of BS with, like, we explained this the other day about like game developers. People just assume that game developers can make crap loads of money because Notch made loads of money. That's not true. Most game developers, like nowadays, they're not even making back what they spend to get on the Steam store, right? And it's the same with streamers. Like, for every streamer who makes a profit streaming, there is like 100 streamers that do not. It also doesn't help for most streamers that they're just really bad at facilitating deals for themselves when they're not a huge size. But the problem with us is like, because at the moment we are very fixated on being an esport type thing, it's much harder to generate revenue while being smaller because, you know, for example, I have a streamer who, she's like sick for the size of one of my other streamers, but she's able to generate sales out of her audience 10 times her size. So she generates more than this other guy. Because like that is an active audience, and that she can go to sponsors and say that. The problem is esports already has like a bad rap of like not being an area that makes a return on investment for sponsors. And that has really not been helped by things like bots and embedding over the years, right? UK is not a good place to mathematically live if you make any amount of money because of taxes. Agreed. But like you seem to have this very unrealistic expectation about like what moving is and how it works. It's not as simple as you think. Let's send my kids to a country where they don't know the language. Yeah, so like, so what? We're gonna have to get like a private tour, where we're gonna have to find a special school that like has English as well, being spoke by the teachers, and yeah. It's pretty wacky. Come to Dubai. Oh yeah, let's just go to Dubai. That's gonna be even better for us, right? A country where like people typically get paid like 3 times what they will in this country or whatever. Yeah, I can afford that. I don't know. It's a weird feeling, right? Because like you know, when I say I don't earn a lot, some people are probably gonna hear that number they heard a little bit earlier, like, whoa, I could live off of that. It's like you could, you know, if you're in the right country. Now I still remember there was a guy in Dota 2 who done really funny videos, and he couldn't afford to live in, I think it's Sweden, so he moved to, I think, Estonia, and it changed it. But once again, for him, he was single, he was in his 20s, he had nothing anchoring him, he didn't have a house he was paying a mortgage on or anything like that, so he just moved. And some people can do that. Not everyone can. What is the question? Yeah, I know, Fablab. You got me when you're a millionaire. I appreciate you, boo. We are waiting for a response from Scatterbrain, by the way. I mean, we could probably watch a pub game while we wait at this rate. Because there is another series at 5, Muhodo versus Myriad. French co-workers from the oil company all left France. Okay. You mean you left to go to an oil company sort of thing? Oh yeah, I saw your Twitch recap. That's pretty wacky, actually. You guys seen this? Oh, let's show it. 531 hours watched. Damn. Although, what the hell? Gotta be using these emotes. Yeah. This better be like left is number 1. I see this KP Pogs always. Damn. 531 hours. Interesting that these are the statistics they show. Like channel points. 275? Not bad, not bad. I think I've watched more. Kappa. But yeah, like basically, I don't know if I give you a I'm not gonna spoil what we're doing on Friday. That makes it more exciting and gives people a reason to turn up. But all I'll say is I think it's a very good game selection to kick off this new content arc, considering the average age of our viewership. It should be something that immediately you're all like, ah, dude, this takes me back. Followed by, oh god, why are you doing this to yourself? Or maybe it'll be intriguing. I think the goal here is to just like basically also build to a point where you guys can be involved a lot more in the future. It's a board game? Hell no. Board games. That's not... Wait, that's not quick enough. That's not clowny enough. It's not silly enough. Age of viewerships or age of taxes? Wait, what? What about Rogan? You know what Chinese mains are you? Dude, where's Scatterbrained? I mean, we might just have to DQ at this rate. Scatterbrained still not responding. AoE2 and AoE5. Wait. What do you know? Only 73 for me? Oh, that's right. We'll give you plenty. 418 hours. I don't believe that from Emma. Wait, what? Oh, it's because she just leaves it on the background. She don't watch me. Yeah. No. Most of that is just like, I'll walk in, it'll just be sitting there on like a thingy and she's not paying attention. Usually Emma just like, she just leaves it on in the background because she wants to know when to cook. Screenshot sounds pretty conclusive timing-wise, no? What's that? Let's see. Tomorrow at like 16 CET. Yeah, he thumbs it up. I would say instead of like going like, go, does this exact time work in future? Just a small detail. But, I mean, I would say Skybrain, like, there better be a really good excuse and an availability whenever you're available in the next few hours, or it's probably going to be a DQ. Because he did thumbs up that time. New Total War reveal coming Thursday. Are you going to cover it? Maybe. Maybe we'll check it out. For 1 hour plus, at least is fine. Yeah. And we're like past that. We're an hour and a half. He's kind of taking the mic. Like, if you have some stuff to go do and you're not available and he comes back and you're not available, then it's just DQ. You know what I mean? Because like you were available and it's on him. Because we need we just need to stick to it. Quarterfinals need to be played on Tuesday. I'm done having like as much leeway on this. Because I don't want to have the nightmare fuel down the line having to figure out X, Y, Z. Like, it should just be very fluid. Go to your annual recap. It shows your top fans. Ooh, does it? What, like on my back end? Where is that? Where's the annual recap? Oh, okay. I see. TTV annual recap. Oh, we might like just yeah, annual. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. What's my annual recap looking like? Yo, look at this guy! Oh my god! What a cool, what a cool little logo. Very punchable face. 1,207 hours stream. 212 streams. 212. 196 distinct days. Total hours watched. 350,000 hours. It's pretty crazy. And then you add in, like, YouTube. You're probably, like, 600... I think per month now we're averaging, like, 30k hours watched. So, yeah, we're probably around, like, 600k at the end of the year between the two platforms. Damn, look at that. Top categories. I was high in Battlefield 6. Top stream reached 3.34k viewers. That was the front page at the start of the year. Hell yeah. 250,000 chats received. Really? That many? That sounds like a lot. That sounds like more than what I would have expected. I mean, I had 16 crashes. Don't normally stream twice a day. Yeah, I think we had like some crashes. Proof this is the most popular. Someone really loves Japan. I don't know. Someone's been asking about more flags. I think we just need different things, actually. The flags don't really get used that much, to be honest. How do you get front page? So you can request it, but it doesn't guarantee it. So you just go through a process where you request it. And, oh, this is where... So the crossovers is like when we accidentally called them, and then, like, we didn't mean to. Lol. But, yeah, so basically, with front page, the way it works is there is an application form you put in. You explain what you're going to be doing on the day, and then... go from there. So we actually put in an application form for December. We did get accepted, but it's not for AoE4 content. So hilariously, I've tried multiple months before explaining AoE4 content. We got these cool weeklies, and I also think we'll do community games, and it just didn't get accepted. The moment I pitched this new idea, the new type of content we're looking to include in our regular occurrences here, it just got outright accepted straight away. So someone seems to peek their eyeballs up at it. I don't know. 260 raids, hell yeah. 21 raids there, 15 from Sort of. What a go. That's pretty impressive considering Sort of hasn't been streaming that much. And then, yeah, we raid Voldemort, Warman, Crackety. Only 131 clips is a little bit surprising, though. I think we've got to get your guys' clips up. But I think the new content will help with that. Oh, dude! You guys remember this? This is a great clip. You guys remember this one? Yeah. Are you going to be a winner at this game? Are you going to win at Age of Empires? Yeah? Well, yeah, that's the microphone. Are you going to be Marine Lord?
Yeah.
Are you Beastie? Oh, you don't want to play Beastie? Okay. Are you going to be Anatand?
Yeah.
All right, upper brackets are screwed. You're both getting wrecked. So that was at the start of the year, wasn't it? That was to the event Beastie one, if I remember correctly. So she predicted it correctly. Wait, was that Gully's clip? Oh no, maybe originally. I don't know. I clipped it. Yeah, it's because I think I featured it. Featuring helps, doesn't it? Yeah. Hype happening. New follow, dude. Quite a lot of new followers actually. So that's like 20% of our followership, over 20%. Poggers, 1,388 new subscribers. But I think we average probably like 300 subs a month. Some hype trains, poggers. You guys are millionaires on the points apparently. Wonder what I've been doing as a viewer. Mostly, yeah, some grubbies, some Lexiav in there. Yeah. Not as many hours as I expected. I guess I must have been logged out when I've been watching things. You grew this year? Yeah. But the thing with Twitch, like followership, Twitch followership is kind of... It doesn't matter as much because of the way that you look at things. So, for example, if I come onto Twitch right now, you have a look at this. Most people actually just have, like, the recommended for you thing, I don't even know if it works that well. But most, like, remember, that was a more recent thing. For a lot of the time, it's been high to low. So, like, straight away, like, look here, like, Greek plus, I mean, he's just doing, like, it's basically because he's combo stream. It's not even Greece. Nice wig there. Has, like, 3.2k people. So, online, he's the first thing I'll see if I'm a casual person looking at my Twitch. CDN then at 2.4. Towley at 1.8. Then Mem. So, like, this has been one of the big problems on Twitch for a long time, is it raw lacks discoverability. You know, it's always been a problem with it. You can't, and this is why I always explain to people, you can't grow via Twitch. You grow via other platforms, and then you direct it towards Twitch. The exception is if you're part of, like, a niche. So, for example, you know when you see those big streamers, they always, like, are playing and talking with the other big streamers type things. That is the one way that you really can build an audience on Twitch, because that then leads to things like live stream fails, right? Because, like, if you're part of an Asmongold stream or whatever, something that he says or does is more likely to get clipped and shipped to live stream fails. For those who don't know, live stream fails is, like, it is literally probably the only way, like, not the only way, but, like, the most obvious way that a Twitch stream gets big overnight is, like, something gets posted here, gets thousands of likes, gets thousands of votes and comments, and then boom, like, that's it, right? And this has been a widely acknowledged thing for a long time. And it got to the point where, like, for example, you can't post clips yourself. You're not allowed to. So I couldn't, for example, I couldn't take that clip, that adorable clip of Freya, and then put it up. Not that I think it would resonate, because most people do not know who Marine Lord Beastie and Anatan are. But, like, you know, when you see those ones that, like, a super big fail and it just gets popped on here and it gets, like, you know, someone gets something, like, crazy that happens and it gets 7,000 plus people looking at it. Now they've got new viewers in. I will say my feelings on live stream fails these days is, like, at least when I've glanced it in recent times, it isn't actually anything discoverable. It's literally just the same. Like, you're seeing as we scroll down here, it's all the same people. Like the Hassan and the Tyler and the Asman, basically all the big people. Maybe this one is, like, the exception, but I'm pretty sure this is because she dropped the N-bomb. I saw this the other day. But, like, you know, you get Forsons, you get legacy ones. Like, I don't remember the last time on live stream fails when I just was scrolling it casually, I saw someone who's small. Like, you have stories like this, like iDubbbz. You know this guy, remember iDubbbz? He was begging for views, for streamers, for subs rather, the other day. And that got a lot of attention because iDubbbz hasn't really been as popular anymore. Now, one about Hassan, Emmy, Jason the Ween, Summit, like, I mean, this would have been a big deal before Summit researched. But sorry, not Summit, Myth rather. I'm saying, I read Summit, that's why. Summit wouldn't be a big deal, but Myth also is researched now. He gets, like, a few thousand people watching him, which props to him, by the way. Anyone who doesn't know Myth, this guy was really big in Fortnite, and then just kind of fell off. And he's actually started to really rebuild big with Arc Raiders. So props to him. But yeah, it's XUC and then Forsen again, and then, like, Queso. So, like, this isn't even really a discoverable point anymore. So you really have to build your audience elsewhere on, like, you know, YouTube and TikTok, and then push that through to get traction. Because even this used to be, like, 3 or 4 years ago for Twitch streamers, this was their dream on how they get big. But, like, I've seen it where it doesn't even work anymore because there's so much weird stuff regularly getting posted that drags, like, the next day attention elsewhere. Because I remember there was one really big blown up here, I think was, and on Twitter, about the guy who beat every Souls game without dying. And this guy, like, he had a huge spike. Yeah, Dino Singale. So he beat literally every game. He'd been playing this for years to try and do. And he got a huge spike for, I think, like, a week or two, and then it just died down, sort of thing. Whereas I think this type of thing, if this had happened to him, like, a longer time ago, it might have actually, like, kept a lot of audience. But, you know, you have to think of it as a conduit. If you have, like, a really cool niche or something new, it can build you up. Like Souls games played with Dance Map. You guys remember this girl? Can I find her? I blanked her name all of a sudden. But, like, she was able to build herself up to something much bigger because she kept then following through that content, and it was really kind of quippy and intriguing to watch. Whereas, like, unfortunately, one of the problems for that guy who completed every single Souls game without dying, it's not intriguing to watch that constantly unless you watch the run, right? Whereas her trying to do the dance map thing is quite entertaining a lot more, I'd say. I've forgotten her name. She gets like 2,000 or 3,000 people watching her in any game now. One person that played Souls games with brain transmitters, yeah, like there's loads of cool, like ideas on how to play games. You know, we talked about this before, like how I played Apex Legends with my feet, and at the time I was averaging 10 views, and all of a sudden I had 60 views or whatever, right? Yeah. But we got some things, I guess, attuned to that, as entertaining as that. Oh, dude, I'm looking forward to Friday. It just feels refreshing. And I know there's going to be a lot of failures along the way. Not aiming to fail, but like some things just won't hit as much as I'm expecting. But I'm excited to see how it does. One thing I'm really trying to figure out now is how I'm going to approach YouTube, though, because I think YouTube keeps changing. Do you guys know about this big change on YouTube? Are you starting early? Fantastic, Muhodo. Thank you. We'll switch into that in a second then. Thank you, thank you. Shout out to Muhodo. You guys hear about this thing with YouTube, though? They screwed with the algorithm now. And now... Let's see if I can find it. After a month, after your video is a month old, its performance takes a nosedive. So let me see if I can find it. It'd be in like this week. It was talked about. Let's try viewership. Like it's crazy. So there's this guy who he's a retention expert, which is like basically figuring out how people are going to hang around longer on videos, right? And he talked about this. I think it was, maybe we can find it on Twitter. Like this was kind of crazy. Here you go. So is this one? It's just the first one. I'm a retention director who works with some of the biggest YouTube creators. Many of the videos get over 100 million views each. Ask me anything about this. And he basically dove in and explained that, was it this one? Maybe it's a different one. There's been huge dives is what I'm getting towards. I need to filter, don't I? Let's actually advanced search. God damn it, why do you make me take my glasses off? So it'd be December 2nd today? Why does it not just start with like today? Let's just go like... I don't want to just put YouTube because YouTube's got other crap going on right now. Like they've been banning a lot of people. Here you go. So here you go. So basically, it's a long TLDR. You can have a look at yourself if you want to. But he gets down to this, and he points out that like they've been trying to figure out what had been going on with videos recently, and they couldn't make arse or elbow of it until they started to analyze based on the age of the videos and when the views were coming in. And what this is this was the consistent cut point. Was this the one for the date, or was it? I think this is like, yeah, so this was basically once you reach 30 days after a video has been uploaded, the viewership would take a nosedive like this. Now, some people say, well, yeah, of course, everyone's watched it. That's not actually how YouTube historically worked, because in a lot of cases, this was evergreen type content. So it should see a resurge or whatever. But YouTube has specifically altered something now so that they're prioritizing and pushing content that is newer by upload date. Essentially, they are replicating the TikTok model, because that's how TikTok works. TikTok is a trend-based content creation platform. Now, this seems like it's a good idea, and you're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense, right? Like, oh, of course, you want, like, people want the newest stuff. Yes, but the problem with this change is fundamentally, this type of change is punishing people for making higher quality content, technically. Right? Like, some people focus on regular content like news, etc., and reactions, which is just, I mean, reactions in particular is usually quite lazy content, low effort content. And then other people focus on highly curated content, cool concepts that should stand the test of time. Technically, these changes are going to be more punishing for that type of content. Because what you're being told is essentially putting extra hours in isn't necessarily worth it. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird time. And I'm trying to be mindful of that as we prep for what comes next with the channel and whatever. Basically, it means I'm going to have to utilize a lot more short form content as well, which I need to do anyway. For those who don't know, like, being just long form content oriented, I don't think really works unless you have a very specific niche, which is highly sought after for that style. And the case and point for this would be if you actually look at the statistics of like where people are coming from. Like, there's a lot of push on short form content right now, right? That's because long form content is only making up about 30 to 40% of the consumption on YouTube. 30% is live streams. I think the numbers was 30% long form, 30% live streams, or maybe 20%, and the rest was short form. So, like, some people been complaining the problem with YouTube is like, oh, dude, my video's getting like buried, then nothing's happening. I like spend all these hours and I make these videos 30 minutes long and I think it's great. It's because they're not doing any short form quite often. And they're currently on like YouTube is quite aggressively pushing short form content. Like, we done a test with this where I don't think it's holding up as much at the moment. It would have actually, like, I would have been able to show you on this thing. I can't now because if I switch over, it's gone down. But this is up at 210. And I think part of that is because we stream literally with horizontal and vertical on YouTube. So it recommends the stream in more locations. Shorts are terrible to monetize. Agreed. But in terms of for growth, they're huge. The problem is a lot of people do a bad job with their shorts of directing people to the long form content. You have to bridge the two. You have to give people a taster that pushes them through to the next step. And there is a lot of cases where creators aren't necessarily doing that. Is there a large influx of AI short forms too? Yep, as well as AI long form. It's been a thing for a while. But YouTube does seem to be cracking down on some of these areas. I think they're trying to alleviate some of it. There's even been people, there's literally a guy right now who's going to have to go to court to try and sue YouTube because I think they demonetized or banned his account for basically being AI, and it wasn't AI. And he even had a human look at it after he got auto-banned by AI, and they confirmed that it wasn't AI, and then he still hasn't been unbanned. So yeah, there's lots of weird things. What is the brown knob on my desk? This is pink. We've been over this, guys. It's pink. That is my XLR. That's how I control the volume and inputs and mute and whatever for the microphones. Where's the code for the keyboard so I can help you out? I'm working on it. I've bumped my Logitech person. Hopefully, I'll get a response tomorrow. Hopefully. They're usually quite busy, bless them, with like 200 plus response to their inbox. They did say they were gonna accelerate it to try and get the code. So working on it. Promise. Do I need to change the color on the thingy? Whoop. This is the one. Is the saturation not right? Whoop. Jesus. Trying to think what's wrong with the coloring. Whoa. Maybe ISO? I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Almost the same color as your desk. I'm not sure what setting would really change that, though. Because like that's 100% saturation. There's no way we do that. That feels overly aggressive. No point touching contrast at all. That'll just screw things. Maybe we go like that. Bump that up a bit. There you go. Looks pink now. I'd say that looks pretty pink. Pretty and pink. Alright, the boys in lobby. Need to get ready for the next series. See. Oh my god, dude. Can you stop bringing that up? Yo! What's up, Ruby? Appreciate the 2 subs. Thank you very much. Enjoy them, folks. Alright, so I need to switch over to this capture. There we go. We're back. Boom. The boyos, where are they at? They should have started by now, surely. Are they not? So we were waiting for a different series. It didn't come in time, but we have got Myriad and Muhodo, which was going to be our final series of the day. So we'll get to that one. We'll see if we have enough time for the whole thing. All right, nice. We're already in. What do you suggest for a guy who wants to start YouTube and content creator in a third world country around? I don't think the country is as much your limitation. You just need to figure out what your content arc is and your niche. Really, like, unless you're like, I'm going to go do this real life thing, that shouldn't necessarily stop you from being a content creator. Your one challenge might come around how you're going to receive monetization. In which case, like, I don't know what the rules are if you can actually receive money from YouTube in Iran. I don't know if it's got any blockage issues like certain other countries. If it does, then you're going to want to explore working with a third party to facilitate payment through a loophole. So, for example, things like this can be, it's very hard to pay someone in Russia. So there are people who facilitate through like a company in Serbia. Or like, for example, that probably makes getting Anatan paid easier that he works with VortiX Esports from Norway. So like that would be my main thing to say to you is like figure that out. But yeah, just start creating. Like the number one thing is figure out a niche, create, and then evolve. Don't aim for perfect. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. All right, let's get to it though. We got an epic one here, folks. Muhodo versus Myriad, and it's a Dark Age clash. Welcome back to the channel for a fun one. Get rid of my ugly mug and get into game as we've got Japanese for Myriad up against the Ottomans and Muhodo. Both of them think the other's going for that pond. Okay. Now what? This is a bit weird, actually. Japan versus Ottomans used to be really good for Ottomans. I think in recent times, Japanese have got better options. But it almost feels like it's meant to be off the back of these Dark Age plays. I am wondering if Myriad is he going too far with this? Probably not, actually, considering that Muhodo went racks plus 3 spearmen. So he's kind of stuck. He can't just rush the gold. If he didn't build the spearmen at all, he could have rushed gold before the samurai become a real threat. What a weird opening. Yeah, I mean, I thought it'd be like 1, maybe 2 samurai and then some spears, but triple samurai is quite surprising. Anyone noticed how it's been kind of growing in popularity? I feel like we're seeing a lot more Sam play than we did in the past. Nice little hints. Yeah, but able to micro around this. Your advantage is speed, not damage. So Muhodo just goes straight for the injured. Damn, great start for him. He can go for a second, actually. Kills away the injured spear, baits the reaction. Myriad now adding in spears of his own, but I don't like the look of this. I mean, you're kind of already far behind, you know? And just move that final spear away. Oh, a little bit greedy. Myriad, that was a sick micro. Tiny starter step to stay in range. He's going to be blobbing more spears, but Muhodo has done what he needs to. Yeah, he's already got enough time now to get the gold. And there is going to be a dot play from Myriad, but after such a heavy investment, this is not going to be a fast tech up. I think we're 2 minutes out from live, so we can speed up just a tiny bit here. Tech up should be on the way momentarily. Oh, we could speed up 3 seconds. Okay. Okay. Muhodo, if this was a long Dark Age, by the way, it wouldn't have been a bad thing for him because he would have got the healers. The Imam point would have been just kind of a game changer in the dynamics here. Because once you hit that Imam point, Japan can't do anything. So, like, realistically, the way this has been played, where he just kind of didn't hang around too long, was the right mentality. I just think he kind of got screwed on this Samurai pretty hard. It's a reminder why we rarely see them looking good in Dark Age. Feudal Age, I've seen them situationally kind of have some very use. But, yeah, in this age, they usually are 1-1 with sadness. Like, normally the way we see it played is, like, 1 Samurai beginning, and then, say, 2 Spinner. Maybe 3. Just have a poke at it. Good optimization. Just pulling away the injured. Muhodo is a decent amount of reason to potentially consider just going for the healer boy at the start of the age. Does play quite well into an Imam strat with Sipahi afterwards. Actually used to be one of the best ways of dealing with Japan. Back when they used to always do these naked fast castles, you just lob 8 to 10 Sipahi and then dive. Just felt like an immediate kill shot, really. Myriad. We need to age up in a sec. That is so cheeky, man. Absolute min-maxer on this. Hardened stats does come in, but that was griefy, actually. You see what happened there? Because of when you upgrade, your unit stutter step for a millisecond. It actually put him too close. Oh, that was cheeky. He tried to stop a charge in, almost got the kill on the spear before losing his own. But we do have those healer boys now, so all of a sudden, all that hard effort by Myriad is going to be for now. I mean, if Muhodo actually waits, I think he's just trying to rush the dock. Yeah. Because he's assuming Myriad's teching up, so he just wants to try and get as much burn damage in before an archery ship arrives. It's been quite an interesting first few minutes of gameplay. Muhodo, though. Oh, wait. No. The greed. Nicely done. Myriad does chunk one of them down. But now he's going to be safe. Healing should be good enough. I think you just ignore the samurai and go for the dot kill. Like, fun fact, actually, if he splits up the spears, even after an archer ship comes out, he can get the kill. Right, prediction 66% for Myriad. Okay, well, what now, Muhodo haters? This is actually looking like a really good timing. I don't think he gets the bow out. Unless Muhodo starts moving like that. Nah, that's no bow. Aman points OP. That's why most people don't want to play Dark Age against this Civ. Sick timing. Even connects for the Sam kill afterwards. Myriad does seem to be looking for a castle play. In fairness, he actually has a pretty good spawn for it as well. Back gold plus the berries. Is Muhodo going to be rushing rank as well into H3? It feels like it. And then a few Sipahi and then maybe just tech. I mean, you can just blob Sipahi for a kill. It's not the most unusual strategy here against fast castle Japan. And actually, it's worth doing here because Myriad has had to react. Double archery range now. I like how I highlight that you guys don't use the flags enough, and I like, oh, time to use the flags. No, got to remove them. That's not enough to take his fishing away. Muhodo's actually now gonna take it himself. Could he just archer ship? Oh my god, they're both going? What is going on? Muhodo does actually have Sipahi, so you don't have to be that scared. Yep, 2 of them are going to arrive now. Premature activation of Fortitude by the looks of it. And Villager, oh god. I mean, you could just probably target that down. We'll chase it away. The workup, there's no wheelbarrow either. This is Pahi. We'll just strike for the kill. It's end up costing him the one, but worth it for a worker kill there. Now you just retreat, guys. Now you just walk back, have the imams pet you on the head for a good job. Well done. He hasn't cancelled the dock, though, which is a bit unusual. I guess he just wants to bait a reaction. But with this much torch power, it could cost you quite a lot. Just hulls the goodies. Scout being sacked a little bit unusual from Muhodo, but he will have his own fishing boats in the area to see what's happening. Problem he's got now is the Yuumi mass is reaching the point where it can snipe through the healing. He's going to try again. Concern here is he doesn't actually have much in the way of spearmen, though. If Muhodo just dives in, that's another worker kill. You probably have to body lock the Yuumi just to protect it. And here we go, Myriad. Does try to get in the way. But it's just going to path around. Ends up losing a Sipahi. If he's going to end up getting a kill for each worker, it's not bad. 2 Sipahi. A bit more problematic, though. And props to Myriad. This Steel Arrow timing is actually making the Yuumi a bit more threatening. Undermesh is being neglected by Muhodo, and I'm starting to wonder why for a guy who has 500 gold in the bag. What? What are we saving for? Now in play. Fishing bow will go for the heal, but Yuumi. Steel Arrow is doing a lot of work, actually. To pull back. Fishing boat's now going to become the prime target. Muhodo. Can he? No! AHP! Okay, Muhodo is really got to readjust this. We've now got 6 on gold. How many on 13? I mean, you could build a marketplace. Actually, probably is worth doing now. Or you just don't touch gold again and go for castle. Problem I'm seeing, though, is like Muhodo must not have much food left. No, he's out, guys. He's literally on normal berries right now without even a mill. Oh, God. I mean, he has got the Vizier point, right? So you probably just go straight into the sheep here. I think you need it. This game got weird fast, huh? I mean, who had on their bingo card mass Yuumi into Ottomans, knowing they have Sipahi? Snap Myriad is going to dive in, look at the kills. Finds the one. Isn't going to skirt underneath the TC for the second. And the dog. He can't finish the dog. The Sipahi getting again. Oh my god, this is becoming infuriating. It's just one dock, man. Just build a dock. It shouldn't be this hard. But Muhodo is making it difficult. Very heavily injured Sipahi here, by the way. It won't bring them back to the main engagement. Would have been nice to be able to top off their health. Keep in mind, there's no way that Myriad can try and do this dock without being seen, by the way. The dock will always snoop on him, is the problem. But that's a great find. Spearman. Does shrink the threat. Okay, so I am wondering what Muhodo's thought process is behind no undermesh at this stage. He's got blacksmiths. He's definitely got the resources. We talked about the problem of way too much gold. Undermesh is definitely worth here against 21 Yuumi. I'm wondering if he just kind of forgot about it. Got focused on other things. Muhodo actually prioritizes Steel Arrow now. Interesting choice not to value the Sipahi. Because, like, so you have to think about it this way, right? So Yuumi, they're going to do just base damage against your Sipahi. So if you undermesh them up, that makes them more tanky. It also makes your full-up archer play more tanky. But Steel Arrow, you know, if you're targeting down Yuumi, kind of understandable. But, like, if the goal is to clear Spearman, it's half as efficient as having undermesh, is the way to think about that. Because if your archer gets +1 damage, it doesn't affect bonus damage. But if you have +1 armor, it's going to make you a lot more tanky against these units that won't get bonus against you, right? And like, there's a lot of units that wouldn't be getting bonus against you. It's definitely a surprising take here from Muhodo. Myriad is going to take. Also play now on the menu. He are going to wrap around the back. Activates the Fortitude for the torch faster. I believe that is a villager in the outpost as well. So we'll end up minusing 1 here, but if that's what it costs Myriad to get Castle Age, it's going to be worth it. He gets away with that alive too. The other problem now is the delayed timing on Undermesh means that Muhodo can't dive past the TC. Even if he knew about the landmark, he'd have to wide rotate. Looks like we are going castle on both sides. Muhodo starts to shift back to his gold. Another problem is, remember, Muhodo, he lost that scout on the first dock when he burned it down. It has kind of kicked him in the nuts, hasn't it? Just kind of glimpsing, but never quite seeing that final detail in time. In the dock, comes back for her. Archer ship shouldn't really protect this. Yeah, Muhodo can just keep burning. Pull away and then heal. Okay, scrap the pull away. Another worker kill, though. Makes it a bit better for him. Dock will go down. Damn. I mean, you lose, what, 2 spearmen to kill a worker? And the dock. Definitely worth it, especially if he now tops off the health bars. Age up first for Myriad. And it's going to be Sam's. He's going straight Samurai. Mehmed is now on the way. Now, if Muhodo does see that, there is a pretty sick strat around Springwoods here. It's just not really first on your mind when you see this many Yuumi. Like, you're expecting Yuumi plus Mad Samurai, I think. Spahi. Trying to protect, but hold on a sec. Myriad, he's going for the workers. Has enough for the insta-kill currently. Spahi are being neglected, ignored because of this, but the Samurai, they're now vetted up. They're not easy to break, and the price is going to be high in blood here. Muhodo paying a heavy price for that age up. Down by 6 workers now. Spahi are at least stabilizing this now. If he can chase down this army, it will be big. The problem is the trickle of Sams might prove problematic. Is he in on Yuumi? Fortitude also being activated, so looks like Myriad will get chased away. Behind this, I believe Rolex should be the primary target for him, though. One already on the way home. Sams. It's actually working pretty well. Hodo, idle TC time? Not really. Maybe slightly. I mean, no, it's like Myriad has had Yorishiro drop in TC, I think, for like... Wait, it was the first thing? Okay. I would have expected second. That explains your difference there. Plus the fishing. He immediately Yorishiro TC, which is so unusual. I don't feel like we often see that. Often you're looking at a production building to get units out. Like even here, if you think about it, going for the Yuumi, it allows you to, the archery range allows you to veteran Yuumi quickly. Human, a new unit coming for the Kumans. Muhodo, now even with this farm switch. I mean, I'm kind of impressed he's finding the breathing room for this, but it is coming at a price, no. Like, Myriad is blobbing quite a lot. Janissary is an intriguing choice. He really is expecting Mount Samurai. He's going to hate when he discovers that it's Samurai Yuumi. Not the best trade for you. Yuumi will counter you out. Sams can push you through. Just remember, they've got 5 ranged armor at this stage, which mitigates a third of your damage as a Janissary. Good luck with the Sapai, though. Problem is, I don't think he knows about the Yorishiro drop on the TC. He might think he's got a little bit more breathing room than this. Still right in the back. These Sapahi. It really doesn't take many of them. Rafer on the wall. Well, a nope over here. He wrapped in the back. The mango is now out of the base. What is going on? Samurai with a Ford. Let's start scaring the Sapahi back a little. Yumi, I mean, they're actually just A-clicking the army. He's not even trying to snipe down the Janissaries or anything. He's still dealing with this crap. Oh my god. Surrender placement is finally going to be there to help out a little bit. The main army of Muhodo has struggled a bit, but I think he's stabilized. The Sapahi should eventually be able to hold what little remains, courtesy of the emplacements. The bigger cost has been over here, guys. This has been kind of crazy. Like, look at the amount of worker kills. 3 Sapahi, 4 Sapahi max. We're doing this. Myriad needs to find some punishment. Extra Samurai finally arriving. But he is at risk of turning this into a trickle. A trickle is a really bad effect for him. Samurai won't be able to dive Outpost plus TC, so it does back off in the end. We'll lose his cheeky little radius. So that's pretty much all raiding Sapahi gone. He doesn't really have much firepower to now push with pass. Who's ahead right now? Because the thing is, Myriad has a slight eco lead, but you do have to remember what he's up against here. It's going to be the military schools. There's Trip Military School plus Mehmet. So really, Muhodo's not as bad off as you think. The military is the real concern, whether he can re-blob quick enough. What kind of shocks me is that he's only going raw Sapahi. Yeah, like, if he had Springles with this, I could kind of make sense of it, because then Springles answer the Samurai. And yeah, Janissaries only have bonus against cavalry, not heavy. Hence why Samurai is a surprisingly effective answer. Especially when you think about it this way, like cavalry would be countered by the Janissaries. So you get this unit instead, which is slower, but will have similar effective HP. Actually, higher effective HP. Because they're not taking counter damage. And they only cost half the price, basically. Oh, almost half. It's a pretty cool map for it as well, just considering how close the enemy base is. Double ram now. Myriad. Looking to starve him off the golden nuggets. Samurai are going to be diving in. Men-at-Arms response coming out from Muhodo, but not many of them. It's just mainly the Sapahi. Mangoes. They are clearing out the Yumi gradually. Yeah, on these outposts. Rune on placement coming in on the other one, though. Move across that quickly because it's not going to have fortifications. The problem is Sapahi do counter siege, remember. They get bonus damage against that. Muhodo right now is he can't really move them. He is, however, finding another raid. He goes in again. Oh my god, these Sapahi have been infuriating in this game. It just feels like the Samurai are never dying quite quick enough. Villages now to be pulled. Yumi will just snipe more workers. Man, this is such a back and forth game. No one is getting ahead right now. And also, Muhodo, he is keeping the mangoes alive. This will gradually become a real problem for even Samurai. It's something he has to be conscious of. My god, is a price being paid for this. The rally point was on the... Yeah, it was on the gold the whole time. He lost like 5-6 workers from that. An eco lead down from Myriad. Fishing doesn't have much of a lifeline left here, right? He's already past the halfway mark on it. But he's already got the farms. He's already got Daimyo levels coming in. Daimyo level 2. Not that unrealistic at this pacing. Muhodo goes mass knights. It's not a bad idea. doesn't have the craziest amount of food, and also he doesn't have... Does he have... Yeah, he does have Advanced Academy. Okay, so he could actually switch to Lancers. And then maybe just produce a few men-at-arms to buy time. There we go, more proof. KPMM players are doing better in ETC tournaments. What can I say, guys? We brought a battleground, a training ground, to train the best. To power them up beyond our wildest imaginations. Like Myriad. Did you see Myriad on the weekend? He hung in there for 4 whole series. Power of the caster booth. Yumi. Oof. I'm going to take a bit of a wallop. However, really not much front line here. Oh no. Samurai, they're just going to run past it. Yumi looked to counterplay the ranged units. Muhodo was switching into crossbowman. I praised him for how he's holding on those mangoes, but the mangoes just got crushed. What a hit. And folks, that's only wave 1. Myriad has got so many more samurai to come. He's also breached to the back base. Like, he can just go after farms in the tree line now. Does choose to dive the TC, which is a little bit unusual. I don't know what Muhodo does to get out of this now. I mean, he's got 13 Sapahi. The answer should be very clear. Just raid, lol. But he instead has to bring them all home. And guys, this is a horrible fight to get stuck into. Your opponent's got double melee armor, and he's going to have more melee attacks coming. This does not feel great right now. We'll at least clean up wave number 1. Wave 2 is a bigger question mark in my eyes. He has at least got 2 relics home and Sacred Site controlled. Man heal could be big here. Myriad not able to finish him off quite in time. Oh my god, the health bars on these guys though. Archers, they're not done yet. They're going to keep on chasing. Muhodo just can't catch a break here. I think KPMM is slowly but steadily getting the level of competitive AoE4 up. I'd be inclined to agree. I think it helps. It's not just for the already established and dominant, it's also the people on the upcome. I think it's important for both. I like to think I believe that even if I didn't run it. I don't know. Surely Muhodo is just done. He is going for the Springles now. If he can get up to like 5 of them, passive production is a hell of a power. And also, in fairness to Muhodo, the bell don't ring until all the Sapahi are dead. Ooh. Oh, and this... No, get... Come. Please. We need kills. We need kills right now. You're not going to catch up on the village difference at this rate. Not on 1 TC. He is adding in more farms with the breathing room. Might not be able to breathe for long, though. Good work this fight, man. I feel like Muhodo is working overtime with options here. It does feel like he's gradually losing this game, but he's making it so much harder for Myriad to win it in the process. Yeah, just intercepting Yumi on the cart, villager snipes. Really just showing you how ridiculous Sapahi are. Just no ram spam coming in. So Myriad, we're knocking at that door again. This does give him more permanence to the hood, though. Does make you wonder if Myriad could just switch Spearman, actually. Mehmet down to half HP. Like there's a regular place for good series. Yeah, I feel like we get a lot of bangers. Sam. This is too many now, surely. The Springless is going to save his bacon from getting fully cooked. The Springles are just so hard to dive with just the men-at-arms here. Yumi can snipe them though, is the bigger problem Muhodo has. It's going to be 3 siege down, so no more Springles past the 4 he's got. Unless he wants to add them in manually, and that's more pricey. That is also being thrown away. Muhodo, we got to talk about these control groups. Like, I don't know, man. I just thought if I bang my drum really intensely, I'll burst his eardrums and win, like Homelander. In fairness, Homelander was attacking a blind kid. It wasn't a fair fight. Is Myriad just going through? It's kind of overstacked on resources right now. Add country flags to player names? I don't think it makes as much of a difference. For the effort required to get country flags in there, it's not really a priority. It's cute to have, but like also I think sometimes it can be more confusing because then you have to add, like you have to emphasize these back flags more. Because like for example, if you have French and game French on a player, right? Like I don't know. Sometimes I think people would mix them up. Maybe I'm wrong with that. I always say these are like cute things to have. I don't think they really move the needle though. It's a Myriad. We're going for Imperial. He's still adding in more Samurai, but the outcome is seeming more and more obvious. The macro is just dragging him there on the gold. And also, I feel like with country flags, like you even, I mean, if you're a fan based on nationality, you already know where your player's from. It doesn't make a difference to see a flag. Does that make sense? See that in team games in particular. Spahi kind of struggling to break in here. And we have got the clutch move, the Great Bombard to try and rescoop. 7 Springles in total as well. So he did actively add in more siege at the back. I think Myriad just needs to age up. Doesn't feel like he should have too much to worry about here. He's... yeah, no, definitely age up. He's fleshed out the farms a lot. 35 farms for Japan. No, tier 2 daimyo is a little bit surprising though. I host some KPMM free-falls. The problem is it's way too hard to schedule that and organize that. KPMM in its current format can be absolute nightmare sometimes. Like we saw today with like trying to get Scatterbrain's availability for Gully. But like imagine you now take it from 2 people trying to schedule a series to 8 people. It's my brain is gonna like just melt out my ears at that. Tanagashi and Gunsmith coming in though. Muhodo, I think he knows. Like why else would Myriad have suddenly backed up? This is a death push. A do or die. Things look rather dire for the Ottomans. Myriad, he did Yorishiro drop the archery range, so there will be an option to elite tech very fast here. It'll only take him 27 seconds. And remember, the Tanagashima Gunsmith, it stockpiles tickets to begin with. He's only 30 seconds away from having a bombard to try and counterplay the Great Bombard of the Ottomans. Yeah, and it's an age early Great Bombard. It's not that tanky. Waits for both veteran seeds. So elite tech in 15 seconds for Myriad. He's weighing on the flanks. Muhodo does see it. Re-steers his army. But guys, this is very different. Before, he was in a choke point in a base. It's a lot easier to get throttled in these type of positions. Moves in. Elite Yumi upgrades there. A full convergence. Samurai give chase. Springles need to be protected, but they're getting sniped too fast. The Yumi go for the snap. The crackle and the pop of the Ottoman army. All siege going down. He just can't protect it. He's overextended. A valiant last stand, but Muhodo, no hope. Even if he trades that against the Yumi here, it's the next Samurai wave that's going to blitz him. I mean, they're already kind of doing that. the amount of gold he's got in reserve. I mean, Myriad can do whatever he wants. It's going to be hand cannon. He could have actually prioritized Incendiary. A sick timing by Myriad, just baiting him in as deep as possible, overextending him, and then getting the lockdown and the lockout like this. Muhodo will lock out at the end. No way. No way back from that. Japan on top of the world for game number 1. Pretty sick one to open up with. Let me know what you guys thought about this one. Might be an uploadable game. The chaos in the early game in particular, and the non-stop of these two. Feels like every single week we just see more and more aggression coming out. Kind of cool for that. I feel like meta getting even more aggressive, right? I think I just like put it. This game was was constant attacking from start to finish. Is what I listed it. We'll see if it goes up with that. But that's gonna be game 1 on the board for Myriad. With his Japanese pick beating the Ottomans. Let's see where the boys are taking us for G2. You're very new and you think you can destroy me with your French knights. Joke's on you! I'm English! We live on an island! Your knights are too heavy to swim. Enjoy drowning in the channel, sucker. And even if you did successfully invade, we just make you British. That's how it works. You bet you could beat me on a water map? Okay. But no one said what the water map could be. It doesn't have to be an AoE4 water map. I'll beat you on... Ooh, I know. Battlefield 3. North Shore Canal. I'll beat you in North Shore Canal. That has water. I win. Boom. Alright. What is that game 2? Are they a little bit slow getting it set up? What's going on? Beat you in any FPS? Know your place, peasant. Also, like, we've got to choose a reasonable mid ground. You play a lot of AoE4. I just spend my time casting it. Like, my muscle memory's not there. I'll kick your ass on like the new Dawn of War. How about that? I'll make you into a human toilet seat. If there's anything like OG Dawn of Wars, like, you shouldn't accept this challenge. It won't even be close. Like, I played a lot of Dawn of War 1. It won't be fair. Peasant position when you have cables? No, dude, like, cables are fine. Like, the cables are like a speed bump for people moving too fast. You know? Very important. I wouldn't want anyone running across my desk too quickly. It's dangerous. So this is for their own safety. So that if people run across my desk, they don't hurt themselves. Because if they run too fast, they will hurt themselves. So it's a deterrent towards hurting yourself. Unless you're an idiot. In which case, I can't help you if you're an idiot. I think I've got anti-idiot insurance. So that should keep them away. Dude, I don't know if we're going to do the full series. I'm freaking hungry. I'm actually really hungry. We're meant to have that other series and be like, oh, we're done. Speed bumps are like on the roads? Yeah, but for my desk. Keeps everyone safe. My color palette? What's wrong with my color palette? Leave. You judge people a lot for a person who begs for a sub all the time. And has never shown his own, like, setup in the Discord or anything. There's a lot of backseat judgment. Is this based on experience? Yes. I have many people trying to run across my desk. Okay? Well, I say run. It's more that they dive across it trying to strangle me. So for my own safety, I set up all these obstacles. Very expensive obstacles. which then also makes them double think what they're about to do, because if they break it, they have to pay for it. It's actually very smart. If I do say so myself about my own strategy. Which I do. No, I didn't ignore your games. It's just your games came at the wrong time. They literally recommended a game and then there was a patch. What do you want from me? All right. I got something rare for you guys today. You never see this in Age of Empires 4 at the moment. Jean Dark picks. I am not exaggerating when I say that this Civ seems non-existent right now in competitive. So what happens when we throw it up against one of the historically most powerful Civs of competitive AoE in 2025? Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for Muhodo versus Myriad. Chinese for Muhodo in the purple, and Myriad has chosen pink. Why did they choose pink and purple? Boys. Can we... Boys. It's going to be one of those, isn't it? Dry Arabia is going to be the map. Kind of intrigued to see how this one's going to play out, because it does feel like China got downgraded. They're not as potent as they were. But Jeanne d'Arc has been non-existent even before the expansion. She was very rare through the second half of this year, it felt like. A situational pick, and I mean, in some cases, it often felt like a kind of filler pick, I want to say. Yeah. Curious to see what he's going to be cooking with in this one. I mean, presumably no pro scouts, like just play out onto the deer and the boar. Actually, a pretty good spawn for it as well. Like one outpost here protects all this resource. And the gold kind of moves over to that area. Like there's some nice things about the spawn. Some of the negative things is there's just nothing behind the tree lines. You're walling for nothing. Comparatively, Muhodo got the deer on the back, the gold on the back. I'm sorry, what? Does your dad work at Microsoft with this spawn? Wait, what is the downside of Muhodo's spawn? It's such a good spawn, actually, for the mid-game in particular. Even early game. I could see a world in which you don't pro scout and just wall this off. Then try to wall here, and then you're secure. Depends on the amount of sheep you get, really. If you get enough sheep, you can forgo it. Off to a good start. 13 sheep. Muhodo, he has only got 5 sheep and 6 Jeans. No, he's got 10 sheep, guys. Because, like, basically, whenever you club a sheep, it gets registered as a Jean on the UI, which is proof that the French people are all cannibals. I can only think that that is what the devs are trying to explain to us. This is not my take. This is clearly the devs' take. Because otherwise, like, what do you have to say to the fact that these people are harvesting the organs of 4 Jeans right now? I think it speaks for itself, Your Honor. Case is rested. So School of Cavalry coming in now. Imperial Academy on the other side. It's kind of weird that we still haven't fixed this, actually. It's been a long time that we've registered them as Jeans. Okay, but Myriad still has 4 on gold, which does sound like pro scouts to me. He already has the wheelbarrow tech. Yeah, this has to be pro scouts. Doesn't Muhodo just mirror that then? But kind of do it better. Because if you perfectly split the deer now, that's going to be 20% more for China. On top of that, you're losing a pep in your step, you know? You're not as aggressive as you otherwise could be. I guess it's tricky, though. It always feels weird to try and aggro into China because of this building. The village. And interesting. Muhodo is a house-first believer. Crackety's been, like, non-stop ranting and rambling about the village first, because they did recently buff the village now. The village is still double the resource, right? But, like, the build speed is actually technically quicker. 8 seconds versus 15. So technically, it's more efficient to build a village, by far. Because it was already better, really, right? You get 10 pop, or you get 40 pop. I know with Rats beginning, but you can see by the gold what he's up to. Guys, we were doing so well this week. I think this is the first time we've had to tolerate pro scout via pro scout. Oh. We were doing so well. I think we dodged it up to this point. But we kind of knew what was going to happen when we saw these two Civ picks, right? Is Patch coming today? I don't know. Do I look like my dad works at Microsoft? I mean, if I did, you should definitely sub to me. Otherwise, I can get my dad to ban you. But do I look like my dad works at Microsoft? Assuming the Myriad is going to stop at free scouts. Normally with Jean or French, you only go free scouts because you're just gradually going to drag the deer back, and then you want to keep pressure up. Someone said on Reddit? Well, someone said on Reddit. Their dad definitely works at Microsoft. Wait, but we need to confirm. Like, did the Reddit guy do the math? Because if he didn't do the math, I don't think we can take him seriously. Like, did he check the Zoroastrian star signs to make sure that the patch is definitely dropping today? I need to make sure that he checked his Mayan calendars. Also, he needs to make sure he's got like some little skeleton bones that he froze and then predicts and foresees the future. These are all important parts of like making any declaration. For example, I can't say for sure that Myriad's going to win game 2 unless I sacrifice a kitten, then check the entrails. Then I also need to make sure that I get a degree in Zoroastrianism science from the University of Online. There's a lot of things to jump through. That's why I just prefer to sit here and enjoy the game. And there you go, guys. We finally have an answer as to what happens when a teenage girl takes on a pig. The teenage girl wins. This is how I know this is not a realistic game. She was a teenage girl, right? How old was Jean? Yeah, she was 19 when she died. 17 when she offered her services to Charles. She's very young. I mean, that's meant to be the idea. That's like why it's so memorable to people. Is, yo, this kid almost beat an entire army. Until we convince them to burn her. Okay, so Goodie's being brought home. Muhodo, of course, you can see with like the 5 scouts. He should be able to pick up his own fairly fast. Myriad mirrored it, actually. He didn't just stop at 3. But Myriad needs to calm himself, pace himself, okay? This girl's already slayed 2 pigs. She's overwhelmed. This is too many spears. Oh, God. Run. Run faster. Wait, is he distracted right now? Myriad? John? Uh-oh. It's kind of comical how good people have got at just beating Jean with spears recently. You guys notice that? Used to be a dangerous thing to do. What kind of server? She's French. She offered to be Charles's personal cheese taster. Because as we know, kings, they need to have their food tasted. French people love cheese, so that was pretty much what she was willing to do. And wine. She offered to do wine, but because the most recent history on this was written by Americans, she was not old enough to drink wine. Therefore, she could simply be a cheese and baguette taster. Or I just realized how bad this sounds. Jesus Christ. I was just looking to do French food stereotypes, and this really came out wrong. Anyway, Muhodo has a lot of ponies and spears and is going castle. I don't know, man. I'm starting to think that the Jean pick is not really working out, guys. But when you start to doubt it, download moreknights.com. How do we not actually have a website called that yet? I feel like that's an easy money maker. Seriously, someone should actually like nab that. I don't know what the content would be. You could probably just put that Mio Micah versus Dimu night game on the landing page embedded, and that's it. That would do it. You just like use it as a museum for the greatest night games of all time. Muhodo? Is he trying to pin them? I think he is. Because if he gets around the back, the knights just get trapped and killed. Because archers aren't going to help you. Does pinch of you. Spears catch up. Myriad now in retreat. Yeah, but we need Jean to go, okay? She spent enough time sampling baguettes and cheese. Okay? It's time to go to war. She's even layered herself with additional baguette armor. That's what she's wearing right now. Actually, she looks more like she's wearing a bag than a baguette. This night count is not really impressing me right now. I kind of feel that the blob may be a problem, but Jean... Oh, she hodors it all! Horseman turn around now. Trying to bring her down. Jean can't escape, though! The knights! Get out of the way! You done it again, France. You done it again! You killed her! She had a whole life ahead of her! Oh, Mira's gonna have a whole series ahead of him because this is not looking great. He has 4 knights left over. Muhodo is about to go castle. Jean level 3 is nowhere near. Hero pass now coming through. Oh. Muhodo. She'd run out of food. So that's what I'm concerned. But he has double berry. You need to make spears as Jean. In this situation, it's not the craziest idea. It just gives you a bracer as you chase. And also stops horsemen pinching knights. But I kind of see why he'd be reluctant. Like, if he just does spears, Chinese economy go archers, Lamau. You know, if you think the food goes well, wait until you see them supervising trees. Which, can we just highlight, calling it supervising trees sounds like the lamest superpower ever. The trees talk to me. Are they like ents? No. They just stand there. It's worse power than the geek from the boys. Right, so burn through on the gold. Muhodo actually might have a gold problem here. He's at least getting his veterancies. Could afford more horses plus the spears. John, target fire is good. Bring it low. Charge forward. Is that barrier outpost going to be going down? John, not again, not again, not again! Why do you hate her so much? Didn't even try to pull her away. And now the army is going to get pulled apart. Without the magnificent maiden of Orléans to lead them. They don't know what to do but sit around eating baguettes, drinking wine and crying. Muhodo does need to get some good units out, though, is the problem. He's got more spinmen coming. First Lancer hits the fields. Myriad has maintained 5 knights. Surely not. I mean, Muhodo, he just needs to get more gold in. The taxation should help, surely. Oh my god, Muhodo, no! 658? Oh. Guys, we need to tax the food economy, okay? This is like Apple right now. This little thing here is Ireland. We can't get the money out. What's going on? At this rate, Myriad is actually going to get level 3 Jean. And my concern here is gold. We just need more gold. And the weird part is at this rate, by the time Muhodo gets more gold, he's going to need more food. This is getting odd. This is getting really odd. Ball play from Myriad. He's actually like doing an impressive job now from an age behind because of the weird teeter-tottering resources. I am reluctant to say he's in control of this game because, you know, you're behind on economy and your opponent is at castle. Remember, like, level 3 Jean is less impactful against castle. It destroys games when you go level 3 melee Jean against a feudal army. Why does he hate gold? Well, you know, Muhodo is just a very smart economist. He understands that if you have too much gold, it increases inflation. And inflation is bad, okay? Like, you know, too much inflation is how the Gale and Titanic, is how Rose fought that her and Jack could share one piece of float supply. But if inflation had been lower, she would have understood that, like, they should get their own pieces and stay on top of it. Also, technically, like, too much gold gathering breaks an economy. It's like printing money. Can't have too many ducats. Oh, God. You really need more knights, though. There's no such thing as too many knights. Unless you're at 120. Level 3, Jean. This is your moment. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Jean de Cleve. Hold on moment here. May not be able to hold for long. Does summon the champions. That's a good damage absorber. The cleave could be big. Wait. Muhodo. No, Myriad. Which one more? One more strike. The Wrath of Heaven. Get in. Cleave. Like your life depends on it, man. But no. Muhodo realized before the recharge. Buyback comes in. Myriad is still not done with this. Muhodo has barely got any food left. And now a lot of liable villagers to just trip and fall and die. They're locking the gold. He actually probably needs to buy some food at this rate. Another ball secure. An ambitious idea here from Muhodo as he looks to sneak out to another berry batch. What the hell is this game? I'm not imagining it, right? Like, Castle comes in, you're like, okay, this looks pretty chalked. Surely not. But the lack of food, lack of gold, like the teeter-totter back and forth. Myriad's a freaking monster. Myriad Chad right now. Here to make himself Muhodo's Myriad. Goes in. He's got another cleave. Clubs him down. The lead keeps on building. Myriad now ahead by 7. He sees all of the injured workers. I mean, you can go for a tech and just send John with the Knights over, really. Muhodo now rushing stone. Wait. Muhodo. You see all of this. You have an Imperial Palace. It's time to run. Son, there ain't enough time. Run! John. She's winding up that striking arm. Gets in. Clubs down. No need to waste a cleave. He's done it. He's actually broken him. China definitely not looking like #1 anymore. Even Jean seems to have a number. We never see Jean. A wheelbarrowless Muhodo. We'll have to walk it off into map number 3 with his opponent already being on match point. This is a crazy one. Mate, is John a sleeper pick? Or is Myriad just a freaking genius? The double, the triple down. I mean, also, what is with the way Myriad's playing today? Game number 1, relentless aggression. He does it again here, and it is on the verge of booking him a day in the semi-finals up against the most aggressive player this week in VortiX. Holy crap. Miri Chad right now. I mean, the amount of time, it did feel like a feeding frenzy, the amount of time she went down. I had my doubts. I was skeptical. I was like, okay, sure, this is it then. Like, what? Like you have to attack and I feel bad. Myriad's like, hell no, go again and again and again. Sorry, we just need the Hanzo voice line. Is it this one? Have I got it? It's not playing. What's up with YouTube today? It's being really drunk. Yeah, it's just like this. Right.
Again.
Nah, that's a crap one. And again! And again! That's what you need. The Heroes of the Storm one sucks. Overwatch one was better. Alright. Let's see where Muhodo is going to go to try and mount his return. Ibids versus Delhi. This sounds like a Lippany pick to me. Gonna preemptively pump that in. Oh. Holy crap. What a freaking series this is turning into. I mean, a stomper, but potentially a full stomper, but the way it's playing out is pretty impressive. I guess I wouldn't say no to it as well. I do need to go eat. I don't even know what Emma's doing today. No, she's probably like, oh, I done chicken nuggets and chips. We're meant to be eating real food. We don't. We often don't. Why don't I upload whole series more often? The problem with uploading whole series is like YouTube. Like when you do YouTube, you're looking to do basically like it's you're sending a story. That story needs to resonate with people and want them to click on it. For example, you know, I play Peggle after 15 shots. Okay, that's a very clear story. I know what I'm getting into when I click on it. When you have one game, you have a story to emphasize. You go from there. When you have a whole series, there needs to be an overarching story to the series for it to even make sense. Because otherwise, what you're doing is you're going like this, and then like this, and then like this, and like this, and then like this, and like this. Does that make sense? Well, Drongo intentionally chooses long games because he knows he can like get like extra monetization off of it, right? Like that's the strategy, right? And it does make sense from a story flow. It's like if a game is 15 minutes long, you probably know the outcome. So it has to be really unique for you to even care. But yeah, that's part of it. Like, and also, you know, the other way is that, okay, then if the problem is that you get these drops from game 1 to game 2 to game 3 that leads to viewers leaving, then the solution would be to edit them down. I don't have an editor for that. And I really don't have the time to edit them myself, considering like what the ROI on that time spent would be. Does that make sense? So yeah, it's a bit tricky. Should we let people writing Star Wars know this? You'd think they would have learned by now, but you know, time for another. I don't even remember half their names because they were told Kylo Ren. Yep, let's get more Kylo Ren. Need a Kylo rewrite, if anything. Jesus. Anyway. Let's get ready to rumble! Flip this around. Every single game so far this series has been ridiculous aggression. Non-stop pump and fury out of this man. Let's see if he can keep up the pace. Myriad now with the Ibids up against Muhodo's Delhi. Technically, he should be somewhat on the defensive. Something tells me that's not the way Myriad's playing now. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 3 of our quarterfinals. Myriad looking to make it a clean 3-0 sweep. We head into Pigeon's View. I thought we were actually going to be getting Lippany here, which is still in the cards. Yeah, interesting the Delhi pick comes out here. I mean, it is a desirable pick. We've seen it work in the past, but you'd think Lippany would feel better for the trip pick of Sacred Sites. You see Drongo added chat to his cards? Can you consider doing the same? I'm sure we are missing so much lore. No, because the way that happens is that Drongo literally needs a player to stream their POV so he can capture it. That doesn't work for KPMM because you have a mixture of live and not live games, and the moment you do it one, people won't literally every single one. Also, it literally does not matter for 1v1s because players will rarely ever talk to each other in tournament 1v1s. The only information you'll get from them is, oh, sorry, I've got a lag. 1 second, I'm pausing. So it doesn't really hit the same like you're thinking. An interesting concept for a tournament I had was one where players would have to be put into a lobby together, into a Discord call together, and they have to intentionally smack talk each other, throwing each other off. And then you'd basically reward some sort of points or value or something in game. You'd have to get a mod for this, obviously, for whoever's winning the smack talks. So, Myriad, how are we looking? Because remember, both of these civs don't actually have to come home in a rush. So there's no sheep advantage, realistically, between the two. But I mean, Myriad has a good position. He just needs to not reveal himself on the back. That sheep might have been glimpsed. It seems unlikely, though. The reason that's important is if Muhodo realizes he can try to cut across the other side of the map. If he doesn't, Myriad will get the full east side to himself, which means he should technically come out with the sheep lead. Get chat from live unless you literally have to you'd have to capture a player's POV to put the info in. That's literally what Drongo does. Like, I can tell you someone who's seen it behind the scenes. Like, basically, I haven't watched the new Outback Octagon, but the previous ones were always legit. Someone else was streaming the game, and he would just capture that in a small browser window, and then he would just, like, basically trim it down, so only shoot the chat, and then overlay it over the existing version of the game. Kind of like if I, for example, was to have like a second capture like this. Right? But like obviously trim it all down. Like, wow, look at this different action happening. My flies are undone. It's his own fault for not being successful in the mass business of fly dumpster trash disposal. If he'd been a better fly, he would have made it to the 101st floor and been CEO of the trash dumpster company. But it turns out he's not a fly guy. All right, so Growth Wing coming in. Interesting. I feel like we've seen a lot of Dervish play in the past. Growth here suggests that maybe Myriad's just trying to get that initial edge on combat and then tech up. Sengoku ninjas? Yeah, I mean, Sengoku, like, I'm still baffled that we saw B on the weekend try to play like the Delhi Sengoku matchup, laying it through twice in the one tournament. Sengoku just feels like probably the best pick on this map for as well. Okay, so it's 4 still on gold. Wonder if he's going to go double Horseman Desert Raider opening. He's got enough wood for it. Now, it's obviously going to be Ghazi because Delhi literally always look for this opening. Okay, actually going to be archery plus the stables. So he's going for a bit more of a diverse composition. We see a lot of players actually just maybe go like 2 Horsemen and Desert Raider to poke, and that's it. Cooking something different here. Good control in the center. What was the final sheep pool? 16-14. So Myriad actually lost out a little bit. Farms need buffs? Nah, farms should be completely nerfed and crippled. And then farm man can cry about it. And then like someone will just take his place called Deer Man. Actually, I don't know how like someone called Deer Man hasn't taken his place in the last year, now that I think about it. Joke's on him. The prime name would have been Sheepman. Sheepman always is the true winner. For he who has sheep has victory. Muhodo? We'll be able to get close to Desert Raider. A little bit awkward, actually, for Myriad stepping up a bit too soon here. Doesn't have the Dervish, remember, so I won't be able to heal that. Wait, what was that? Did he lose vision? I mean, no, he'd have the scout, unless there's like a weird break there. Kind of just let him walk away in the end. Guess he's worried about the double horseman blocking him and then the debuff. We do have spears from Myriad, which I don't believe Muhodo saw yet. I mean, I'd say from Muhodo, you definitely expect archers. Spearman does work quite well against Delhi, but it's kind of a surprise factor. Like, if they know you're doing it, they can counterplay it. It's really important he wants to kind of hide the count until it's maybe substantial. Say that, though. He's moving out with just the one. Great on the flank from the single Ghazi. Vision's really important here. On a map like Highview, these stealth forests can screw you over, which is why Muhodo is trying to dictate terms on the abandoned outpost. Spearman early. Muhodo is going to steer back towards the Scholar to try and get some assistance. Gets it right at the back of the formation. Not a good look, though. Oh, no! He blocks himself in! Double spear, need to work overtime. Target fire is going to come in. Muhodo just trying to strip away that DPS. Denies it, pulls away. It's a great trade. Gets the Desert Raider, gets the Spearman. Doesn't lose anything. And remember, the Scholars can heal him off. Kind of a rough beginning. And now Muhodo has the critical information. Archers switch up on the way. Wonder if Myriad will just try to tech soon. It feels weird when that first fight doesn't go your way. You do it again, and all of a sudden, that's how Delhi usually snowball. He has at least denied one of the sacred sites. The other one is freely being chilled on for Muhodo. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. You know what the biggest problem is? Like, when you get hungry, and then you literally spend hours watching other people eat food. It's not real food. But it's looking more tasty than it normally would. I mean, this is the thing. The berries kind of look okay from, but then you get close, you're like, wait a second. Those berries literally are 2D. Sorry, I'm ruining everyone's immersion. There is such a thing as too close. Kazi creeping out. Myriad can block that just before the cap comes in, which is pretty important. Doesn't choose to, though, weirdly enough. Yeah, I thought he'd just send in the scout while the rest of the army came in, because then your opponent can just get ambushed. He doesn't have vision. Instead, he will have time to react, so it pulls off. No sacred sites, remember, from Muhodo. And this is now a 4-worker lead for Myriad. 5? Wait, okay, yeah, Muhodo went textiles. That slowed him down a lot. I think something that gets slept on about Ibis you have to remember here is they do have a 10% gathering speed that just kicked in with the Golden Age. They're not as atrocious on economy in Feudal Age as you'd initially perceive. And your wisdom teeth from Moon of Friday, I haven't had real food. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm probably going to just, like, I've been weighing it up. I'm starting to get bad feelings in this was it Primolar again? I'm probably just going to have them extract it. I don't want to spend over £1,000 on a maybe fix of a root canal. I ain't got that money to throw. It's dumb as well. Like, there's no reason that it requires specialists. It's just my regular dentist on the NHS doesn't want to do it. And they can just make up whatever reason they want to not do root canals. Welcome to the NHS dentistry. Oh, getting his teeth knocked out here. Okay, was that intentional to buy time? A little bit weird with the one Ghazi pulled there. Felt like he should have just been out. Muhodo now being forced into spin. Okay, Myriad just a step ahead then. Fast approaching the base. Now, the Scholar Paw is a sick detail here, remember. Myriad, half his army is melee, so there's a big risk the healing can actually be relevant. Flash coming in. Desert Raider isn't being sniped, by the way. So the Ghazi are debuffed right now. The archers, they're finally realizing it. Is it going to be too late, though? I mean, Ghazi, only 8 of them are remaining alive. Myriad has lost a spearman, however. Archers need to bail fast. Trying to snipe down the injured Ghazi, he goes. Doing a good job of it. Muhodo trying to stick to his target. But limited cap out. And that one spearman! Wait, what are they doing? Okay, the scholars, that's way too late. They finally arrive after the fight. Just imagine the difference it makes just having a few scholars in there tipping off and topping off. I mean, he's going to do it now, sure. The tail end. You're definitely a bit battered for it. Now with a lot of gold in the bank. I wonder, does he consider a tech? You'd think this would be the moment. Apparently not. Instead, he's going to be marching out. I think he knows that there's going to be an attempt at the scholars. We'll be able to find an easy snipe here. Yeah, this one's down. 4 horsemen's good enough. Which he should be, but he's not pulling them past with micro. Let's get it just in time. Smart enough to get you teeth insurance? Yeah, we trusted in the AHS. I know. I probably should have got insurance, but I think like the problem is at this point in my life, like when you talk about your mouth's already had fillings and crowns, whatever, I don't think the insurance would have been that good. Yeah, just continuously stepping up. He's really just giving no breathing room to the Delhi. It's pretty impressive, actually. There's going to be a pull on the east side. That should be successful. I wonder if Myriad will just start prepping now. Like, he's got 30 archers. Now's a pretty good time to start thinking castle. I spoke too soon. More horsemen, more spear. Like, yeah, KP, the thing is, you could go castle, but nah. Could Muhodo do it from here? He's got a lot of scholars. Castle does get tempting. Problem is, if Myriad keeps reinvesting like this and you go castle, you'll quickly turn from Muhodo to Muhobo when you get booted out of your own base. Oh. Speaking of the hobos, 5 villages might be about to be that. Oops. Army is on the way. Alright, try to sneak a kill or two. Problem is, textiles should make it impossible. And the spears are now here, so Myriad overstaying his welcome. He's end up losing, what, 3 horsemen there? Really achieving more than a little bit of idle. Actually going to lose all 5. Okay, this is definitely a tech. He's distracted elsewhere. Ghazi are coming around the back. Muhodo is mirroring the timing, by the way, so both players going for CA. The Ghazi are going to connect onto the berry bushes. Myriad still on the pull away. Kind of shocked that it took 15 minutes for a worker to die in this game, but we've done it. The citizens are not safe. Dervish play? Yeah. Has to be. Looking for the relic timing. The tricky part, though, is Muhodo is playing one of the hardest civs to pull this off against, I feel like. Because if your opponent is mirroring a tech like this, he can already get scholars in position, prepped, and tech up faster. So Myriad now, he needs to just find a little bit of pressure. Force Muhodo to reinvest a bit, slow him down. The problem I fear is that with what Muhodo's seen, it might be kind of obvious that you're teching with the way that you backed off entirely. Myriad, whoops. Did get scattered out. Does at least get the kill on the Ghazi. Wolves to follow as well. Both players now going for the age up. House of Learning on the way. I think Myriad could control the map to get the majority of relics, actually. This is your prime area. You don't want to give this over. Ghazi. Jeffrey poking. Nice micro there. Gets the injured. Both of them, in fact. Other added detail this, he just forced Myriad's entire army to come back home. So now the critical question to ask is who's guarding the relics? The even more critical question to ask is where are the scholars? Because he hasn't pulled them out. What does the other Delhi landmark do? It gives you a discount on the cost of stone for building. The problem is House of Learning with the scholar builds is way too good to pass up. And compounded defenders, which lets you build keeps cheaper, it's cool in theory, but unless you're like 70 or 80 workers deep, it doesn't feel worth it because it's very hard to justify putting your villagers on stone at that stage. Like right now, if Muhodo went compound defender and put 10 on stone, that's 20% of his economy that's gathering stone for an eventual castle. Makes you very weak on your food and gold. Start. Okay, so Scholar is going to be seen. Oops. We might want to move a bit faster than this, but we're not going to be able to. Myriad, we'll just move in for the intercept. Good position to guard the relics. Select all army may be betraying in there. He wants to try and actually shift to guard the west side one because it has been picked up. Muhodo walking back to the second relic now. Other scholars are going to get blocked. Did he see that? He might have... No, he didn't. So it's looking like this Dervish play might only net 2 relics for the Ivans. Veterancy of Archers is not there for Myriad. Muhodo has it so damn fast because of the scholars, and we do now have elephants. Veterancy for the horsemen. Archers as well. Vision control is technically quite good for Myriad with the abandoned outposts. Scout is going to snitch on what's happening in the back. Myriad just waiting for everything, trying to get the veterancy for spears as well. Camel Lancer with the horseman jumps in. Spearman upgrade kicks in as well. He's going to need that because a war elephant is coming. Oh no. I've seen this story before. I thought, guys, I just want to go eat my food. Horseman rotating wider. Is he actually archering the elephant? It looked like it. Horseman do get around the back. That's going to slow down the retreat. He's genuinely trying to snipe the elephant with archers. This is weird. This is really weird. And working? No. God, oh my god. Just think about how many archers you could have killed. Oh no. I just want you guys to imagine how many archers he could have eliminated instead. That could have been 10 Delhi archers down. Freaking horrible. It's always these goddamn elephants. Myriad not dead yet though. They're with a rough position, however. He'll only have 2 of the 5 relics, despite the fact he went logistics wing. You see what I mean about the difficulty. I mean, this was Delhi in a weird position trying to play relics. He still gets the majority. Hard to argue with the results. Cam Lancers are going to be checking the resources. Muhodo hasn't pulled for the back berries yet. Doesn't know about them. Still working on that west side one. And I mean, you're probably going to want to start thinking about farm soon. He is on the stone, so keep drops to follow. Berries. Ooh. Well, the problem here for Myriad is he's genuinely riding full blind. He didn't even bring a scout. He sees this. It could be huge, though. Instead, it kind of looks like he's just straight up walking into the base. Like, wait, what? Cam Lancers. Charge across. There'll be a weird targeting there. Will we still find 2 kills? No, doesn't even get that one. Turn for the other. So chip damage being done is good. Like, this is the value of heavy cav on this type of map. It's always so exposed. Ferengazi. Okay. We'll beat him. Good enough costing workers though, so one's gonna go down. Dangerous play now in the corner, camping like this. And what is up, Wombat Combat? Appreciate the prime sub, mate. Thank you very much. So Myriad has got a decent number of crossbows coming, by the way. The weird part about Muhodo's strat, he already encouraged crossbowmen when he went War Elephants. He went Men-at-Arms also. Myriad, I feel like he's just being killed by these flanks. His Camel Lancers haven't really been able to connect the same way. think the difference is the greed of Myriad. Like, no outposts, that wall instead, that didn't really protect him. It's proving to be a problem. Remember, he's riding blind on the flanks. You can't see, for example, these two Ghazi that are just waiting here. The Muhodo must be aware of the crossbow switch. It seems kind of obvious after you reveal war elephants like this. Maybe just feeling a bit gluttonous. I mean, Home Blaze does make it pretty tempting. Ghazi gonna get another kill. Myriad really doesn't care for these workers, huh? Do have farms coming in, though. Being mirrored on the other side by Muhodo. And a long-ass wall coming in. That's one way to try and deal with the camel lancers. Still, Myriad, I kind of like this approach. Going for a direct engagement. Mass Manjaniques for the big boy fight. You get up to 4 of these bad boys, archers are going to start disappearing in mass. And he needs those archers to deal with this crossbow line. That is a rarity, by the way. We never see tower elephants these days. In theory, pretty good against the mass range comp of Ivids. Might struggle a bit on the Cam Lancers, though. Speaking of those Camel Lancers, great here. Finds the berries. It took long enough, but he will be able to connect big. He's not done yet, either. He's going for the other berries. That should have been seen by Muhodo, but he's probably distracted. So Camel Lancers connect over here as well. Ghazi are going to be a nuisance on the flank, at least. But I think he's finally connected with what he needed to here. Myriad, it took a while. But Muhodo's starting to feel unsafe on the map. Yeah, despite the effort to wall the entire map, it just didn't come in quick enough. Camel Lancers now to shout at the Ghazi. And I think the problem we're seeing here is just, one's focused on raiding cav, the other one hasn't at all. You got a few Ghazi, but those aren't real raiding cav at this stage of the game. I was kind of expecting to see a few Lancers, especially with Home Blades. Is going to creep in again. Myriad still has those raiders. A good location to connect with. Charges straight into him, gets in between them and the TC retreat. Allows for more worker kills. Cuts him down. So much idle on top of this with the farm shutting down too. Scholarpool's going to be there. He's trying to get the body blocker for a Wollo. Oh, he is. Oh, that's kind of sick. He traps a Camel Lancer. Myriad, what is that? Oh my god, the panic click! No delete key. It should have been 1. Instead, Muhodo gets 3. I cannot believe that. He done it to himself. I mean, 4 of them were meant to be out of that. Be good to put the ads between each match. It's kind of lame to try and force subscriptions. Actually, it's that Twitch runs ads. Welcome to how Twitch works. Your intriguing assumption is that creators really have a true choice in the matter. It's either make no money and your community gets ads, or set ads and get at least a little bit of money. All right, let's see if this is the big dollar play, though. The Manjanique Scuds. A big deal. He's essentially frontlining a backline, but the crossbow count is big enough, and I'm going deaf from this. Ho, 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 ho. He's got the push. Can he find the kill, though? It's a lot of bodies on the floor. The castle dive and the war elephants just getting to deal with the frontlining archers was expensive. Myriad, he has got the army low. The problem is, if you don't finish it off, they all get topped off. He's 5 Manjaniques. I mean, the crazy thing is that Muhodo came out ahead. Problem, however, is now he needs to find time to heal. These are liabilities otherwise. Muhodo does, however, have a castle drop. Never forget that, guys. Village fortresses is a big deal. That's why Myriad is moving with urgency. Burn into the base. This is where Manjaniques look so good. The moment you creep to the edge of the base. What's the strat now? Could Myriad break the base? He needs a direct fight. Even just forcing these pokes is good for you. Just you're seeing the scattered damage. And we haven't really seen Muhodo using much of the scholars. Okay, he pulled them over here. So he's using a little bit of top off, I think. Keep drop now from Myriad. Anyone else getting the feeling we're going Imperial? Because we're close to pop on both sides. And Myriad is locking in an 8k with 2k gold already in reserve. He's also getting more mana because Muhodo doesn't really have much in the way of cav. 12 Ghazi kind of feels like a bit of a nothing ball. Manjaniques clip the army again. This is getting pretty expensive on wood for Muhodo. Yeah, just needs to make sure he doesn't overplay his hand here. Cast drop now coming in. That is seen, by the way. Muhodo knows, and the backstab attempt's going to be coming through. But Myriad has got 37 crossbowmen. You can't even approach this with War Elephants. It's instant deletion. Splits up the fight a bit. Muhodo looking for the surround. Myriad scuds the back line. Good hit. Looks for the reload. Archer's now in staggered formation, but this just doesn't work against Rockfire. Elephant's going down. Muhodo. He's only broken one of them. Crossbow count still good. And Myriad showing you the true power of the Manjaniques. You cannot dodge death. It's just too much spread. This is the thing. Even when you miss, you hit. That's the beauty of this choice. Mangonels that have been heavily nerfed in Castle Age, but the Manjaniques are still an S-class version of this siege weapon. Great at destroying the base. Great at destroying mass armies. Scourge upon any player who looks for the max 200 pop. Myriad now on the verge of victory. More farms needed. Muhodo, I think he just needs raw Ghazi. Problem is that becomes kind of predictable, which is why you're seeing Myriad adding in more spears. Ghazi are going to find a nice raid on the flank, though. We have an ambitious tree line reach coming in here. The rockets just keep falling. Castle not really being leveraged, truly. I think it's just to stop a Sacred Site threat. I think at this point, really, Myriad just needs to push for the kill. Landmarks are all stacked on one screen. Like, he's really not that far off of the point he needs to be at. He can't see what we can. The problem is the longer he waits, the worse it gets, because the Ghazi count is inflating. Quicker than the Spimmin count. Manjaniques, they're going for it now. He's had enough of this. House of Learning under siege. Even clipping the Dome of Faith behind it. He's got such great spread. Ghazi not able to get a single kill there. Raid into the base. Myriad. Okay, this has to be all in. Now with this flank raid coming in, it becomes so much more annoying to try and defend and attack. I think if Myriad starts rallying Spimmin home, there's a way for Muhodo to defend his base. If Myriad just sends everything in like he's doing, this is kill point. TC about to go down. This is do or die point. Muhodo will not be able to wait any longer. He's got the potential triple wall clutch play to try and buy some time, but you're up against a lot of range, and also the siege damage can just kill you off, right? One landmark left. Myriad can taste the victory. It's palpable. Good start. Gets a spread shot. Muhodo has to spring into action. Reload's coming through for Myriad. There's a turnaround opportunity here. He goes for his shot. Hits straight into the wall of Lawless. That's a big wall. Nope. Gets sniped straight away. Gazi round the back. Spinman giving chase. And he's far too stacked. Muhodo will fall. And Myriad will make it a magnificent 3-0 to achieve it. Two players that are meant to be closely matched, but looks anything but on the day if you just looked at the raw score. Myriad, with this constant aggression, proves that it truly is the way to pay off in Age of Empires. What a way to do it, guys. I think we can agree. Manjaniques is the go-to. When you're Irbirds in Castle, it feels like it's the #1 arcing strat. If they hit that mass comp, they can look unstoppable. Damn. What a G. Feels like 5 mangoes would have done the same. I don't think they would have. 5 mangoes would have struggled to do the same. Oy, oy, oy. Only one way TP deal with the broken elephants. Make something even more broken. There we go. On silent, I mean, Manjaniques are the goated thing, man. When you just get big armies, it's like it's an invitation rather for Manjanique spam. GG's Mirror. So that means he will book himself a date up against VortiX in the semifinals, which we should see on Thursday. And then Scatterbrain versus Gully Deckle should be playing tomorrow. And then we'll be able to see the winner of that up against Kilyatti. So that's going to be the plan for Thursday. Friday, of course, is going to be new direction with the channel. Something really cool we're cooking up. I hope to see many people there checking that out. I'm pretty freaking excited for it. I'm going to do some more planning around it. Just have some like fail plan on fail plan in case the challenges we set aren't going to take as long as we thought they were. But that's going to be it for this stream, guys. I'll be back on Thursday. I will post on the Discord when we're live. Make sure you've got notification turned on Twitch and you'll know when we're live. But YouTube, Kick, TikTok,